Yo, what's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? Up here, and I'm gonna be on live with Facebook, so still be on that. I hope y'all doing good this morning. What's going on? What's going on? Lay on the pedal, baby. Be your own doctor. You got enough gas in the tank. What's good? What's good? We're gonna give it I'm starting a few minutes early. We're gonna give it some time here. Yo, what's up? What's up? What's up, everybody? I'm live on, let's see. Cool. Hopefully you're doing good this morning. Thanks for tuning in for day 2. Recovery. I think after today, I'm not gonna really, talk about it again, but I got Facebook streaming on the other end of things. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and there's some things I'm gonna reiterate on Facebook too. So let's see. And then we'll hop into it. Like I said, day 2 is gonna be more about the peeps versus myself. You know what I'm saying? I think what's up? Thank you for viewing. It's gonna be an 8-hour thing. So if you ain't got enough time, this is, Lay on the Pedal Radio. I should probably change the whole thing. If I could even change it. Give me a sec. Shoot. Yeah, it says it up top. But thank you for your time. But this is day 2 of Lay on the Pedal Radio. If you want to see day 1, go ahead and go to my YouTube channel. You'll find it there. But I'm streaming live at the same time on YouTube as well. Since my profile is private, you ain't gonna really see any comments available on this side of things. But if you want to say something, you could go to my YouTube, youtube.com/lay on the pedal, and go ahead and ask me a question there, and I'll definitely answer you on that. So let's see here. Looking at 8:59, what I'm gonna do, heat up some water, gonna get some tea rolling here, and we're gonna hop into it. Let me see here. But what's up? Thank you for your time. Thanks for tuning in. What's going on? I'm gonna make some tea real quick. I'm gonna just heat up some water. Hope you're doing good this morning. What's going on? All right. What's up? And again, don't feel like you have to stay the whole time. You don't even have to look at the screen. If you want to, just turn it off and just listen to the audio, you could do that too. It's a radio station really. So, it's just me talking my stuff. But, thanks for tuning in. Even if you tune in, it's gonna stay on my page. But if you're on my Facebook, you're in my inner circle. I want you to know that. So, You know, if you have some things you want to do, you're gonna have privilege over the people that don't know me, in a sense of like, you know, nothing against YouTube, but it's just like people on my Facebook right now, it's like y'all actually know me. So that's the only reason y'all get anything over anyone else. But you know, in terms of content that I'm gonna give like on these live casts, you ain't gonna get more than that. So let's hop into it. I'm gonna just prioritize YouTube. I got StreamYard going in the background for Facebook, so I'm not gonna really pay attention to that too much. Most people got stuff to do. So, all right. So we're gonna get into part 2 of the introduction. My name is Dr. Leon, DJ Smoothie Blue. Back at it again. What's going on? We're gonna get into it. First off, you know, social security number 521-95-9664. I'm the owner of Lay on the Pedal, everything Lay on the Pedal related. This is again Lay on the Pedal Radio, and you know, DJ Smoothie Blue, you know what I'm saying? So all this stuff, you know, all the music I post on YouTube or anywhere else, or what I talk about, it's on behalf of Lay on the Pedal, which is a record label, reviews and testing company, traffic education, life doctor, and coaching, and Shootman Sports. So, you know, I'm only going to do like this is the only week I'm really going to do everything every day like this. But after that, I ain't going to do it too much more. I was born Denver, Colorado, grew up in Aurora, but I was in Montbello for some part of my life. You know, thankfully, my pops paying child support, you know, enabled me not to have to grow up in Montbello, because my life would be a different story if I grew up in Montbello. In case you're not the same, you know, day 2, in case you didn't see day 1, want to show you the setup I got. You know, I was trying to do, eventually when I get the resources, I got the camera right there. As you can see, you know, USPTO, what up? I know y'all want to see actual stuff, you know, proving I'm doing what I'm saying I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? That's the MPC-1. You got the Grace Design N101 over there and the Focusrite. And then you got this Warm Audio 47. Basically, all I'm missing is a video streaming device, video capture, which would allow me to be able to, you know, get it to a media encoder. And from that point will be the point when I'm able to, you know, stream utilizing that camera, which it'll be a lot more crispy. Like I said yesterday, my plan is to eventually put some stuff on this board and, you know, start teaching. You feel me? So, and I got the equipment right here for that. Of course, you know, it's COVID times. I ain't got the resources really to do it in a studio or anything like that, but it's all good. You know, we doing what we can with what we got for now. So I appreciate that. All right. Back into the introduction. Let me get some tissue. I got some allergies going on today. Go ahead and shut a couple windows. Thanks for your time, whether you're watching now or later. I appreciate it. All right. Go ahead and I'm forgetting my water too. It's right here. I'm gonna just pop an allergy pill real quick. I take Aleclear by Kirkland. So far that works for me. You're supposed to take 1 pill a day. You know, just had to get extra tissue boxes for me. I mean, even when I was working in Twilio a little bit, shoot, I found out about their little secret stash, you know, in that room for tissue. So, you know, I went through it on that, but it's not as bad as when I was little, thankfully, because of the Skyridge program I went to when I was a younger dude. So just some things to talk about before I keep going into the introduction. Let me check the Facebook. There's somebody on Facebook. Hey, what's going on? I'm streaming on YouTube as well. So you won't be able to chat in on this part, but if you want to go to the YouTube, if you got any questions, go ahead and type it in. This is going to just stay here. But day 1's on YouTube, but, you know, there'll be some things I recover on day 2 just to include the Facebook click. But other than that, you know, we're going to keep it moving. All right. So before we get into it, some things I got to cover. As you can see, I'm, dressed good for you. This is for you. This ain't for me. For up to me, I'll be in some sweatpants, what I'm saying, in a t-shirt. So, but this is for you. And just like I talked about yesterday, I got the rollie on, even though it doesn't fit. That's from the situation I talked about, which I'll cover again today. This is the wedding ring I talked about that the dude gave me for helping me. I filled up his gas tank for his family. Same gold chain I was talking about. And, this is another gold chain I got for that. So, I wear it, and it's like, we ain't really seeing nobody dressed like this, with that stuff on too. But I know that this doesn't complete me. It doesn't make me who I am. You know what I'm saying? It accentuates that. I don't need the suit. I don't need the hat. I don't, just because I have a do-rag on, it doesn't make me any less of a professional. You feel me? Just because I didn't shave, which a lot of people don't understand. I get, ingrown hair. So I'm not going to shave, and have, bumps all down my neck. I've tried everything from Gillette to, the 5 blades, 4 blades. I've tried 3 blades, 2 blades. I've tried the bevel 1 blade, and my hair is just coarse. It's weird. So, I haven't tried. There's some cream, like some shave cream in there that forgot the brand. I don't feel like getting it, but you basically put it on and it's relative to Nair, but it's mostly for African American. Not that no one else could use it, but primarily that's who it's for. So, all right, like I mentioned before, just because I got to do presentation, I feel like everybody wants to mix business. Well, say business and personal are 2 different things. They're not 2 different things, in my opinion. You could think what you want to think. I feel like in order to be successful in business, people usually need to know who you are, and you need to be personable, right? In the same breath, I feel like to excel in your personal life, you need a good business, side of things, whether that's job or you have your own business or you're a big business, corporations, whatever it is. I feel like you need to have both. And the separation of business and personal is damaging, because it's like you have to lead 2 different lives. You have to be 2 different people. Not to mention, if you're at your job, you can't expose certain stuff about who you are. Or in business, you can't expose about certain things that you are. So, with that being said, I'm tired of that. You know what I'm saying? You should, if you work at a job, you should be able to be who you, no matter what. You should have to provide that. And I mean, there's a time and place for everything. I'm not saying you have to go around, if you work in the medical field, I'm not saying you got to go in there not dressed up the way you should, or like not, being a certain type of being presented a certain way. But, overall, I'm like, you still should be you, even if you're dressed in, medical attire. You still should be you. You shouldn't be Billy Bob of the street or Marie or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So there's one thing, and it's like with all this stuff going on, I mentioned it yesterday, but with Breonna Taylor and George Floyd and everything like that, like I said, you could go to Shoot Indoors. It's off of First in Broomfield, but I mean, I got the 10 Foglio EAA, which is the counterpart of the Russian gun, you know what I'm saying? And that's right here. Shoot Indoors. Thank you for when I didn't have my paperwork. I wasn't able to present an ID to you to be able to shoot in range or whatnot. And y'all gave me these bullets, these FMJs, full metal jackets, and allowed me to shoot anyway. So I really appreciate that, and just, shout out to police, you know what I'm saying? Like, not that I want to go there, but I need to address, like, again, this is for mature audiences. I ain't going to yell. I ain't going to scream. I ain't going to do nothing. Anybody that's KKK, anybody that's, I was suicidal, you know what I'm saying? Because I felt like a lot of people had to lean on me. And that's not to tug my own coattail, but at the same time, it's to give myself props. And, I've been a life doctor and coach, you know what I'm saying? But that's not even primarily, that's why I have my YouTube and other mediums, is because, You might not have to hear it from me. You might have to hear it from somebody else. You might have to hear it from somebody up the block or the street, or even across the world. You might have to hear it from a woman versus my mouth. You might have to hear it from a Hispanic gentleman versus myself. You might have to hear it from an Asian woman versus myself. You know, you might have to hear it from another group of people. But on my website, on the life resume side, you know, where I've worked at, you know, where I've gone to school, you know, Smith Elementary, Maxwell Elementary, Rosedale Elementary, McMean, over to Highline, over to Eastridge, over to Ponderosa, over to Prairie, over to Overland, CCA, flunked out, went to the Air Force, didn't make it there, came back to CCA, you know, redeemed myself, got the Student Success Awards, went to Red Rocks Community College, got inducted into the National Society of Leadership and Success. And job-wise, McDonald's, Taco Bell, Elish Gardens, King Soopers, LGC Hospitality Staffing, where I, you know, worked at Pepsi Center, where I worked at Coors Field and Rapid Stadium and other different banquet serving events, you know, setting up some banquets and also serving at those events. And after King Soopers, being a baker at Caribou Coffee and Einstein Bagels. After that, you know, going to work at Revolution Cleaners as a customer service representative, dealing with, you know, other people's clothes and dry cleaning. Then going from there to Dish Network, being a customer service rep on that, going to tech support. After that, going to Phase On Office Products. After Phase On Office Products, which, I mean, Phase On Office Products is a small Black business, owned Black business. So I've, you know, and then going from there, went to Floor and Decor. I was a pro services representative there. Floor and Decor, went to Twilio, and I was the associate support engineer. So, you know, I've been up and down the block, you know, from tech companies to fast food, fast casual, to dry cleaning, to small business, to, you know, Fortune companies, you know. And I've been part of the, you know, I wasn't directly part of the acquisition with Twilio, but I was got hired as a Twilion and I went back on the SendGrid side, which recently got acquired. So I dealt with the fallout of being somewhere where it's like people are frustrated with being acquired and trying to be in the middle between what I'm hired on as and, you know, what other people are. And I'll get into more of that a bit later. You know that in terms of where I've lived at, I've lived off of, you know, I've lived everywhere, man. I've lived in Denver. I've lived in Lakewood. I'm in Westminster now. I've lived in Montbello. I've lived in Aurora, you know, but I mostly grew up in Aurora. But, you know, I lived in Green Valley a little bit when my pops had his house before he had to, you know, sell it. And that was off of East 40th Avenue. And, you know, went over to 13180 East Iliff Avenue, apartment 407. Then when they did renovation, went over to 2383 South Vaughn Way, apartment 403. That's where my pops is now. So if you see him, say what's up. And I mean, I've lived in Heather Ridge. That's where I grew up most of my life. I mean, besides being all over the place with my mother, but Heather Ridge is where I mostly grew up. I moved there in 2004. And that was the latter part of when I was at Ponderosa, then throughout Prairie, throughout Overland. And I mean, even when there was times I went back and forth between his place and when I was with my ex-fiance, and then moving back there before I lived with my roommates, and then that didn't work out, moved back with my pops, moved back out to, you know, my best friend. Shout out to the Abrahams. What's going on? Thank you. And then from that point, going back to his place, and then, you know, living with who I'm with now. So shout out Alyssa. Thanks to your family too, you know, all love there. My tea should be ready. Give me just a second. All right. I got some green tea. Man, I'm gonna put that in the microwave like 30 more seconds. That's kind of cold. But, you know, I've been around the block, man, and I've seen, you know, I grew up in Colorado, so though I wasn't old enough to necessarily remember what happened directly with Columbine, I remember just little bit. And like I said, my ex I went to prom with, she went to Columbine, so I was able to go around that community and, meet certain people that were affected. It might have been a different generation, but, students that had parents that were a part of that. Just seeing that on the news, seeing national tragedies, like 9/11, which I ain't going to get into that situation too much, but related to Colorado, James Holmes, Century 16. So alongside of my personal losses that I've had, I've seen losses on a state level too. And when Colorado legalized marijuana, the culture of Colorado changed. I mean, it was already a situation where it was heavily divided. I mean, just using an example for Aurora, even, you have General Aurora, the General Aurora populace and location, and you could see if Aurora wasn't as bad as they like to sit there and claim that it's not, or that it is, there's two different sides. Why would they have to build South Aurora? What is that, like 15 to 20 miles away? You know what I'm saying? And it's surrounded by Centennial, surrounded by, what is that? Centennial, Parker, and yeah. But, if they didn't feel that Aurora was that bad, they wouldn't need to build South Aurora so far. So, and I mean, everyone I've talked to, local and even out of state, is like, oh, Aurora, don't go over there. And that's why I rep Aurora, Colorado so hard, is because, and I've literally almost gotten into it with people because, Aurora Borealis 777 is my, name I like to call it, just because that birthed, this greatness right here. I see nothing but greatness in myself. And for me to see greatness in myself, I see greatness in each and every one of you as well. And that's why I'm here talking to you today. So, that being said, I've always repped my hometown. I always love traffic lights, like Aurora, Colorado has some of my favorite traffic lights in the city, which is why that's on my website and my business card. And, that houses one of my pictures that I took, because I've been proud of seeing the evolution, despite, I'm not going to talk about how, we got the funding to do that, but seeing the evolution from, comparative to Denver, when you remember back on like East 17th Place, going around to like Havana, you remember the old traffic lights with the wiring and things of that nature, with the big red and the small yellow and green. Excuse me, gosh, my allergies are wilding out today. But it was comparative to Denver, right? I mean, Aurora kind of came about at the same time as Denver, give or take. I mean, it was later, but I mean, in terms of, I would say, general populace, I can't speak on like Wheat Ridge and all those other areas. And again, I'm only 25. I was born in 94. So I only can speak from my experience from when I was a kid and seeing, most of them had, were yellow. Then they went to that transition to black and, skinny poles to like, they went to a weird, the first, flashing yellow lefts in this, I think the first in the state, honestly, because it was off of right by where UC Health is now, which is one block east of Peoria and Colfax. So, seeing that evolution, and then, seeing the rest of the state follow suit, even now, it's like, it took that was back in like 07, 06, 07. It took like 13 years for a lot of the other state to follow suit with that. But I remember the first time I saw, the flashing yellow was on YouTube, and I think that was in like Illinois or something like that at first. But you could ask my pops. He always said I loved traffic lights since I was a little kid. And from that, I remember, I would always he said I would point in the back and say lights. I don't remember me doing that, but I always remember me breaking my neck, to look at the traffic lights and see what was up, And eventually when I grew up, I started, seeing like, okay, getting more interested in programming and things of that nature. And I was going to school to be a traffic engineer, but the same reason for everything else that I did that, I became my own businessman versus doing that, is because I didn't like being controlled. Like, for example, let's say I did get a degree to be a traffic engineer, and for example, leveling was part of the conversation. I would only be able to do leveling, and I would have to be on like a time clock and a schedule of somebody else that they set for me. I want to just be able to go between cities and see what's going on. I want to be able to actually, help across the world, because there's some lights over in, I've seen some traffic lights in China and Russia or whatever. That is just horrible. They only got like one little pole on the side, on the corner for a wide intersection. And I'm like, that's nuts. That's crazy. But, seeing some of my biggest pet peeves, it was Denver for a long time, because their yellows were short, 3 seconds or less. Their engineering was subpar. And, Colorado Boulevard, I don't need to explain Colorado Boulevard. If you're from Colorado, you know what it is, you know what I'm saying? So, and then, like when I talk to Alyssa, I mean, I know now, but I didn't know too much, but people on this side of town, know the horrors of Wadsworth, you know what I'm saying? Like how CDOT programmed, or lack thereof. Honestly, I think they just put the traffic light posts up and, put it on a cycle and just said, go play ball, you know what I'm saying? So, which, I mean, I've done videos, which, I mean, I want, to develop my Patreon, but I've been doing my YouTube primarily. But my Patreon is where I'm going to put, more of the videos, because honestly, I have the Watergate and Wadsworth video on YouTube alongside the Wyoming videos. But I went from there all the way up to I-70 and Wadsworth with the camera I showed you up there. It's just that it takes a little bit to process, because it is in 4K. It takes like 2 hours to render and process the video. And then that's not included uploading it to YouTube. So with that being said, with the time it takes, to nurse it, to make sure it uploaded correctly, on top of going out there to get the footage, I think that's worth $5 a month, you know what I'm saying, to get that content. And, but I care about y'all, and a lot of people would wonder why I'm out of resources right now. Because again, you're talking to somebody that's like, I'm 30K in debt, and it's like I'm hustling to make rent next month. And you're not like, well, how do you do that with the clothes you got on? I've been told, well, like, your business is cool, and some people look at me like, well, why would I give you money if you're doing fine by yourself? As you can see here, like, I put this in for the trademark office for Layout and Pedal for intent to use. So I'm biding my time here, and I'm continuing to prepare. So when they see that, it's play ball on that. But I've been just going around to see, like, I've been talking to corporations and companies, and I've been just not that I haven't experienced that. I don't want people to misunderstand me. I know what it's like to pinch pennies, dimes, and nickels and quarters just to get enough money for gas, for to get me to school and back, or for a meal. You know what I'm saying? My mother, even though we didn't have to, but she had a cocaine addiction and weed addiction. So I mean, we pinched pennies despite us getting child support from my father. That's black and white. Whether she wants to admit that or not, we got that money. But we still went to food drives back when it was Heritage Square, not Square, or was it? I confused Heritage Square up there in Golden with, it was Heritage something off of Florida, and was that Alton over there? It ain't that no more, but we went to that church as well as other drives. There was one off of Santa Fe and Alameda we went to. I don't know if y'all remember the canned apple juice that like was an off brand, but we would have to go to food drives just to survive, just to have enough food. So I definitely understand. I get it. I came from it, you know what I'm saying? I came from the struggle, being put on the the reduced lunch because there wasn't enough income, which I was, Pops made it work anyway. We always shopped at the outlet store for bread, you know what I'm saying, which is the older bread that the regular store locations aren't unable to sell, which they don't exist now just because of COVID and all that. But if they go from the factory, the bread factory, let's say Orrery, for example, it gets delivered to, let's say, King Soopers, If that bread doesn't sell, that bread then goes to an outlet store, and there's a few across the city. The one me and my pops went to for a while, it used to be on Peoria and 17th. That one closed, unfortunately. We used to get like the older cherry rolls, and I used to mash on those, man. Those were so good. I ate those with my mom too, but they stopped making those, I believe. And besides that one, when they closed that one, we'll go to the one in Commerce City that is no longer there, but it was off of 72nd and Highway 2. Not Highway 2. Highway 2 is more east. What's that highway? It's basically Vasquez, but we went there for bread, and they did their three. It was $1.25 a piece. I think it's $1.50 before things closed down, but we have the little punch out for the bread, and alongside that location, there's also another one on Evans and Hawley. And the last one that I went to a lot when I was with my ex-fiance, when we lived over there off of Kempling and Dartmouth, I would drive over to, when I worked at Caribou Coffee and Einstein Bagels off of First and Wadsworth, I would go from there over to the outlet off of, I believe, 44th. And I want to say Independence. Or it was either Garrison. I want to say Garrison. 44th and Garrison. I would go to that one and get bread too. And we were fortunate. Her pops, did bread. So we got fresh bread from him. But, when that didn't work out, I would go get some bread from that outlet store. So, yeah, I definitely know what it's like to be broke. I know what it's like. I mean, it took me a long time just to get clothes like this. And I mean, like I said, I had to go into debt for that. And, again, shout out to American Express, Bank of America, Chase, and Canvas Credit Union, because that's where I'm indebted to right now. And, I could tell you where the debt went to is this computer right here for the MacBook. And like I said, I showed you the equipment I needed to do, Lay on a Pedal Records and to do my own stuff. And, COVID expedited everything. I wanted to, honestly, it did for everybody. My plan was to stack bread slow, go ahead and get, a crib and have it in the basement. And then at that point, I'd be more acclimated and I'd have more knowledge on how to mix and master a track and more production knowledge, as well as, it's unlike me to be this much in debt. And I mean, my credit score went to 794 out of 850. And I mean, they want to act like a good credit score is going to give you what you need for loans. No, because I mean, I just went around to various different locations. I went to different Canvas credit unions. And as you can see, I mean, they closed my business one, which I mean, I haven't went around and reviewed the locations yet because, I was tired after yesterday, but 760991 was my account with them. I tried working with them on a regular basis to extend my credit line or give me a business loan. They couldn't give me anything, which is weird. And I mean, they were public service credit union and they couldn't give me anything, even though I paid Julia, which is the 2011 Nissan Altima, on my website. Despite me paying her off with them, they were unable to give me any type of loan, any type of business loan, even though I had all three of my accounts with them, because I had a couple accounts with Chase for a long time. I left them because I have the Freedom credit card. And I mean, you can see day one, I don't have my wallet, but day one, I showed all my cards and stuff and put them on the table. But I removed my account with Chase because I heard about the racism going on with employees. And I mean, I see some videos on Bank of America with racism going on. And I mean, it's everywhere, to be honest. But I mean, at this point, while I'm doing what I'm doing, I basically just waited to see, man. I tried going to I went to so many locations to ask. I tried going to different locations to see if they could help me out. I emailed Canvas's team and I was like, I'm not going to lie to you. I said, I need about 100K to make everything work. You know what I'm saying? Just to not only put food on the table, but to cover the materials and put food on the table. Of course. And it was like, they weren't going to give me that. And I was like, okay, well, at least 5K or at least like 10 would help out too. They wouldn't do that. Bank of America, went around to Bank of America, as you know, I'm with Amway Worldwide and Communicate. And like I said, we'll see what happens with that. But I have their credit cards, and I thought, having my own business on top of having the Amway business would be enough for Bank of America to give me a loan or some type of help with that. Not at all. Not at all, Chief. And I was just like, okay, so, Chase wouldn't give me anything either. And so I was like forced at that point. Well, like, shit, I have to use my credit cards then, because I quit Twilio, and I talked about that on day one, but I'll briefly go into it. Like, there was sexual harassment claims. There was there's definitely racism, if not stereotypical behavior in there. And there's a lot of stuff going on that I felt oppressed, and I put my job on the line and try to help merge SendGrid and Twilio together. And I was judged for that, not only on both sides, but also, I was in the middle on top of different claims. And it was just like, and I had a lead over me that, I'm not saying his name, but it's a white Caucasian male that could never understand what a Black man has to go through in America. So that, on top of not getting help because he didn't believe that there was racism from customers to employees as well. And I'm very articulate, so I would notice my replies to customers, and I would compare them to responses from other agents, and that didn't have a Black name, and they received better responses. They were more warm. You got to see other people's tickets. You got to see how they talked, and I studied other people's tickets. You had to, because we were a team of 15 carrying a front line of email support entirely. And I mean, we had tier 2 and tier 3, but I mean, that's when you escalated stuff up. But as far as like, right at the front door, taking chats and doing phone calls and doing emails for email support, it was only 15 of us for that volume. And it was a struggle. It's like, we're not machines. It's like, it's one thing if you're going to have a machine taking in that volume for first responses, but it's another thing when you have humans. And you can't even understand in your own team there being racism or stereotypical behavior and segregation from SendGrid to Twilio, let alone you're not even dealing with, if you don't understand that, you can't even begin to understand the racism with other customers. And even, just how we treated them overall. So it's like, how am I going to sit here and stay? And it was a good job. I had $40K a year, had good benefits, but at the same time, that's not worth the struggle. That's not worth what I put on my shoulders. I went and talked to human resources because I wanted to try to get the position, which they had a whole position for the person to merge SendGrid and Twilio because it was that bad. So I tried going for that. They said it was too much of a workload and it's going to be too much on your shoulders. So I talked to the person that, was responsible for creating the trainings, and she had to go through hell just to get her position. So I went to her and got coached by her and tried to do what I could to get my position there. And they didn't let me have it, even though I presented the whole idea and plausible, steps forward. I was told it was a good idea, but, I would still have to do I worked overtime and also worked off the clock. So I didn't clock more overtime to create my presentation. And, I came in similar to this when I had my old gear. Cause another reason, people be like, well, you didn't have to buy this. I was like, Kaufman's went out of business, and I'm gonna do a final review on Kaufman's, but Kaufman's is the only place taller people could go to, especially men could go to. I mean, they served NBA players. They served a lot of big time people that, people of the Nuggets, people, Broncos, people tall, big men. And I mean, you have DXL, but that's more of a kind of corporate thing. And if you're not brolic or big boned, just on a general sense, you couldn't shop there. I tried to do it, but I'm skinnier. So I would have to buy like a 44 wide and then try to tailor that down. That's not going to work. So Kaufman's, I was frustrated with a lot because they tailor to the older crowd, 30 to 60-year-olds and mostly white men. So they're not going to have the style of somebody like myself. And also it wasn't cheap. Like I saved $7K to because they had a 50% sale because they were closing the store. And plus, like, there were so many people that were sad because there's people that drove from the mountains to shop there because there's nowhere else in Colorado that's going to give you clothes for tall men. It's not going to work out, and especially that look good. So yes, I went into I pulled my 401k even to finish shopping because I'm like, who knows? I was like, yes, I want Smoothie Blue clothing to get off the line, to get there, because I feel like everyone from dwarfs and midgets, and no disrespect, or if I'm using a term that's not prevalent to what you prefer to be called, but anyone that's smaller to someone that's bigger, man or woman, you should be able to have pockets. Like I hate how women have to struggle to find pants with pockets. I feel deep pockets, not just for the design. I struggle with that, and I've struggled with clothing too. Of course, I don't experience intersectionality, and I'm not, directly affiliated with LGBTQIA. So I can imagine, if you do drag, or if you're a woman, or if you have multiple things going for you, you're bigger, or you have some body abnormalities, what I'm saying, where you need to have certain things tailored off. Like, let's say you don't have an arm. I feel like your clothes should be able to be tailored to you. Why do we have to make two separate trips? I've gotten stuff tailored before, and it's already hard enough finding stuff that fits for, myself. Then I have to go and find a good tailor and then have it tailored there. And hopefully I don't grow too much. Hopefully I don't outgrow what I'm in right now. You know what I'm saying? And I really had to be meticulous on, like, oh shoot, well, I have to lose weight first, because I've been in the other side of things where I get clothes when I'm skinnier, then I gain weight, and then what happens, right? So, and again, it could be worse. I'm definitely blessed, but excuse me. But that's the stuff, I've had to go through for clothes. So of course, when a place has a 50% off thing, and I'm not able to get any other loans or grants, and I'm running two businesses. I'm running Lay on the Pedal, which is broad as it is, and then you have Amway, Worldwide Communicate. And those are both your own businesses, even though one's more official than the other, but there's still two businesses. I have to look presentable, because I tried going out there canvassing in old shorts and a t-shirt and holy t-shirts. It's not popping like that. I'm sorry. It's just not popping like that. So you go out there, looking like this, and it's like, I'm in Westminster. So again, I went to areas like Park Meadows. I went to areas like Flatiron. I went to Cherry Creek even. And you would think that looking better would be cool. No, I got hate for that. I definitely got hate for looking good. You get kind of the blind stares when they look at the rollie, which again is from the family that I helped out. But, I'm trying to be better than them. But you're in a society where you're a tall black man, so everyone's looking at you already. Everyone's looking at you to see, like, how you're dressed and how you put yourself together. And I grew up underneath my pops, where he dressed down to fit how he felt about himself, because he wasn't able to live the life that he wanted to. So he often dressed down and wore the same things over and over. So I took that upon myself and started doing that too. So that's the reason, if you saw, I always wore the same stuff, and I couldn't afford anything. And I didn't want to ask for help out of Mr. Denmark. Like you asked me, you're the one that asked me if I needed some clothes or help at the time. I did, but I didn't want to involve that. Because it's already in Colorado, men are already at a losing streak when it comes to marriage and child support. And this isn't to downplay women or anything like that. I mean, we could settle the debate right now that if you hold your seat in the first place, you shouldn't have to worry about it. If you're responsible with who you lay with, you shouldn't have to worry about all that. I mean, it's somebody that, addicted to sex and pornography and all that, which so I don't use this, what I'm saying? For people that are racist and all that. And I played Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto and raced and all that, and numb myself all the time to get away from the realities of the world. I had to. So it's like, that kept me from running the streets. You know what I'm saying? That kept me from not, thinking with that head versus this one, right? Not justifying the behavior per se, but in terms of any form of escapism, but that in conjunction with like minding who I'm sleeping with, um, and that prevents a lot of the stuff. And even if you do sleep with someone, being aware of what you're doing with that. From that point, I'm not going to say like if you have a baby with someone else that it is fair. It is not for men right now. In terms of all the false rape accusations out there, all the cases where men are paying child support for other people's kids, alimony, all that, you know what I'm saying? But, with my father, he was definitely oppressed in more ways than one. And it was like they were waiting for him to mess up any which way. He had to go to parenting classes. And I mean, if he messed up one time, I was going back to my mother. Like there was no mistake. And he already messed up at that point. But it's like I prefer being with my father than my mother. Because again, if I was with my mother, I didn't have a father figure. I didn't have a man in my life, and I would have been into gang banging and slanging dope. Or dead. And I've known too many stories of people that are no longer there. A personal story with my cousin, someone that used to be my friend. She was in Aurora and she got raped and killed. A gun was to her head and she had to let the dude rape her. Like there's some crazy stuff. But it's like, who am I going to tell about that? It's like I just got out. You're talking to somebody that was in special education when I went to Smith and Maxwell Elementary. When I got over to East Ridge, I was in that rift between anger management and special education. I still had to go away from class, and I was a class clown. I got in trouble a lot because I had a bad home environment. Then 2nd grade to 7th grade, I was in anger management, and I just graduated from anger management when I was in 7th grade. So, and that's a meeting that had to take place with social workers and my pops and like certain deans to ensure that I was fit to be off of there. So, which is why I took a quiet approach. Like a lot of y'all knew me as a class clown growing up, because it was to avoid the pain. To avoid the pain. You saw me wear a smile. I wasn't happy about anything. I was mad suicidal. I was, masturbating like 4 or 5 times a day. I played nothing but video games. I was drugged, I would rather drug myself up though than to be on Ritalin all day. A lot of people don't understand. My mother was about to put me on a 2nd dose of Ritalin, and on top of other drugs I was on as a kid. And like one experimental drug, it had like blue little bitty balls inside a pill form. I like got a mad allergic to it. And that's the only thing I remember. Besides that, I was high all the time. So when I finally graduated from that, which it kept me out of a lot of fights. I was like, well, to stay out of fights, because I could say how I feel, but if I tell people that I'm getting abused by my father, he's going to jail. If I tell people, I already told people what my mother was capable of, and they thought I was crazy, and she helped that notion, deeming me and my father crazy because they're saying that he's being brainwashed and he's helping his son to hate his mother. And it's already a stigma to not to not love your mother at that time. Like now I forgive her and I understand. I don't justify her actions, but I look at the upper people for allowing a system to where a mother felt like she had to drug her kid just to make it, that she felt that she had to use people and sue everyone to make it. So, I forgive her and I love her because she's my mother. But at the same time, it's just like her and her family situation. They got to figure that out before I would ever be a part of that again. And even on my father's side, the way they treated him and vice versa, they'd have to work it out too for us all to be a big loving family. But you're talking to somebody that was in between 2 family wars, like 2 separate wars. Like my mother had beef with her family over my cousin Dante getting shot. And my father had a war with his family because he was a moonshine baby. And my mother's mother died at 14. So, and then I'm in the middle of those 2. So I don't have any family to lean on. I didn't have any family to lean on. I do now. But like in terms of family, no, I did not. And I mean, that's why the situation with my ex-fiance hurt so bad, because that was like the first family I had. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, even me and my pops got to it a lot. And um, I never could open up to him about my addictions and escapisms because I was seen as weak, but he felt his experience growing up in racism. He's 63, you know what I'm saying? So he grew up in that time when it was heavy. And he was molding me into the man he felt I needed to be to fight the world out here. You know, so of course I'm not going to throw the man under the bus to social services and everybody wanting the man to screw up. So I much rather just take my hits to the face, take my hits to the nose, get fucked up in every way, which shape or form. And people wonder why. Yes, of course I'm going to abuse a cat and a dog and other people if I'm coming from abuse, if I'm coming from ancestors that were slaves, if I'm coming from where our community thinks it's, you know, that's the way to entirely to raise a kid is by discipline. Discipline's important. But I mean, shoot, I was abused for sure on both sides. So, I mean, and that's why I didn't want pets of my own, you know, Bandit and Habanero, because I was like, I'm not ready. And I mean, even now, I don't want a kid because it's like, where am I going to bring them in this world, right? So, you know, Bandit was here, and I'm glad I saved him for Pause for Life. I'm glad I've saved him from, you know, he was about to get murdered for you know, the kill center over in Texas. So whether he's not with me, glad he's with the family now that he's safe on, regardless of how I treated him and regardless of where he came from. With Habanero, I'm glad, you know, for Paul's Angels with Paul, excuse me, they're great. She wasn't getting mistreated. I'm glad she's with, you know, and I do plan eventually, I do want to live separate. Just no disrespect, but it's like I want my own place. I never had my own place. I've always been rooming with somebody. And you know, that's her cat primarily. Sure, my name's underneath it for Bandit and Habanero, but that's their pets at the end of the day. I never wanted a dog or a cat, honestly. No disrespect. It's just I never wanted one. So moving on from that. So yeah, of course, you know, and that's why I'm there with my pops after COVID. And he almost died. I mean, one of many times dude almost died. Dude almost died in the hospital due to blood vessel bursting twice. Diabetes once, getting his was it his appendix, or so he got one of those removed too. And he just had COVID, almost died. And then he just had he had an episode where he was dehydrated on top of his other ailments, not getting enough medicine and stuff, because he had a little stroke when he got COVID. So he fell outside. If it wasn't for thank you, Bridget and Aslan, for noticing, and all the other people that noticed that he fell outside his car last week. And I'm thank God he fell on, even though he has a big old gash on his elbow and scrapes on his other elbows and knees. Like I'm glad that, you know, people caught him, because if not, like caught him falling, not like catching him from the air, but saw him fall, and he didn't fall on his head, because he might have been dead on that too, if not something crazy happening. So, I mean, I've dealt with nothing but strife. Like my life could, you know, it could be definitely worse. And I've been judged for always being the kind of optimistic person on that. But for what? I was like, when my life has mostly been crazy, when I've wanted to be suicidal because my parents are fighting, and I'm being blamed because my pops can't live a life that he wants to live. And then on the other side, I'm being called, you know, brainwashed and inadequate because I'm siding with my father after I found out he did pay child support, and he didn't just leave us hanging like you said he did for all those years. And then constantly just being in the middle growing up, and then having other kids come to me, and I can't hang out with kids. I couldn't go after the crushes I wanted because I was scared they were going to get stalked. I mean, even the ex I went to prom with was scared for her life because of my mother. My ex-fiance showed up to court for me to get the restraining order, which, I mean, if a son has to go to get a restraining order against his mother, which, I mean, Aurora police was incompetent. And I mean, I'm glad now, because, you know, I'm not as bitter as I was back then to want to throw her in jail now, because I understand, you know, and I had to grow from that. But man, like I know what it is, man. So anybody that wants to say, you know, when a trademark goes through and when I get clientele and things of that nature, and I ink, you know, get what's coming for me. If anybody says I didn't earn it, they tripping. That's all I gotta say. If anybody says I didn't earn what I have today, they're bugging. That's all I have to say. And like, you know, especially when you have to talk, you know, you have to talk a certain way. You can't talk deep because you're 6'6" and black and you're a man. So, you know, you sit, especially live in white neighborhoods, you come around talking deep. That's you already get looks as is, but you getting the cops called. When I went to go film this stuff in Wyoming for traffic lights, I got the cops called on me for filming traffic lights. And that's during these times. Imagine if it wasn't during these times and I didn't have a video camera, what would have happened to me? You know what I'm saying? So I'm using my platform for other people. You know, the reason why it's so broad and Lay on the Pedal so broad is because I'm using it for other people. I understand people are mad at corporations and millionaires, billionaires, trillionaires for like getting paid and leaving everyone hanging. I'm there with you. I'm here with you. I'm the reason I'm in debt so much right now and struggling so much is because I'm elevating everyone else first. You know what I'm saying? I'm not voting because I see my brothers and sisters locked in the penitentiary. I see my brothers and sisters in ICE getting trafficked. I'm seeing, I can't even see the kids that have been trafficked or are getting sold off. But excuse me, but you want me to vote for this system? Hell no, bro. And it's I have no interest in taking down companies. I know I'm kind of going in, got another minute till we get into another segment here. I have no interest in ruining people's families and taking down things of that nature. I have no interest in that. Like so many other companies, I've worked at Dish and I've seen people's families just get dismantled because they worked 20 years there and they just let them go. Like they don't matter. Like you don't fit our quota. You don't fit our numbers and statistics. Everybody, data. One thing, you work at these Fortune companies, data. It doesn't matter. You either hit the numbers or you don't. They don't care. And it's when you deal with humans, you can't just put it to numbers. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. You can't just put it to numbers and expect it to just go the way you want it to go. It's not going to work like that. So it's 10 o'clock now. So we're going to the other segment for a COVID recap. I'm probably going to do this. Is going to be my last day on that too, doing the long introduction and the COVID recap. I'll probably make it shorter. I'll still probably start at 9 in the morning, but I'll probably end it a couple hours earlier just to, because I mean, I could talk about COVID all the time, but there's only so much I could say on my own situation, unless other people want to share. But again, thank you for your time. You're still hanging on. If you see this now or later, thank you for hanging on. I appreciate it. So I'll talk about the situation with my personal situation with COVID again. And in conjunction, again, with what happened with Twilio and me quitting, you know, when I think back on it, because the ambulance my pops went, which his name is Herman Charles Robinson. And he went to, dang, I shouldn't have drank this tea on an empty stomach. I'm feeling all like, ooh. Give me just a second. I'm gonna take the Tums real quick, but I'll still keep talking to you. So, you know, he got COVID in April of this year, and it was, like I said, when I was younger, I helped him drive a cab, and he's always had to go back to driving a cab because of the situation. So, excuse me with this. But, you know, he was doing an Access-a-Ride for people that couldn't, you know, walk, wheelchairs, for people that needed to do dialysis. So it's like, I already saw that when I was young. I'm used to the dude. You're talking to someone again. I was used to my father being in the hospital. A lot of the time he gave me and my brother flack because we preferred to play video games than be in the hospital with him. And, you know, he guilt tripped me all the time. And I get it, but it was just like, I'm already dealing with a lot. I don't want to see you in a bed in the hospital. I'm sorry. Like, that doesn't mean I don't love and support you. I just don't want to see you like that. But after getting beat up so many times on that subject, like when he went to Sky Ridge, the time that his nose burst again, I was there as much as I could be. I almost got into it with him because he was like, well, why aren't you there more? I was like, I was going to school. Like, I mean, I only had enough change. That was my allowance, was getting the leftover change he gave me. And my ex that I went to prom with didn't really understand why I spent so much money. Like, I mean, not even so much money, but why there's times I was selfish just because I didn't. And like, my pops wanted me to focus on school and not get a job. I wanted a job so I could have money to get what I want. But that wasn't the case. He wanted me to focus. So the only money I had was spare change. So when I would get enough spare change alongside, I used to work at Prairie Middle School on the line, like Jawan and Kyle will tell you that. We used to work on the line serving pizzas and stuff. But yeah. So, I wasn't able to do that in high school. But anyway, this happened in 8th grade where he went to the hospital again. And I didn't have enough money to go to the hospital. Like I only could do it like maybe one time. But I had our Auntie Pete, she was there thankfully. And she kind of stayed with me and made sure that, I was good to go. And she would drive me to see him. And then not to mention the other diabetes thing. So, I mean, again, I'm used to him going to the hospital. So at this point, he grew up in the era where drinking and smoking was okay. Like a lot of the older generational people, you had to be cool. You had to smoke, you had to drink. So dude already would go to alcohol to alleviate the pain that he went through. And he, abused sweets. There's a lot of times I went to the store, I would have to walk to go get some candy bars. I'd have to drive Pearl, which is the Jeep we had, to go to the store to get him some candy bars, like 2, 3, 4 candy bars. You know what I'm saying? So it's not hard to foresee that if this keeps up, something's going to happen. So, I eventually got frustrated. I mean, I even told him recently, I'm tired of you being in the hospital. Like, I'm tired. Like, I'm tired, But yeah, he had COVID. Before he had COVID, excuse me. This is a tough topic, but I would, there was a time he should remember, but I literally screamed at him like, hey, like, if you keep this up, you're gonna die. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want you to die, but it's like you're not taking care of yourself. But at the end of the day, as I teach now, like, you can't help someone heal that doesn't want to heal themselves, right? And I mean, even that, whatever I say, I'm next in line for it. So I understand I'm not a perfect person talking to anyone right now. But seeing your father, a person you look up to, putting himself through that, you get tired. And especially when you see physical results of doing into the hospital. So I told him that. He still continued to do what he do. And when me and Alyssa moved out, I told him, and that's around when COVID was getting heavy. I was like, be careful. He was more worried about me and her. And I was like, no, you need to worry about yourself. Because I was like, I already knew with the pre-existing stuff, you have high blood pressure, diabetes type 2 that you still have because you didn't take it seriously enough. And just, you have a history of smoking and things of that nature. Even though he hasn't smoked, which I'm proud of him on. He quit right after that time he went to the hospital and almost died there, which, it takes what it takes sometimes. But besides all that, I was like, you're not taking care of yourself. And when I was, trying to sell vitamins to him to boost his immune system, he wasn't having it. Because, I mean, he didn't support me being an entrepreneur anyway. He didn't support that, especially Amway. Dude was like, no way. He was like, you're supposed to go to school and be, an engineer. Like, honestly, he lived through me. He wanted me to play basketball, football, and make it to the NBA, NFL, and wanted me to be an engineer, go to Colorado School of Mines, graduate from there, and just be that person that I could be for me. But it was mostly honestly for him. And he wanted me, he didn't look at my younger brother for that. He wanted me to do that. So like, though I was trying to sell him vitamins to boost his immune system, he wasn't having it. So at this point, I'm just like, well, when is it going to happen? Dude doesn't talk to me. And I have to find out he has COVID from another person externally. Like, he didn't even tell me. You know, like I found out from what was her name? Was it Johansson or something? Excuse me, I forgot. Forgive me how to pronounce it, but she worked with the Tri-County Health, and she was calling around, and her job was to call people that were documented to be associated with someone that had COVID to ensure that the spread was not out of control. So she called me seeing if I like had it, and I was like, why are you calling? And she told me, like, you know, your pops has it. And I was like, that's news to me. I was like, I was livid. I was like, how, like, why wasn't I notified? Not only not by Royal Medical, but not by him. That's a personal thing. But Royal Medical didn't call me either, even though like Pops says he gave him my number. And that's the second time he went to Royal Medical. The first time was the time before he went to Skyridge. And even that time, we did not like him being at Aurora Medical because how they treat people. And I mean, you could ask a lot of people that have been there. They suck. I hate to say it, but it's like, you're not bad people. But if you don't take seriously taking care of people, you shouldn't be in a business serving people. It's just common sense. Like, I don't understand what the problem is. But the second time he was there, they told him they had a body bag waiting for him in the basement. And I mean, due to COVID, and I mean, I'm blessed and he's blessed. Our family is blessed because there's a lot of families. He told me that he heard screaming and people getting tubes shoved down their throat. Luckily, he didn't have to get on a ventilator. But just, he just hearing people scream and cry because they can't see their family members. They can't see their loved ones, and it's like, yes, and this is not to downplay the struggle they went through or anyone is going through because of the surge of COVID or any other medical emergency or time of stress or duress. But it's like you have a responsibility to call and check in, as if I were there in person, I would want to have an update on what's going on. I would think that you would be trained how to deal with that. But it's like, I understand it. Again, me and my lady were on this COVID stuff before it got crazy. So I already knew what people were going through. And plus, I'm pretty empathetic in general, and I'm patient. So I'm not going to sit here and go off on you as soon as you don't hit me up. But it's like, you already didn't tell me my father had COVID until after I already found out. And dude was in ICU on 80% oxygen, almost dead. You know what I'm saying? So of course I'm gonna be irritated. So I already waited a little bit more, and they still wouldn't call me. So I had to call them, and I had to fight to get updates. Like they were trying to push the dude into the grave, like, and just like they did with other people, and say like, oh, it's just COVID. Too bad. Like, and I wasn't letting it happen. I was like, I already had to pay dude's rent and utilities. And like I said, I think Griffith's Apartments, which is where I'm at now, for the road in the bump in the road project, because if it wasn't for that, Alyssa and Habanero would have been on the street. You know what I'm saying? And I had to scramble for that because I didn't get mentorship like Amway Worldwide claims they do. You know what I'm saying? Mostly worldwide. I didn't get that mentorship, which is the whole reason the program exists in the first place. So, I'm at the point where I've been making decisions for myself and my brand and my business, and even for our livelihood. So at this point, I'm like, I'm scrambling around trying to pay for Pop's utilities and stuff. And like, how are we going to make it paying for both? Like, we already are struggling with me trying to build Lay on the Pedal, me build Amway and keeping the upkeep on that. And, just everything else, like me recently, putting Habanero in the hospital. So I had to pay that back and all that. So it's like, I'm already struggling. And then you have that on top of it. So it's like, okay, my patience is running thin. I got to know what's happening with my father, like what's going on. So it took me dang near going off, like for a lady finally to call me. She finally called me, and it was the same lady that took him down to General Med after 11 days. And she let me know she was doing that. I never got a call from General Med. They never let me know dude was going home, and Pops had to call my younger brother, say wrong, like to get him out of there. And they sent him home like with oxygen, but they had to wait 2 hours. he had to like request. They said they were going to give him oxygen. They did not, and it was one of those green tanks, and he had to like request it, and they had to go. And I mean, he requested to go home. What they were going to do is send him to a Spalding rehab. That's what they were talking about. And I feel they would have killed dude if they did that. And so though I was irritated with him not calling me to take him home, but at that point, like they never gave us a confirmation that he did not have COVID. So that was another stressor. Like, well, does he still have COVID or not? And like me and Alyssa were stressed because it was like, well, if C just picked him up, he might have it. So I'm like panicking over there. Like, it was just crazy. And then I'm still working at Twilio, which I mean, this falls within the 3-week period. I'm like trying to legally change my name at the same time. I'm trying to, you know, move my brand up. I'm trying to sponsor people that want to be in business for themselves on top of trying to figure everything out. So I was glad that at least Twilio was trying to give people 3 weeks. Was it 3? Yeah, 3 weeks to figure it out, you know, like, but I wasn't making enough, which I already stressed at Twilio anyway, was like, a lot of people don't understand Colorado natives already have a hard time anyway, because I mean, I talked to people literally that they got moved to Colorado. So they already were making more, like 70K plus, because they got moved to Colorado. Someone like myself, that was a native, we didn't get our salaries boosted with the boom after marijuana was legalized. So, and I mean, I wasn't just me, it was other people off of support too, but you can't make it. Like, you have to room with somebody. And you know, I talked to people that, you know, were just like, yeah, I got, you know, he wasn't from Colorado. He was like, yeah, we found a cheaper place. You need help, let us know. But I found a cheap place for $2,200 a month. I was like, $2,200 a month. I was like, I can't even afford 15 by myself. Like, come on now. But I was already struggling at Twilio for more money. I was already trying to get raises, and that's why I was busting my ass for like building ideas and ways to not only keep the community close, but, you know, try to explain, like, I had to do a lot of stuff because I couldn't perform how I was supposed to because of situations where it wasn't built right. The support system was not built right. It wasn't. It was just the volume was 500 tickets and your score had to be a 24. And it didn't matter if it was your fault or not. Your score as an agent was intertwined with the score of just regular satisfaction. So if they had a trend that wasn't solved for 3 months and you happen to be that agent, guess what? If they're not satisfied, your score is coming down because of it. You know, and it was hard to do quality and quantity and quality at the same time. It's just unrealistic. On top of the other things I was going through already. So when they gave me the 3 weeks, which it paid, which again, I was thankful for, that's time that a lot of other people didn't have. I was scrambling because I was like, okay, I got to go to these places and get my name changed legally. I don't have enough money, and I'm still fronting. I have to pay to change my name. I have to pay for that. I had to pay for that on top of all the other stuff going on. So there was no way I was going to make it doing what I was doing. And I still had to take care of Pops. I still had to take care of him. When my brother couldn't, he was still in school. And I was like, I'm not going to have my brother jeopardize his school to work extra to help out. Like, I got to figure it out. So, you know, and I was tired with Twilio in that situation. I'm going to just take this hat off. It's like falling off. But I couldn't keep doing that situation. So, of course, I quit. Because when I got back, nobody asked me how my Pops was doing. It was just, and I already at this point, it was a few months deep already with me putting my presentation and also bringing to the legal team for HR about the issues I faced with racism and segregation, as well as the divide between Twilio and SendGrid. They weren't taking my case seriously. The only thing the legal team found out was that SendGrid and Twilio has a divide that big, which I caught out in the first place. But nobody was taking that seriously. The woman that was on my HR case, she left. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I couldn't take it no more. I was like, you still want me to just work, 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 despite me doing what I'm doing. And at this point, I already worked at home for a few months because I didn't feel comfortable. I already got accused for sexual harassment and all that. And it's like for dapping people, and it's like for the women that I hug, it's like y'all should. I'm a personable dude, and it's like I already know what's going out here for Emmett Till. Like I don't need to say all the names of the people that have been sexually accused and shit. Like I see that. That's why I just would rather look at a screen and do my thing there, because it's like I don't feel like dealing with it. So of course, like if you tell me, if you have enough ovaries, you know what I'm saying, to tell me like what's up, which women have had. Like again, I talked about it yesterday and I'll talk about it one more time. But you know, they did not, there's a transfer of energy when you touch. So they didn't want to be touched. And I was cool with it. I was like, can we give each other dap then? They were cool with that. So we gave each other dap. And I went to different stores. And guess what happened? When I respected their boundaries, they ended up giving me a hug. And I was the only one they gave a hug to. So, I mean, obviously, I know what that's like. And obviously, I've seen people that could set those boundaries for themselves. But you have all that segregation and all the fucking stereotypes and all this politics. And like I said yesterday, and I'll stick to it, yes, I'm an attractive dude. They probably found me attractive. And it was like I made them feel a certain way. I'm just being honest. And but it's just like, and I mean, I had a situation with two other women that worked downstairs, and I gave them banter, and their names were Maria and Maria. You know what I'm saying? And they would fuel us, give us our food. Like we had oatmeal, spoiled shit. Like it was like going from Floor and Decor and other places to that, like was like, all right, this is royalty. Like we're getting fruit every morning and stuff. Like this is nuts. So nobody would really talk to him too much. So I built a rapport and relationship with them. And like one of them was cool with hugging me. The other one wasn't. I gave the other one shit because she always gives me shit. Then somebody on my team snitched to HR and was like, oh, this person's making this person feel uncomfortable. And honestly, it was probably the same person that didn't tell me she was uncomfortable with me touching her. So there was that going on. So I was going through a lot of shit when I quit. And a lot of people don't understand that. And a lot of people, especially my financial institutions that, have closed my accounts, Canvas Credit Union, as well as, the other places, Chase and Bank of America, that have had people leave because of racism and things of that nature that don't address it. But you wanted me to stay and work there. And I was due for a award the next day to get recognized for me standing up and fighting. But it's like, why wasn't that the day when I got back? Why, when I got back, nobody cared, even though I put a post out there saying, like, before I left for the vacation or whatever, that of what I was going through. So to me, it was just highly disrespectful that when I get back, rather than anyone asking how I'm doing, why aren't you working? Bitch, what about all this stuff I did for y'all? What about that? That's all I'm saying. So I wish the best for everybody involved, like from SendGrid, from Twilio. I'm not saying everybody's bad, but it's like at the end of the day, the same problem I have with y'all is the same problem I have with everyone. Is if you see something going on and you don't say anything and you don't stand up and fight, you're as bad as the people doing it. And that's why we're in this situation right now. I understand a lot of people don't want to sacrifice their livelihood. In the same breath, you rather sell out and kiss somebody's ass than be there for your kid. You rather sell out and kiss somebody's ass than sit there and fight for your value system. It's like we're all stronger than the fucking maybe 50 people. Let's go 100. 7 billion people. Let's go 6 billion are stronger than a few hundred across the world. And nobody wants to speak up. It takes somebody like me that is willing to put their livelihood on the line, that didn't know how they were going to make it work when their father was trying to heal from COVID and he didn't know he was going to survive, to like telling, the person I'm with, go to school, even though I don't know how I'm going to pay for it. because that's your dream, and your dream shouldn't be affected by stuff of my life that's going on. And she's a sweetheart. I don't care that she's white. Like, I've dealt with a lot of white people, which I get judged on because it's like, well, you're black. I mean, I've been judged by my mother. I've been judged by my godmother. She's cool now, but I've been judged by my father. I've been judged by various black people. Why are you with white women? Because they're the only ones that give me any play. I wasn't slanging dope. I wasn't sitting here toting this pistol. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't sitting here. I wasn't interested in learning how to crip walk. I wasn't interested in learning how to throw up bees and shit. I wasn't interested in that. I wasn't interested in being loud and shouting across. And am I saying all black queens are like that? No. But I was judged the most by black women because I wasn't the stereotypical thing. Walk with me real quick. I'm gonna it's been a little bit. It's like 10:33. I'm gonna go ahead and let Habanero out. Hopefully she doesn't eat shit off of the floor. She loves eating carpet and other things. So, all right, girl. So, you know, not getting play from white women, and then there is racism from other races too, because they're like, well, we don't want y'all to date outside of your race. And I'm talking about Hispanic women, Latina women, you know, Asian, Muslim women. Shoot. And the white women I did date, they couldn't even tell. Online dating is weird already. I had to do it because, again, my situation, you know what I'm saying? I had to online date. So there's already a stigma around online dating, but then I'm black. So they couldn't even tell their family that they met me online. We had to make up a lie, which I mean should have been a deal breaker in the first place, but it is what it is. But they couldn't even tell their families that we met online. It was a lie or some other stuff, you know, like for the first one, for my ex in prom, where did we say we met? I don't know. The one, my ex-fiance, I had to lie and say I went to college with her up there in Front Range. And then it was me when I asked for her hand in marriage that had to say like, hey, we actually met here, not there. And it's like, it's just, you can find stuff in the small stuff. If it's something so small where someone can't take pride in you in something so small, they're not going to do it when it gets big. And that's why the ex-fiance situation blew up so bad. If she wasn't going to stand up for me on an online basis, she wasn't going to stand up for me when I'm fighting for people with pornography addictions, fighting for people with various forms of escapisms. And I'm glad they're happy, but they couldn't understand the life I've lived. If they couldn't grasp that. When they asked me couch what's it like to be black, I can't sit here and tell you what it's like to be black. When you're from small towns, small white towns, same with everyone else. I can't tell you what it's going to be like to be black. You wouldn't know the first thing. And even if you with all this Black Lives Don't Eat It hobby, with all these Black Lives, you know, matter stuff. I don't mean this the faux narrative where we're still talking about nothing but busting knees, which is understandable. I'm not talking about our people that have to do it because they don't talk about we have to slang dope. We have to kill each other because that's it's dog eat dog out there. When your stomach is touching and you don't have your mother can't get a job. You have a baby you have to take care of. You don't have any money. What are you going to do? You're going to go rob somebody. What are you going to do? You're going to get some drugs and sell to somebody who wants to be a trick instead of a pimp. You're going to go pimp somebody else instead of letting yourself and your family starve. But the same thing our system wants us to, you know, avoid. I encourage them talking about it. Talk about how you had to slang dope. Talk about how you had to shoot one another because that's what you had to do to survive. A lot of people don't think I understand that. I wholeheartedly understand. I wholeheartedly understand what you had to do. to survive. So going back to like COVID, it's like I decided to take care of that man when I been abused by him. And I respect him greatly because I couldn't be who I am talking to you right now if it wasn't for that. I couldn't be who I am today if it wasn't for him. So I wasn't going to let him die. I had people praying for him, myself included. I wasn't going to let him go to an apartment complex where he didn't have a home anymore after coming out the hospital. I wasn't going to sit down and have a good fancy job when I felt depression at a holiday party. I wasn't going to sit there and hear stories about my Black brothers and sisters getting mistreated at a place that's supposed to be equal and not use my platform to fight. I didn't get my company and my brand to not use that to fight. I've been putting it on the line for my people. I've been putting it on the line for myself. I've been hustling. I've been grinding. This shit ain't new to me. You know what I'm saying? Which is why I even, same with Nway Worldwide and Communicate, I'm like, if I could do it, why can't y'all? I understand everybody that wants to keep their family safe, but as you can see, we all ain't safe no more. We're all about to be underneath this fucking new world order that they're trying to push underneath the guise of COVID. It's a fight that's been going on since the beginning of time, where people feel they have a certain last name or a certain status quo that they're better and more apt than other people. That they feel the need that they could sit there and disrespect and treat families lesser than because they work on a field, because they're a janitor. Some of the most real people I've met are janitors. Various places across the world. I mean, shoot, you look at this device right here. That's $1,100 face value, but across the world in China, somebody's making it for 14 cents an hour, if that. And we wonder why we're getting scammed. We wonder, and I worked closely when I was with Twilio with the compliance team. And we wonder why we get scammed, because on top of us treating people like stuff normally, we have a virus going on, and people are still forcing people to work. People are still forcing people to work normally as if nothing is happening. And you have the same group of people that is still acting like nothing is happening. And that's not the truth. See, my story has always been too real for people. A lot of people wonder why I can't sit there and tell you my story in person. Well, why didn't you tell us your story in person, Doc? How could I? I'm seen as threatening if I tell you my story in person. If I raise my voice, which I did at Twilio, I'm seen as threatening. If I tell you that I've had various forms of escapism, if I tell you I've had suicidal thoughts, if I tell you all the stuff I went through, would you sit down and listen? Would you still listen to me if I was out in public with the do-rag on? Would you listen to me if I had this gold chain underneath still that a lot of people judge because they wear gold chains and rollies and gold? Would you judge me because of that? Or what if I didn't have this blazer on? What if I just had this vest on? What if I didn't have the vest on and just had the shirt? What if I just had the tie? What if I didn't have the tie? What if I was wearing shorts? What if I was wearing sweats? I mean, I think we forget often that we were naked once upon a time. I mean, and that we still use the bathroom. We all do. We all got here by reproduction of some sort. I think we forget that. And that's why I'm the unpopular opinion that sure, Black Lives Matter. They do. I definitely agree with that, but not with the notion that we have to endorse the very thing that is making us look stupid. No, of course, we could all talk about sex. Of course, we could all talk about busting shots. We all can do that. We all could be prostitutes if we wanted to. We all could do all that. That's not hard. We're animals. We all could do that. But we have the ability. No other creature has ever built something like this and is continuing to build. And we are so genius at making stuff. And I'm not going to sit here and go into the depths of how COVID was created, if at all. I don't know that. I don't need to know that. But if we could sit here and get to the moon, if we can sit here and find out a way to make another nuclear bomb, if we could sit here and find all these different ways to destroy each other and to conquer each other, you mean to tell me we can't find a way to give back to our planet in the same fashion that we're taking away from her and each other? It just doesn't make sense. We don't have a cure for AIDS. We don't have a cure for cancer. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. We don't even have a general knowledge on what to put in our bodies. How I could know this is when I go to the store. How many people run to rubbing alcohol? How many people run to cleaning products? Whereas I'm still seeing vitamins full. I'm still seeing fruits and vegetables full. I'm still seeing herbs full. But who's going to talk about that? We're talking about a vaccine. We ain't sitting here talking about we're not talking about anything that matters right now on a global scale. We're still distracted. We're still divided. We're still attacking each other. And I'm just like, for what? But it takes me being in the same level as my brothers and sisters, who so many people are getting collection calls from credit card companies and banks and institutions who couldn't give two shits on why you're in debt. You got people in student loans with $300K in debt, which I know hella people with full-blown bachelor degrees, some people with master degrees, they can't find a job. And they're working at another job that doesn't even relate. Dude had a psychology degree working support with me in Twilio. You should be on the human resources team. That's where you should be. What's it going to take? Isn't this it? It took me this to go all in, you know what I'm saying? Finally, you know what I'm saying? It took me this to sit here and call these companies out when I was waiting. Even when I was still struggling, I still waited and still tried to reach out to these companies on a nicer level. Like, hey, please give us the respect we deserve. Please. Nah. At this point, we have to take it. And if they're not willing to give it, if they're not willing to give equality, if they're not willing to give us the benefit of a doubt, to treat us like another human being that has blood, that has family, whoever you are, you have to answer for that. Am I saying I am the creator and no, I'm the God of myself. I'm the doctor of myself. I put myself on. And I'm using myself to build up our communities. But it's like, I can't do anything if no one else is trying to. I could do everything in my power to make people try to believe in themselves. But if nobody else wants to stand up and wants to let themselves get taken over, cool, that's up to you. But I'll be damned if my family suffers. when I've been through all this shit I've been through. I'll be damned if people I care about that put food on my plate, that took care of me. I'll be damned if they're struggling. I got people to feed. So if y'all don't want to stand up, I'm standing up. Pay me. I put my work in. Take care of these families, man. I heard about a story with a younger boy, man. Both of his parents died because of COVID. What are you going to do? He's like 17, 18 years old. He might be a little older. Either way, it doesn't matter if you're 17 to 23, or even if you're 40, losing both parents at the same time because of a virus that's going around that we could have prevented. It's tough. That is tough. But people don't want to hear about that. People would rather hear about who can we gossip on now? People don't want to fight for what's important, what's right, and it's each other. To understand and have these difficult conversations. Who wants to get in a room and have a conversation with me about this in this regard? It's not the average person, I'll tell you that much, because I've tried. It's not the average small business. I've tried that. I've tried a nonprofit organization. You could go to Colorado People's Alliance and go to their website. And so I was out there in Aurora trying to speak for the minimum wage increase, which, I mean, isn't enough because ownership is what we need. But they couldn't give me partnership on that. You see the YouTube video of me out there with George Floyd. There's a picture of me when I was at the rally for Elijah McClain. Unfortunately, I was unable to travel to the other places where the other lives have been affected. I've been out here on the front lines trying to fight. But that's not what the media wants you to hear. The media doesn't want you to hear an actual Black person, Black man that actually built something, built a brand without killing somebody, built a brand without slinging dope, built the brand without sitting here taking anyone else down and shitting on other people to do it. Moreover, they don't want to hear a Black man talk about how he wants to unify everyone. Instead, they want to continue the narrative of Black Lives Matter and push people that want to keep fighting each other and want to keep pushing division, especially with this election coming up. How many parties do we need? How many? The Green Party, Republicans, Democrats. Again, you're talking to somebody that took AP Gov. How many parties do we need to figure it out? I mean, just a simple quote, divided we fall, united we stand. I don't get it. I don't understand. What are some more COVID stories, man? Besides people getting deemed to have COVID and the cause of death is COVID, despite if they had a heart attack, despite if they had lung failure, despite we barely heard about New York when they have, mass graves and mass bodies being sent. No one talked about Mexico where, the obituaries too, but the cemetery services were stacked for months. And people had to literally steal their body back, their family's body back, to have a proper burial. No one talks about that. A lot of people could give two shits about ICE. We just had a house burned up in Green Valley Ranch of an African family, arson, people dead. No, nothing. I haven't heard nothing on the case on that. Elijah McClain still hasn't received justice. The killers of Breonna Taylor still have not been a benefactor of justice. I don't understand. But we just had somebody in Missouri, right? Two brothers that just molested kids, and they get 5 weeks probation. Okay. It's taking Australia for their news source to actually post what news is, to actually be what a journalist is. You know why? Because their whole country was just on fire on top of COVID. They're over there by themselves. You think they got time to lie? No, they do not. I'm 30K in debt, scrambling for rent and utilities and shit. And you think I got time to lie? No, I don't. What's it going to take, everybody? And this isn't just America. This is across the world. But what's it going to take for us to stop shitting on one another? What's it going to take? I mean, to me, the solution is not that big of an issue. If you want to reform the justice system, which is long overdue, because I'm tired of these private corporations utilizing their populace for income and profit. If you really want to make a difference, how about you make more programs and keep them out of jail versus telling people they're going to go right back in jail and prison? And they usually do, because they don't have no support system. But we have James Holmes, who shot up a whole movie theater that is left alive by the very same police department that took my neighbor Eric. And they had shotties, assault rifles, pistols. I don't know how me and my lady made it upstairs when it was guarded off. God's work. Dismantled that family. They were forced to be evicted, and they didn't even release a story. Heather Ridge Gardens didn't release a story on that. But the same department that could do that, the same department that could kill Elijah McClain, can't even shoot a man that decimated a movie theater that changed the history of Aurora for good. That was set to blow up a whole apartment complex because he had his shit laced with bombs. I see. But we're not going to talk about Nathan Bradley even. That's a good cop. We're not going to talk about the good cops or even on my girl side of the family that have a lot of cops that actually care about their job, that they have kids that are scared to say when they go to work, bring your child to work day. What does your parent do? You think the kid's going to want to say that their parent's a cop? Which is why I've tried to go around to different communities for police officers to set stuff up so we could, instead of there neo-Nazis inside the police force, that needs to be handled. Terrorist organizations should not be in secret societies and fucking secret golf club events. See, y'all think I don't know this shit. I've been just watching. I've been just watching you do your bullshit. And I drive to these rich ass neighborhoods, and it's so easy for you to just brush it underneath the rug. It's easy. You're going to go play golf the whole week. It's easy for you not to pay attention to the neighborhoods where people are still killing each other every day to put food on the table. And now have COVID to worry about. We're not going to talk about how many people have lost and are on the streets because of COVID. But someone like me can't put my shit on the line to give them voices. Honestly, I don't care if I lose everything. If I could get this out to the world that shit is not what it seems to be. That we aren't just killing each other for no reason. Black on black crime, it is stupid, but it's what we have to do. Us feeding drugs to mothers with babies in their stomachs so they can have miscarriages because we have to hustle, because that's the only way, because they're not going to accept our resume with a black sounding name. And even that, when the job system's broken, because you still have to fight the corporate ladder and damn near kill somebody else for a promotion at a job for 50-cent raises. But the system is set up for us to succeed. Yeah, right, bro. Yeah, right. And to my girls' family, I got love for y'all, straight up. Just because I'm solo polyamorous, just because I'm doing what I'm doing, doesn't mean I don't love any one of y'all. I'm standing in solidarity for her brother who's trans. I'm right here. Yeah, let one of them touch him. Let any one of them touch the people I care about and see what the fuck happens. I've been the nice guy. You could ask anybody. I've been sitting here nice. I've been asking nicely to stop. And y'all won't stop. Y'all don't care. And now my ability, which is so judged as a man, so many people commit suicide. And shout out Roma Army, excuse me, because you're the only female that's trying to talk for men on a level that's white. Bosana Army, thank you too. I mean, you're a black female, but of course you're not going to get the respect you deserve because you're a black woman. Cornisha, what's up? You're a black goddess that does spiritual training. Shout out to you, Tiana Taylor, Erica Badu, Miss Laura Hill, Sarak, Left Eye, all the TLC, all the SWV, the whole sister cast, the smart guy cast. Like, can we? I just don't understand, man. I just don't understand how these millionaires, billionaires, and trillionaires ain't sitting here fighting for our communities right now. And you got somebody like myself. I'm putting everything I am on the line to ensure that everyone has a voice, that we're all treated equally. You don't have to like everybody. I don't like everybody. But I'll be damned if just because you don't like somebody and the way they look, they have to die for it. What is that? I see these shows where you got white people that are $2-3 million in debt because they have a vision and they want to build a brand. I'm in the same situation and I can't even get $1,000 loan. I have to manipulate to be able to wear clothes, which I'm still hated for anyway, to fight for people. Because you want to silence me. You much rather me be dead than say what I'm saying on air right now. You'd rather me be dead than to build my brand. You'd rather me be dead than to have my own domain. You'd rather me be dead than to not be a nice guy. You'd rather me be dead to not be slanging dope and shooting people. Where do I fit in, huh? I've been in the middle my whole life. Between these black and white shit, between elites and middle class and low class shit, between people that don't have a voice and people that do, to people that don't view people that don't build their own brand and business as less than, but people that are struggling because they don't have the opportunity to build their own brand. I've been taxed harder for having 2 businesses and working a job because I have to be everywhere at once to even be in a similar conversation as the people that capitalize off of other people that have no talent. There's millionaires and billionaires that have never touched a basketball, but they own a team. Never made a record, but they own a record label. Never DJ, but they're owning DJs and masters. Have never reviewed and tested a service. Have never offered a service, but they're going to critique everyone else's stuff. Have never taught anything in their lives, but want to own teacher salaries. Why is it that military, teachers, medical field, why are they underpaid? Huh? I don't understand why a paramedic is paid less than somebody sitting there scratching something on a golf cart chilling, and it's a business write-off. Oh man, but y'all claim y'all bad stuff. Like, I know your secret for tax write-offs. You trademark your little brand that no one knows about. You make a company for your little brand nobody knows about. Everything's a tax write-off, especially if you have a job with the government, which some people are sentenced for 50 to 60 years. How are you a senate for 50 to 60 years in 2020? You don't know your climate. A lot of people don't even know how to pick up a phone and type a message in social media, but you're in our Senate making decisions for generations that you don't even have a clue on what you're doing with. Tell me how that works. How does that work? That's your little gimmick. That's how you write shit off. Whereas somebody like me, I own 2 businesses and I work the job, and I barely, just because I donated enough. Barely. And because I had an HSA account, a health savings account. That's why I didn't owe taxes. Despite me busting my ass to build a business and brand, I barely struggle not to pay back taxes. For what? When our own president, even, we could barely get his taxes. But I'm tripping. I don't understand, Chief. I understand. And I'm still blessed. I'm still talking to you as a blessed man. I shouldn't even be here. Somebody like me shouldn't be here in this position talking to you today. I should have died many times. Oh, yes. I should not be here. But I'm here. So I'll be damned if I'm here and I don't say what needs to be said. You don't have to like me. You don't have to respect me. But I got to meet my maker. And I can't meet my maker and tell my maker, hey, I got all these blessings and I'm just going to be quiet. I see people hurting and killing each other and crying, screaming, yelling. Utilizing methamphetamines, cocaine, marijuana, sex / pornography, eating disorders, escapism in general. But I'm going to just stay quiet. People are sick and hurting, or I see trash on the floor. I'm just leave it on the floor. You know, like I had an easy life because I shitted on people to get the promotion. I had an easy life because I fired this person that worked for me for 20 years, but her vision just wasn't aligning with our vision. So I just laid her off. No severance package or anything. I'm gonna offer insurance, but they have to pay $3,000 just to get covered. And if they do get covered, they have to pay a co-deductible split of 80-20. I'm going to offer a product and services, but I'm going to have a customer support team that doesn't even have enough intelligence that I didn't hire for. Emotional intelligence to see that somebody that is older on Social Security that doesn't have enough money to make their payment for TV because that's the only thing that they've had close to them. But that's okay. They only get 7 days to pay. If not, that sucks. That's too bad. You to the CEOs of these companies, you think I haven't watched? You think You think I haven't studied that? But you're good though. You're driving your Benz. You're driving the BMW, the Audi. You're good because you don't see it. It's easy to brush aside what you don't see. If there's a crumb on the floor and you throw a carpet over the floor, it's easy. You don't see it. You don't see it. All right. Let's go into the next segment here. But for COVID, just figure it out. I don't care. It's obviously not fake. I'm tired of people saying it's fake. It's not fake. But there's some more stuff going on. Cut the bullshit, man. Reviews and testing. Let's just go into that again. I mean, I was already kind of there in the first place. So as you can see on Google, I already have some stuff for Google for reviews and testing already. I already have some stuff for that. I got about 60 reviews. I'm a local guide. I'm level 6 right now. You'll find some reviews that are older that I didn't really provide a lot of detail. I just said, you know, it sucked. There's some that where you see the itemized transaction. As far as I'm concerned, this review and testing company extends to everything. I mean, I feel like we all are reviews and testing, aren't we? Don't we all eat stuff? Don't we all test things? To be honest, I don't want to sit here and review and test everything, but I will do it if I have to, just to prove a point. I don't see any other CEOs doing that to this level. But I mean, your little rat race that you created, I've run it, which is why my companies lay on the pedal, because I've had enough gas in the tank to race your race. I beat it and you still want to move it farther. You still want to do some other stuff. I could take this laptop and go through everything in my house, which I prefer this club soda, by the way, by Target, because it's actually carbonated more so than Canada Dry and Kroger and Walmart. Bam, 4 reviews in one right here. I could go throughout my whole house for you right now and tell you everything that's good and it's not. But it's like, why do I got to live life like that? I mean, we all should appreciate the money we spend, but why should any of us have to do that? But it's like, I could do that for you. Am I going to? Probably not. But I mean, this is what I got to do. This is what I got to do for Google, for YouTube, which I understand I work tech where there's a lot less people than you think there are working behind them desks. You need something to understand that I'm not just trying to brand myself and take somebody else's shit. This is as real as you can get, homie. This is as real as you can get. Everything I do, I represent hardcore. I don't see anybody else doing it like this. I don't. I am my business. Just me talking to you right now, I've already reviewed a couple companies already. I review myself even. I put myself on blast. Why can't other people do that? Why can't other leaders and owners do that? All these politicians, they want me to vote, but who do you really know that's a politician? You know their whole story. Who's willing to say my social security number is 521959664? I was born here. I did this and that and the other, and could tell you all this shit they did. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Most of them have just gone into politics. You're blessed enough to have a connection, and if you didn't have a connection, you had a squeaky clean record, which I mean is great. If you actually earned it, that's one thing. I'm not talking to you. If you didn't earn it and you just got it by connection, and that's the only thing you've done, how could you relate to the janitor? How could you relate to somebody that served fast food? How could you relate to somebody that stayed up overnights baking? How could you relate to somebody that talked to people on the phone of different backgrounds when they couldn't pay their bills? How could you relate to an engineer? How could you relate to a pro that contracts their own stuff? A real estate agent, a designer. How could you relate to an adult entertainer when not only you watched them growing up for your whole life, mostly, but you also had to provision an adult entertainer? I'm not going to say which one. I, as the agent, was responsible for provisioning Grant Cardone. I will say your name. I was the agent that provisioned your account when you apply for SendGrid. And I responded to you that you need to get your account immediately in Expert Insight's hands so they can take care of you. I did that for you, bruh. Because I saw you before and I looked up to you with all your stories talking about how to build real estate clientele. And I resonated with your story. But how many CEOs could say that? That they've been up the block, down the block? How many politicians could say they've been up and down the block? Who has that level of experience? That's the biggest teacher's experience. You can go get a degree, which is great. I'm not shitting on degrees. Went to some college. I'm not a college graduate. I probably will never, ever be because I don't need to be one. If I decide to, great. It's because I want to. For me, winning the Student Success Awards and being inducted to the National Society of Leadership and Success is enough for me. I want to pursue something I care about. Philanthropy, people, the earth. And I just want to chill. I don't want to be here. Honestly, I love you to whoever's watching, but I would much rather be racing a car right now. I'd much rather be on the court playing basketball right now. I'd much rather be on a date with a few women right now. If my main one wants to be there, great. I'd much rather be doing that. I'd much rather be in Italy trying a dish that I've never tried before. I'd much rather be in Venice on a boat, seeing stuff I've never seen before. I'd much rather be by an ocean right now. I'd much rather just be around people having a good time and enjoying each other, with me being respected and not hated because of what I've done. That's why I'm not in person with people. A lot of people are like, why aren't you around? That's why I'm not around. Because the stuff I care about and is pertinent to me is not what's pertinent to you. And it's no disrespect, but who else am I going to talk to about this stuff? When you're worried about Kim Kardashian, you're worried about TikTok. Now, those could be great platforms if stuff came about that actually mattered. But instead, we have television. We're telling a vision that reality TV is all that matters. We have, I'm an artist, right? And I've tried to reach out for projects to local artists to have support for you drawing for my project. A lot of people wonder why. Well, I've been told, and I mean, I'm not going to say your name, but I'll bring up Trademark Express. When I was thinking of, about to write my statement of use, which I can't write yet because I don't have enough money, but this is the whole point why I'm out here like this. I shouldn't have to write a statement of use when it's intent to use for Lay on the Pedal. It's in action right here. I shouldn't have to spend money writing a statement of use right here. You want evidence? Here it is. But I was told that a supporting piece of evidence, my business card, wasn't sufficient, and I had to prove it was real. I have a scan machine right here. I mean, it's my girl's, but that's a scanner. That wasn't good enough, me scanning it. I had to take a picture with this phone and send it to her because, and I'll show it to you right now. I'll show it to you right now. Here it is. Here's my business card. Lay on the pedal. That it's before the logo was finished, and I drew it out because I have some experience. It's not too much, but it's just enough for drawing. I drew that out. I took a picture of my sneaker, which you see on the website, on my pedal, Julia, which I own. And I took a picture and I looked at it and drew it. And the little cursive I do have, I wrote it out. Why can't I write it out? Especially when my local artists don't want to support me. You don't even know how many times I reached out to local artists. Hey, can you draw from my project? Or is there something you could do for? Why do I got to go on a freelancer site when I actually try to talk to local? A lot of people say about people that blow up. This is what they say. You didn't support me when I came up. You didn't ask for my feature. You didn't support my business. Oh, I did. But who wants to be associated with a martyr like myself? They didn't. First girl, they all agreed, and then what? They looked into the project I was doing and said no, or just flaked out. So I'm left to do it myself. But I was told this looks fake, and I had to take a picture. I took the picture. I didn't steal nobody's picture. I went to, this is Green Mountain over there off of I-25 by the Air Force Academy. A man was nice enough to take me to this peak right here because I was already down the street a little bit. And he told me, just follow me a little bit. He took me to the top of the hill and pointed. If you see, if you could go to the website if you want to see it better, but that little building there, he told me about that and how it's a landmark. And I took the picture, and with Julia, the car I own that I paid for. And backside, I took before I moved out. I took that photo myself. And I drew the logo myself. The thing, you click on my YouTube. Drew that myself using the pad that Alyssa graciously let me use. You believe in yourself that much, you could accomplish a lot. I'm so distant because I just believed in myself when no one else did. And even when people that did do it, that, you know, found out about me and another faction of me and didn't want to support me directly and supported me quietly, thank you still. You still supported me. But when I was out there and needed somebody to say, hey, we believe in you for everything that you've done, I couldn't get that. And one could blame myself because I wasn't 100% from the get, but in a society where you cannot be 100%, no matter the skin color, you say, my pops, you could ask my father. I was young and I was brutally honest to the point where I even got my ass kicked a lot of times by people and my parents because my mouthpiece was so sharp. And he judged me for not utilizing it as I grew up. He was like, you used to be so honest and frank. What happened? Well, when you got people that will shoot you for speaking too much, for saying the truth, you're not going to say anything. When you have police, they're going to throw you in jail for talking, or a judge that's going to sentence you to life, if not like 25, if not even more, or find just some reason to throw you under the jail, you're going to be quiet. When you got people that don't understand that, you know, you're solo polyamorous and love multiple women, you're going to be quiet. You much rather just stay at home. When people don't know how suicidal you are or how much you want to hurt the people that are hurting other people, you stay quiet. You would rather play Grand Theft Auto. You would rather play Call of Duty. You would rather race a car. You would rather look at a screen. You would rather just live another lifestyle behind the computer because that's safer. But that's where I differ. I'm in the middle again because a lot of people, which granted, I'm glad online is becoming a thing now because COVID it's forced businesses to go online. I've been online, homie. I've been online. I've been here. This is nothing new to me. I've been looking at online and studying, and I've worked in a tech company, and I understand how email delivery works. I understand what it takes for domains and what it takes to have an online presence. That's not hard. I understand tags. There's been people that try to like, get my business for email marketing and all. I don't need you. No disrespect. On the other end, you have the physical reality, which, I mean, this is all real. A very common misconception is that just because something's online, it's not real. If you type a text message and you send it out, you might not have said it, but that is still the same thing as you sending it out. That's still energy you're sending out. If you do your thing and you release your seed on, behind closed doors, your body doesn't know the difference versus if you were with an actual woman. Sure, your mental capacity and your emotional state might be heightened, and you might be either conflicting or aligning spiritually. But your body on a physical reproduction level does not know the difference between you busting behind a screen and you busting with an actual partner. So if you just utilize that knowledge, that extends to everything. You can't say you met someone online, you have a conversation that's not real. But at the same time, in the same breath, that denotes that just because you are a race car driver online, you must be a real life race car driver, which a lot of people, I get it. A lot of people feel like they just live online and that's their life. And that's where the dangerous part comes in. But we do that in real life too, don't we? We work a job 30 years. We stop working that job. And I mean, that's all we identify as. Versus I have my training videos on Gran Turismo Sport where I don't have a map. I don't have any aids. And I'm utilizing a controller because I can afford a steering wheel setup. And I'm on manual, no aids for ABS or TCS. And I'm training. And I could go to Unsair, which I have on my website, and I could go race with no aids and still do good. And I raced for the first time competitively 3 waves. And I mean, the 3rd wave, I got 3rd place and they've been racing. So, I mean, and you have military that's actual simulation. It translates. It's not going to be the same thing, of course, as being in an actual jet flying. But when you don't have the opportunity to be in a jet, and also if you mess up, you die, it's a better experience. Could I say, like, since I've been playing Call of Duty since I was 15 years old, nonstop mostly, that I could go out in actual combat and do what I need to do? Am I saying I'm as bad as somebody with no combat? No, I'm probably better. And it helps that I've actually gone to a gun range too. If I only throw punches online, does that mean I'm going to be good at throwing a punch in person? No. I've boxed, but I haven't boxed in a long time. Does that mean I can't fight? No. But that's the new wave that I'm already at, that a lot of society is not covering already. A lot of people are just now going online and just now learning that online is a good tool. I've been here. I've had to stay online to stay alive. But that doesn't mean I didn't build my clientele in person. That doesn't mean I didn't still go to school. That means that doesn't mean I didn't still go to work. If anyone wants to see a real life example online of what's going on across the world, go to bestgore.com. Viewer discretion advised. Mature audiences only. You've been warned. You go to bestgore.com and you will see just exactly what's going on in the world right now. You're welcome. I saw that a few years ago. And when I was in college as a freshman, the same year I flunked out, someone just found out about Best Gore and she was distraught. She was a white woman. Again, no disrespect. But her world was done. She didn't know how something like that could be online. That's what the world is. Honestly, that site a couple times brought me back into like the sexual addiction stuff. Because I mean, there are some images, but I mean, you're on a site where you're going to see people murdered. on top of hearing music from a community engaging in battle rap, which I mean, I purposely lost one in high school because I didn't want to hurt dudes' feelings. Like I don't like verbally doing stuff to people because I know how strong this is. I didn't humiliate him because I'm like, I'd rather take the L than to hurt you like that. And you listen to battle rap and people come at each other on that. I grew up with that. Cassidy, what's up? Eminem, what's up? You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Hip hop. People get killed off of tracks for that. I've seen shows about cartel, Breaking Bad, you know, Queen of the South, and I'm blessed enough I didn't have to deal with it. There's other people I listen to for music who have, that have had to do cocaine, slang it. So, I mean, for me, in conjunction with best score and what I've heard with hip hop and rap and all the atrocities, I knew what was out there. So it's like, for me, I had to fight what I couldn't see. A lot of people chill out like, oh, it's not happening. Oh, it's happening. It's just you're not seeing it. And if you're not experiencing it, you better be blessed. I always gave love to our soldiers that are overseas fighting for even people that don't even care about them. I always gave love to veterans, and I see veterans out there and I say, thank you for your support. I don't care if you're racist or not. Thank you for fighting for our country, right? The reason I'm saying this is because, you know, so many people want to be like, well, I mean, there's some stuff I've already said on here that a lot of people, I mean, this is grown folk talk anyway, but I was like, I was a little kid and found out this stuff. I was in sixth grade. I was in 2006 when I had a computer. There was no censorship. There's no censorship online. My pops was focused on us surviving. So I was already on Grand Theft Auto. So, I mean, I already saw the stuff happening there. Whether you think it's a video game or not, it is a video game, but it's based off of true stuff. Every movie you see is based off of the true stuff. And I mean, that's still not a reflection of what's truly happening. But I've been seeing that. Grand Theft Auto, Call of Duty, Metal Gear Solid. What's up? Like, I've been seeing this stuff. That's how I'm so adept at 25, professional at 25 years old, excuse me. Because I used experience on top of actually using online as a tool, using Google as a tool, using YouTube as a tool to excel. And that's why I put my playlists for life doctoring and coaching, because it's like I came across these videos by people that either told me about them or because the recommendation algorithm gave it to me because I watched a similar video. But it's like those videos are the reason I was able to stick into myself and continuously grind it out. The music, when I have the motivation and determination playlist, that's the music I use to push myself through. My idols is what got me through. Sports is what, everything I am, my brand is what got me through. Everything. So, I mean, reviews and testing is everywhere in my brand already. I mean, it's who I am as a person. I could tell you from being called nigger online to being treated like shit off and online. I've been called by Black people not having a deep voice because I'm trying to talk like, you know, lighter so I cannot be seen as threatening. Or, you know, I've been told by hella women when I talk deep, oh, that's sexy, that's attractive. I can't maintain it though, because some people feel like I'm trying to seduce the whole fucking team. I mean, I was Caribou Coffee and Einstein Bagels. I got, you know, I basically had to like go into my shell because I was being judged because people were saying I was trying to, there's mostly females that I was trying to seduce the whole team and create a type of environment on that. Even though despite me being, you know, engaged at the time, which I mean, you know, I still have my transgressions, which I don't call it. I'm a butterfly. I'm not going to look at one flower and be like, oh, that's it. That's it. I'm just going to look at one flower my whole life, which kudos to you if you can do that. No disrespect, but I can't. I've never been loyal. Never. Never. Ever, ever, ever. Sorry, I've never been loyal. I just find women beautiful. Like, gosh, I find flowers beautiful. Gosh, like, I'm a bad guy for that? Shoot, if I'm a bad guy, I'll be a bad guy. Y'all go ahead and, men, y'all keep bashing women for their behavior. Women, you keep bashing men for their behavior. This true man right here will be with the true women. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. You know what I'm saying? And the other true men. It doesn't matter if you're LGBTQIA. I got love for you. A lot of people, I grew up Christian, and this is a review and test on a religion. I grew up Christian, and I didn't like it then. I couldn't even go to church. I was against anti-church when I was 9. Because I saw like it was the same stuff. Oh, we don't judge you, but we are judging you. A lot of people can't afford to be decked out and go to church, but you're still judged for doing that. Or you're judged for not putting money on the plate, the same plate that a lot of preachers use to deck themselves out and ice themselves out and to get themselves Range Rovers and Benzes. My grandmama used the collection plate a lot. Where did that money go? The world will never know. Am I saying every preacher's like that? No. Am I saying you can't believe in what you want to believe in? No. But when you have a religion, any that is killing other people, that is telling you you can't do certain things and you have to be a certain way, and it's obviously not working, that is a problem. Most of these people that go to church don't even know that church it's inside yourself. It's inside yourself. You don't have to go to a church for you to be accepted by yourself. Honestly, you're your own best. You're your own God. Whether you want to call God a chicken sandwich, that's up to you, or nothing. Regardless, you taking care of yourself is taking care of God. It's taking care of what you value most. If you don't take care of yourself, it's going to reflect in your physical world. It's just how it works. So that's what meditation is about. Spend time with yourself. A lot of people, it took me a long time just to get in nature, because again, that was one of the negative effects of being online all the time, was I didn't go for a hike. I mean, I lived in Colorado and barely learned how to appreciate our mountains. It wasn't until I was with my girl that I went to prom with that I finally went on like one hike. And then from that point, I got more interested and started doing a bit more. When I was with my ex-fiance, we went on a few hikes and I did more. And that opened me up. And then I was starting to more actively get out away from this world and from the society people deem to be pertinent to what actually matters. But a lot of people don't realize, I mean, all this can be taken away like that. A meteor comes down, bam. You think internet's going to survive? No, it's not. People are delusional if they don't think that Mother Nature has been here eons and she could do whatever she wants whenever. And it's honestly why we are going through so much. We got fires in Colorado right now. Hella hurricanes. We got a pandemic going on. You think Mother Nature's happy with us? No, she's not. We keep dropping stuff into the ocean. We have hella trash. Have you noticed animals have been coming back more so than they ever have because we're all inside? That should say something. But back to direct religion, I was raised on Digimon and Pokemon and Harry Potter being bad. That's what I was raised on. That's demonic. I mean, I almost had to fight for Dragon Ball. I was like, you're not taking Dragon Ball from me, mom, period. Like, that's what helped me through. Like, again, I had imaginary Goku and Vegeta with me all the time. On top of my stuffed animals, talking to them and crying to them. That's just how I went. And one time, my mother, it was a little play at Heritage whatever church. And that's back when I was going to church. And I mean, we had a flattened tire almost. And she like put the decision on me. So do you want to go to church to see the play, or do you want to stay here? I'm like, you're the parent. That's your decision. But I was like, of course, let's go over there and do it. We did it. We got a flat there, and she had to, kind of flirt her way to get someone to change her tire, but she blamed me for us going to church. I was like, you're the parent. Like, you should have just not given me the choice. So was that in combination of like being raised a certain way? And like, just judging. I'm not saying the Bible's bad, but it's like any scripture that humans have created. It's why we say history instead of her story, right? This story is crafted by whoever survived. It's not the true story. I took hella history, US history, world history. It's been crafted by who survives. So if you think that the scriptures we have from various religions, which I respect, Muslim, Allah, shout out, across the board, I don't know every single religion, but I got respect for it. But if you think that your scriptures are the legit 100% original copy that came down from certain beings themselves, you tripping. You tripping. There's no way. Play a simple game of telephone in a room and see what happens. You think that's not going to happen after thousands of years with something so touchy as religion? I'm gonna review Church of God right now too, because you see my Google reviews on y'all, man. You could go and put it. I have nothing against y'all as people. I really don't. But when you go around canvassing, and people want to say that Amway is cultish, they have cultish behaviors, but nothing as bad as Church of God. When I worked at King Supers at Colorado and Ohio, you know how many times I got harassed to go to a Bible study? Over and over and over. And I stayed quiet. I talked to each person. But when one person heard from me, I had another person come up and ask me, have you found God? Blada, blada, blada. Then it got to the point where I'm off of the Walmart at 44th and Harlan, and a dude that I went to high school with is trying to do the same thing. And I'm like, bro, I'm spiritual. I'm not with that, but I respect it. We almost got thrown in jail for trespassing. We got talked to by a security guard. I stood up for him and I was like, I understand you have your rules. He's doing his thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even trying to do this stuff, but I'm just trying to shop. We were talking for 50 minutes and got told on. And even after the security guard was nice enough to tell us, because Lakeside Police Department was right across the street. She said, if y'all keep going, you're going to jail for trespassing. Dude still kept trying to talk to me. I had to peel myself away. I was about to fight him because I was like, bro, I don't have a record, and I'm about to get a record defending you for a place that I got baptized at a year ago, prior to that, a year and a half prior. And I was like, it doesn't matter if I'm spiritual. Nobody wants to get talked to like that. Not to any religion. I don't care if you're Jehovah's Witness, but for anything, nobody wants to get bugged like that. Across the board, nobody wants to get talked to like that. We don't shove that stuff down people's throats for anything. That's not how people learn. I never learned like that. And if I did, I despised it. So no, I'm not religious anymore. I'm not Christian anymore. But again, no disrespect. You could call it God, a chicken sandwich, a cookie, a banana sundae. Whatever you want to call it. But you see these, like, look at this plant right here. I couldn't create this plant, but it's giving me oxygen and I'm giving it CO2. So I think whatever created that is pretty big. Whatever is sustaining that is pretty big. Just saying. You know, which brings me to Monsanto, which brings me to Tyson. You're abusing animals. Monsanto, you know what you're doing. I don't need you. I don't need what supersize me too. I don't need, I mean, go watch the documentary if you want to watch stuff. Out of Shadows documentary, go watch that. What is that called? Social Dilemma. Go watch that and you'll see just what's up. But there's no reason that what the earth provides for free, we should be enslaving people that tend to the earth they care about, and they're indebted and their families are indebted and enslaved to someone that is claiming to own a planet that they do not own. How does that make any sense? How does that make any sense? I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense, team. An apple is free. We should all be tending to Mother Earth anyway, but she provides it for free. We eat the apple, right? The work, the payment we do, which money's fake anyway, but the currency we pay is harvesting, is seeding it, watering it, which is again free. But people that tend to the earth are being enslaved. Okay. The animals are being mistreated. People might look at me because, okay, I've beat up people. I've been beat up. I've abused animals. Okay, we have zoos that have animals that shouldn't be there. We have circuses that entrap animals for our entertainment. You could go to my Twitter right now, twitter.com/layonthepedal, and you'll see I've signed petitions that stop either dogs from getting shipped off or from kittens getting their spines ripped out. But not to mention all the mass slaughters and things like that. It's one thing, and I mean hunting, legitimate hunting. My girl's a hunter, and she had to educate me a bit on like hunting's what's needed the right way for our ecosystem, because it's a natural selection. If an animal is suffering, you know, and I mean, we're not even supposed to eat all this meat anyway. But if an animal is suffering and you eat, not a lot of people teach that you eat that energy. You take in that energy. Everything's energy, whether you want to admit it or not. Just like Nikola Tesla said, we're all energy, frequency, and vibrations. I mean, it's been proven. E equals MC squared. I mean, that's Albert Einstein, right? How something so complex could be explained in something so simple. So, I mean, if we're all energy, do you not realize that when you go and eat a burger at a restaurant that you're taking in that energy? If that person is mad at his wife for cheating on him and he's making that burger mad, and then your server is mad at you for being not such a pleasant individual, you're taking that energy and you're eating it. That's not to mention the energy the animal had when they were slaughtered. So if the animal was caged in with other animals and didn't have freedom and peace, you're taking all that negative energy in. Versus if let's use a good example. It could be organic. We could use that example because I'm not a vegan, okay? But let's use the example of like meat, right? It's not preferred for us to eat unless we're in crisis mode. But if you have meat, for example, I'm going to flip-flop it. Let's say you had a piece of pie that was handled, it was baked good, right? Okay, let's go fruit and vegetables, right? And let's say that was prepped by people in a bad mood. And let's go with meat and sweets that were prepped by someone in a good mood. Which is better? Well, if the meat and the sweets, let's say they're pumped full of chemicals like fast food. For sweets, it's pumped full of chemicals and high fructose corn syrup, which I mean makes you hungrier. And not to mention, we could go, I mean, I know my shit. Complex carbs versus simple carbs. Most sweets are made with simple carbs, and then you're going to put high fructose corn syrup on top of that. So you're hungry right after you eat it. You could have just had 1,200 calories and you're hungry immediately. But they want you to eat more food. But okay, let's just still say you eat a pie with high fructose corn syrup and someone made it, even though that's not the case, but let's just, for issues and giggles, let's just say that. And then you have a burger that someone made good. And then you have, plants that are sprayed with pesticides, that are sprayed with harmful materials, and then that's prepped and made by somebody with bad energy. Your body might respond better somewhat to the fruits and vegetables because that's more what we need anyway. However, it has all that bad energy on it. You're probably going to feel worse. And taking all those pesticides, it'll probably make you feel worse versus if you ate a burger. It might be a McDonald's burger, but if you ate that burger, which I worked at, by the way, and I shook the hand of the president of McDonald's, by the way. If it's made by somebody happy, you're in a good mood eating it, you're not going to feel as bad. Sure, your body's not going to prefer a greasy sandwich, but hey, but we don't think about that. Or even if you're in a bad mood, you probably shouldn't eat. But I mean, this is all fast food restaurants or even fast casual because I've worked there. I wanted to serve it once upon a time, but I was just like, it's going to be, I know what it's like. I know what it's like. I've dated people that told me what it's like, and I've worked around people, and plus like fast casual and fast food to a point, you do serve the food. So, I mean, though it's all different experiences, I mean, I just thought I was clumsy, and I was just like, I don't feel like working these on the hour, which I mean, I love the people that bless other people and tip them $3,000 and pay for like college tuition and stuff like that. That's dope. I'm not saying that fast food is bad in the sense of the idea is good. McDonald's, I've worked for you as well as I shook the hand of the president. Why can't we just do what we did back in the day? Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like I said, I'm not, no disrespect, my brother. Let me see. I don't know if I could really get close on that. No disrespect, but I'm spiritual. So, I mean, I don't really put God and Jesus on it. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect, but I don't really put that on it, because I mean, honestly, I could equate Jesus Christ to Mother Earth, and we don't even treat her right. I don't know how that's not different, as someone that grew up Christian, like Mother Earth gives to us in terms of oxygen, food, water, shelter, and we trash her out and drop nukes into the ocean. And basically what we're doing to her is how we crucify Jesus. Is that not accurate? And I'm not voting either. Like, again, I mentioned it a bit earlier. I'm not voting for this system until it gets changed. Why am I going to vote for something that's not working in the first place? With all due respect, I mean, you're free to do as you wish, no disrespect. And if it's for anyone else that watches, you're free to do as you wish. I'm not voting for this system that's screwed up. We still have electoral college, which is how Trump's in office in the first place. And honestly, I'm gonna just talk about it too. The reason why it is this way, and it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be. We have a choice to make as a collective. We have a choice to make. We could either continue to keep worrying about things that are unimportant in the grand scheme of things, or we could get together and do what we'd have to do. But I'm playing my part. You're playing your part, but we can't force the rest of society to play their part. And it's like I said, I'll do what I have to do. I've always done what I've had to do, but this is up in there. And like I said, USPTO, if you do some shiesty stuff and try to like reject what I've already paid for intent to use, we're going to Supreme Court. You know what I'm saying? Like anyone else that I've worked for that wants to try to fight me, we'll go to Supreme Court. We'll take it there. Do I want to go there? No, I don't. But in terms of my brand and my platform and what I'm doing for our people, I'll take it there for, myself. And because regardless of what, I'm not going to point in Mr. Trump in the office. I'm not going to point in Mr. Biden. I'm not going to point in anybody else for the reason that my home not being the way that it is. And I might lose people. It's not about like, it's just, I could definitely look at our president and say that he's the reason things are the way they are. No, it's not. It's because we sit here and allow things to happen when we should be speaking up, when we should actually do something that means a difference, not typing on Twitter all day and not just going to protest when we don't know who we are. I talk to people that protest that don't even know who they are. They're still working a job, which again, there's nothing wrong with a job. But when it's underneath someone that doesn't care about you and your family and livelihood, that's the problem. So we're still working jobs. We're still paying corporations that don't care about us and don't care about our currency and don't care about what they're doing to the environment and each other. That's the problem. You could sit there and silence someone for a day. Like we could have a blackout day where we're not going to purchase from, let's say, Walmart for a day. What's that going to do? Like it might hurt, but what's that going to do? When you actually make the collective decision, and I'm not saying that's Walmart, but let's just use it as an example. I mean, you have their family. Let's just go ahead and say it. They have how many people that are billionaires, yet they just now added a plus program for its people. I mean, shouldn't they have been had a plus program? I mean, look at King Supers. They've been had rewards. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're the reason you exist. So longer than just a day, if a corporation is just not going to flex the way it should for society right now, stop buying, period. Go a week, go 2 weeks until they get the message. It's gotta be collective and it's gotta be long term. It can't just be it's celebrities if they're not, a lot of them, and I love a lot of celebrities, but celebrities are sold out to the very same people. You know how quick things would change if someone like Katy Perry was able to make a record, release it, and address everything the way I'm addressing it, but she can't. She can't. She signed a deal. She can't. There's a reason why a lot of the people we look up to, Hop and Euro, don't do it. Don't do it. Thank you. There's a reason why the people we look up to can't say what they need to say. Because, for personal experience, I'm an artist and DJ. Katy Perry can't say what she wants to. She signed. Taylor Swift, I love her. She signed. If people own your masters and people own your material to a certain point, you don't own 100% of everything. You can't say what you want to say. And there's a reason why the media supports the people that are the puppets to the other people versus someone like Russ that's independent. Nipsey Hussle, was independent. He was still signed, but he molded it to where he could say what he wants to say, which is why he was a big reason why he was killed before he was able to merge the Crips and Bloods and have that meeting with the police force. So it's going to take us everyday individuals, which is like, I could have definitely just did my thing with Lay on the Pedal and just had my chips and just sat back and watched and just been off of about and be good to go. But I'm not trying to do that, because for what? Enough people have had the power to say something and change things have sat back, and that's why we are where we are. But it's going to take, I'm here because it's going to take a lot of the people that are working a job, a lot of the people that are considered regular to everyone else. It's going to take us regular majority to really push forth change the way we want to. And with a system that's broke, unfortunately, the voting system's not going to do mass change, especially when this system was founded on the back of Native Americans, Spaniards, and African Americans. And for a while, Asians were manipulated and put in concentration camps as well. But we still have Columbus Day. I was like, honestly, until Columbus Day is abolished, I mean, honestly, I can't even have a conversation with the government, because it's like, if you're going to continue to put the notion that this was found by one man when this was here in the first place, I don't know why we're claiming any land in the first place. It's everybody's. And if it ain't everybody's, it's definitely not yours. It's definitely not yours. Promise you that. But, I'm here to I'm not trying to take down Monsanto. I'm not trying to take down Tyson. I'm not trying to take down the government. I'm not trying to do any of these things. And they're blessed where our people and people in general, we're not trying to do that. I'm not trying to sit here. I'm preventing World War III. I'm preventing Civil War II. It's like, we all know what's right and wrong. We all have a gut feeling that if we do something, it's not right. And if not, we need to provide proper help and stability to people that aren't all there, so that they can be there in the way they need to be for society. It really can happen very quickly. But it's people that don't want to admit that they've been building this country and even this world in the wrong way. They're going to take that to the grave unless we have enough people to say, like, no. But it's like I said, I have this week. I could sit here this whole week and Lay on the Pedal radio and talk the whole week, which I'm only doing it the whole week, this 1 week. But I could do all this, and people still don't want to give me my credit and my chips for like me trying to help out. Then I can't, there's nothing more I could do, like, beyond my own power. There's nothing more I could do. Like, I got to make sure my family's fit, though. I got to make sure people like yourself, are taken care of, in terms of like, you're fighting for yourself and your family. To me, family's not just related. It's everyone. It's everything. I'm always going to be around for people that want to make a difference and actually want to sustain not only their own being, but other people, that actually care about other people and animals. And we shouldn't be killing bees, I'll always be here for that, but I'm just going to be more guarded. Like, I used to have my website busted wide open, but people judge me because I wasn't selling it. Now that I'm selling it, nobody wants to buy it. You can't have business if no one wants to buy it, because they're jealous of you and what you created, and you talk about stuff that nobody else is talking about. It's just how it works. And which is why, again, I have the trademark, because it's like, I don't need anyone else's opinion in terms of what I've done for me and my legacy for my family. And my living will, which I've said in my last video and even today, is like, Lay on the Pedal's here to stay. I can't take that with me, but I'm tired of people dying and the money goes to the government, or they die and the money is kept within the family. Give it to the broken families. Whatever I make, go give it back to the broken families. Once my people are taken care of directly, give it back to the people that don't have anything, that don't have voices, that don't have the support systems, the adult entertainers that don't have support systems, people that put it all on the line but don't have people because they say what others won't. My currency is going back to that, and it always will, as far as I'm concerned. But I only could do what I could do. I only could do what I could do. And it's like, I can't take the responsibility to try to go around house to house canvassing like, hey, are you okay? Like, are you good? Can I help you? Can I, like, may I have your money, ma'am or sir? Like, it's not about the money. That's the whole point. I feel like everyone is fighting for money and I'm fighting against money. But it's like, if it comes down to it, yes, like, I'll go, balls to the wall against companies to ensure that my family's taken care of. I will do that. I shouldn't have to. But the whole reason why I'm in this situation is because I want people like yourself to be like, hey, you shouldn't have to go to college to get this information. You shouldn't have to pay $1,500 or $2,000, or some people even charge $5,000 to $10,000 to get this information. It should be something we just share amongst one another. Do we need to have a currency system? Yes. But it needs to be based off of effort and what you're willing to learn and bring to the table. It shouldn't be based off of Sally Mae up the street has more connections than Billy Bob, who studied for 15 years and has his small connections and he's introverted. She should get way more. And that's just an example. I could flip that and say, a guy that's popular with the people versus a girl that's not, but she's very educated, which happens a lot. I mean, I'm tired of seeing that for women, where it's like women feel like they have to wear low-cut shirts and they have to pop and bust certain things for them to be taken seriously among this world of men. Granted, if you want to do that, hey, but at the same time, you shouldn't have to do that for a position. You shouldn't have to do that to be taken seriously. You shouldn't have to do that to sell a hit record. I'm just saying, and I'm trying to fight for that too, and I feel true masculinity is trying to fight for true femininity. It's not, we're not trying to take each other out. And a lot of people don't realize each vessel has both energies, masculine and feminine. Even if you are gay, even if you are trans, you still have masculine and feminine. You can't run away from that. You have to learn how to harness both. A lot of, men don't know how to be feminine because we're in a society that prefers hypermasculinity, and it's the wrong masculinity that's labeled as toxic. Even the right one is labeled toxic. And we have on the other end for women, they're trying to fight for women, but true femininity is being shrouded by the popular term feminazi stuff, which is just like equality for women manipulating other people. But when it comes to having accountability for stuff like false rape accusations and, running men through the cleaners, I mean, you have this whole Dr. Dre, Nicole situation. And I mean, that happens to everyday Joes that don't get the chance. And on the flip side of that, there's women that don't get justice for men running away when they should have stayed. So, I mean, I see it from both sides on everything. I always have. And I mean, it's a great blessing for me. One could label it a curse, but it's a blessing for me. Because it allows me to empathize and relate to people and to have conversations. People attack me, it is what it is, but it's like that's saying what it is about you. I'm no different than, I'm special, but y'all are special too. You shouldn't have to pay a psychologist for however many years to hear that. I'm not going to try to ask you more pensive questions. Yes, I could have went to psych. Not saying I'm not trying to say that if you go to psychology school and you go to places about mental health that you're any less than. No, I'm just saying that most psychologists are quick to throw pills at you and throw medication at you and utilize your time where they charge by the hour to ask silly questions about how does that make you feel when you know how it makes you feel, which is why you're in the room in the first place. I've gone to doctor's offices it took me 4 times going to a doctor's office to get told I had a blood condition, which is probably related to my anemia I used to have back in the day. But it took me 4 times getting tested and they still couldn't tell me what was wrong and they were going to send me to a specialist. And I was like, I feel like this problem would take care of itself if I just took care of myself better. And that's not the case all the time. I'm not trying to trash the medical field. I'm just saying when cancer is $1 billion business, that it can't be cured without radiation and all that stuff. It's not easy, but you're going to have to go on really crazy herbs and you have to fast and drink a lot of water and you have to continue that, which is very difficult. But we don't teach that. We rather put somebody on radiation. We rather put them on hella medication because that sells. If cancer got healed, where do the people's jobs go? Where do the foundations, the nonprofits go? I talked to a nonprofit, which is Colorado People's Alliance, no disrespect, but nonprofits have usually a budget in order. That's just why they ask for donations. They have a budget and where they only have certain funds to allocate to certain things. So for example, for me, they wouldn't partner with me because they don't have the funds to partner with somebody like myself, and the government only gives them funds to do certain things. So for the nonprofits for cancer, you only have funding to tackle certain things. And when you ask for donations to help support curing cancer, when there's already a cure, which is there's nothing on this planet that's cannot be provided to cure what we already go through. That's how we made it this far, ain't it? We didn't always have radiation. And I mean, medicine has come far. I mean, we're far from the days where we used to have alcohol that we had to use only and certain elixirs only to cure stuff. Like, we've improved, but it's to the point where it too became a victim of industrialism and capitalism. And unfortunately, that's the number two. The cancer industry looks at how many people have gotten cancer. How much money is that? Who's paying for it for insurance and who's not? There are so many people that can't afford treatment and they're just left to the wayside to perish, unfortunately. Women naturally can give birth. And I mean, this is not to say that there's no complications. That's not what I'm saying. I got to get my charger real quick while I'm going to keep talking. It's not to say women don't have complications with birth. And this is not about that. This is more about the rate at which we give cesarean section surgeries, C-section, has skyrocketed. We never used to give this many C-sections, and now it seems like not 8 out of 10, and don't quote me on that statistic, are getting C-sections. When we were naturally born, I don't see animals having to get C-sections this much, and we are animals. Like, I don't understand what the problem is, but that's another example, right? The money a hospital makes on a C-section versus a natural birth is pretty big. And it's just like, again, and that's people wanting to manipulate. And I mean, let me see. I've been mostly going off top, but let me see what his name is at charged thousands of dollars, I think. This dude named Martin, I think, was it Martin Shkreli? I could be wrong, but I'm just using Google, and that's what it's SH. I'll put it in the chat here. So for example, this individual, got caught for fraud and for monopolizing a drug, and people can't afford it. But it's like, if you can't afford it, you perish. And he got caught for doing what everyone else does. I mean, another situation which is kind of separate here is Lori Loughlin, or is that how you pronounce that? Where she got in trouble for purchasing her way through school for her kids to go to school. I'm about to go into the next, it's intermission here, but you have her, which they caught for purchasing her kids' way through school. And I'm like, that's something a lot of parents do. A lot of people cheat. I've cheated. I'm educated and I've cheated. There's tests. I was wearing earbuds and I was listening to the answers I pre-recorded. It happens. There's times I was looking and got help from other students. Like, who hasn't cheated? I'd be more surprised to hear who hasn't cheated and who is not paying their kids' way through school. I mean, who hasn't sold out? You know what I'm saying? That's the bigger question. But you know, it's easy to point at Martin for what a lot of the pharmaceuticals and medical industries do. It's easy to point at him and blame him for the whole thing. It's easy to point at her when so many other people do it and cheat as well. It's easy to find a scapegoat. I feel like it's easy to point at Trump to be the reason everything's happened, even though he is a big reason. I can't blame Trump for a lot of the foundational issues that have happened in America and across the world. That's easy to do. Um, I could keep going across the board of people that, you know, you look at, like a lot of people would blame Kanye and be mad at him for having the masters of his artists that he signed to good music. But at the same time, at least he gave them back, number one. And number two, he's just in the same system that a lot of other people are for record industries and labels. It's easy, and that's human nature to like, oh, that person did it, even though like 3 4 people might have helped. I mean, it happened to me when I was in second grade. You know, we all gained up, like me and several other kids gained up on this dude named Lane. And he personally made fun of me all the time for my math. I mean, my laugh back in the day. And we all plotted on him to, you know, go on him and knock his glasses off and all that, which we did. Though I was not the one who did it, because I was all the way in the back ready to run. I still, by association, I was guilty for that. And I mean, even though I was mad because another person that was more close in doing it actually put me as the scapegoat and I got in trouble and blamed where he got let loose, it was a lesson for me anyway that, you know, you don't respond in kind to being bullied with violence all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a quote everywhere that, like, you know, war should be avoided at all costs, you know, because both sides are just as the war started. And for me, one could like look at me even like when I titled my stuff World War III, like, but for me, it's like all my war is just to get peace and love. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Like, I'm not trying to go, you know, I could definitely take this gun and go shoot somebody. Like, but why? For what? For what? Anyone could take a knife and go like, come on now. Like, I mean, it's just anyone could do that and anyone can manipulate people. It's just interesting. It's very much interesting. But we're on intermission now. I'm gonna go ahead and keep it live here. And I have it live on Facebook still. Have it live on here. You know, I'm gonna leave it. I might come back a little bit earlier and, you know, just talk more until we get to the other topics. But as far as I might get out of these clothes because I'm pretty tired of being all dressed up and everything. Like, I could be dressed up, but you know. Yeah, so I'll be right back. I appreciate your time. Whoever watches this in the future, your time is always appreciated, whether it's like, I don't care if it's a millisecond or if it's the whole time. Like, I appreciate you. I got a special place in my heart for the people that watch longer, but you know, it doesn't make you any less of a person. We all have stuff to do. So, all right, I will be back. Fix me something to eat. All right, appreciate you. Probably muted too, so you don't hear me crazy in the background. I just forgot to put it in the chat that I'm on intermission. Appreciate you. Yo, 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 welcome back. Welcome back. Well, I mean, y'all never left, but I guess welcome back to myself. Hair looks weird because I had it down in the do-rag for a minute. So, all right. Let's see here. Sports, Leon Pedal Sports. All right. Well, whoever's watching, if you want to, I have nothing more to say than I said yesterday in terms of, I mean, I could always talk about something personal on a sport level, but if you're watching and you want to talk about something sports that just happened, there's a sport you like or some information you want to discuss, feel free to chat it in or, yo, what's up, love? How you doing? Thanks for watching. I appreciate that. Appreciate your support. Mwah. But yeah, if you want to talk about something sports related, I hope lunch is cool with you, love. Hope everything's going cool with it. You eating your quinoa cup. Or did you take one of those chicken pot pie things to lunch? But got a mac and cheese thing. Okay. Cool. That should be, but I just have the rest of the mac and cheese up in there. So, just sipping on that squirty now. But yeah, straight. Yeah, straight. So yeah, if you want to talk about anything for sports, just chat it up. If not, I'm gonna just hop into some, some things going on. You know what I'm saying? So I'll wait about a minute, see if who's watching wants to talk about something. Let's see here. You should, my love, you should like the emojis I'm about to put up. I can't find like the blue heart one though. I don't know what's up with that. Where's that at? I'm sitting here trying to use this like touchpad thing, man. I'm not adept on where that is. Come on. See here, swiping across the whole. There we go. Took forever. There we go. I know you love Halloween, so okay. So nobody's on Facebook. It's all good. Let's see. Still streaming for both. All right. So I'll just hop into some stuff. So I consider esports to be sports, and I'm a race car driver. So we're gonna get into all right, love. Enjoy, I'll see you here home soon. Love you. All right. So what we'll talk about here is, Gran Turismo 5, as I play sport. You can see some of the trainings on YouTube, and they just confirmed today. So what I do, since I love Gran Turismo since I've been a little kid, GT Planet, it's often what I use to keep up with the new news regarding Gran Turismo and whatnot. And Gran Turismo 5 is about to come out next month on the PlayStation 5. It's probably going to take me some extra time to really play that. Seeing as like I'm trying to get rent, so I ain't gonna even sit here and try to do. I don't know when I'm gonna be able to get a PlayStation 5, but apparently they said an update to the PlayStation Store over the weekend has confirmed that Gran Turismo Sport. And Andrew Evans, what's up? He wrote this article on gtplanet.net. Confirmed that Gran Turismo Sport will be playable on the next generation PlayStation 5 console. It's something that we broadly expected given previous statements, but it's the first overt confirmation. Let's see here. It's been confirmed already that the PlayStation 5 would support PlayStation 4 backwards compatibility, and the overwhelmingly majority of the top 100 PlayStation 4 games function without issue on the PlayStation 5. That's great news. That's great news. Let me see. I don't think I checked to see which games would not be supported on PlayStation 5. Let me see. I may as well just go to the actual PlayStation 5 website. Joe's Diner, Shadwin, Hitman Go Definitive Edition, We Sing, Robinson, The Journey, Shadow Complex Remastered, Just Deal With It, TT Isle of Men, Right on the Edge. I may as well just share the links of what I'm looking at so you could take a peek too. I don't know if you're able to click on those, but you could. Yeah, that's what's up. Cool. So I could let you know what I'm looking at. You could choose to kind of roll with me or not on that, but that's up to you. Where was I at here? And here is the article by Andrew Evans that I saw for Gran Turismo 5. So that's kind of what I want it to be too. It's just, I mean, I could, this is kind of like me doing what I normally do anyway, but with people. So, but yeah, if you want to look if you want to contribute, if you play any sports, esports is included in that. So if you play some mobile games and there's stuff you want to talk about on that, please let me know. And we'll definitely look at it and talk about that. I don't want it to be just about me, I want it to be surrounded everything. Now let's see here. I guess it's called Gran Turismo Sport Spec 2 is what it's going to be called on Gran Turismo 5. What I'm signing on now, I'm reading the second link that I posted. I'm just reading the rest of what that entails for how Gran Turismo Sport is. It's a rare case because usually they shut down, which I've experienced indirectly. I can't say, well, indirectly because my past systems were broken by my pops. So with that being said, it just I didn't get to play Gran Turismo 6 yet, but I still was on gtplanet.net, and I would hear about when they would shut the lobbies down for Gran Turismo 5, though I didn't have it directly anymore. I heard about that too. Even Prologue, Gran Turismo 5 Prologue, I heard about it, when they were shutting down the lobby. So this time, I mean, since it's heavily dependent online versus the other ones, it's kind of questionable to see if they're going to continue to offer online support or not. So that's where we're at on that. Let's see here. I thought they said Gran Turismo 5 was coming out on PlayStation 5, but like when it launches, but apparently I think they're gonna correlate sport on 5 until they finish and wrap up Gran Turismo 7. So that's easing in that case, as I don't really have to worry about it then. I'm still kind of looking on GT Planet to verify that. Let's see here. Yeah. So I'm seeing. SSC. Holy smokes. There's also Andrew Evans. I think he writes a lot of the stuff on here, but they said SSC regains fastest production car title with 316 mile per hour. Tuatara, is that how you pronounce that? And it lost the crown in 2010, losing but I mean, in regaining the record, SSC has also thrown down an incredible challenge, raising the bar by almost 40 miles an hour. Wow. And it's SSC North America. It's a relatively small manufacturer based in Washington State. The brand's founder, Jared Shelby, named it Shelby Supercars, but rechristened it to avoid confusion with the Carroll Shelby founded Shelby American. Yeah, the battle's been between Bugatti Veyron and Koenigsegg. I believe that's how you say that, and SSC. Apparently, like it's just been between those three for a long time. But that's kind of wild, especially if they just beat it in new mystery car October, So that'll be interesting to see like how they're gonna go back to the drawing board on that. Let's see what else here. Never got to check out 24-hour Le Mans results for 2020. Oh wow. Yeah, copy and paste that here as well. Okay. And again, whoever watches on Facebook, I know there's nobody on here right now, but if you catch, again, you could go ahead and go to the YouTube link and catch on that to see what I'm talking about. But all right. Toyota Gazoo Racing. Which car is that though? That's crazy. Toyota got first in the 24-hour. That's what's up. That's really cool. I don't know if have they taken home one before. Lap gap on Circuit de la Sarthe is ridiculous. That is crazy. Dang, that car absolutely destroyed them. That is nuts. $387 laps, best speed 245.6. Dang. I wish it showed us I wish it showed the name of the car itself. So, I mean, it says team and drivers, but I want to know, like, I mean, I see the picture, but like, I want to get the name of the car itself. It's just saying the category and the manufacturer, but like, what's the model name? I have to go to a different website to see like the car name. I'm more interested in a car name than the picture, though. That's still crazy, though. Okay, it's the Toyota TSO50 hybrid is what ended up winning. God. Mm. Habanero's been a little bit of a rascal. I'm gonna go let her out real quick. Be right back. All right, cool. Appreciate your patience. I'm back with it. So yeah, the Toyota TSO50 hybrid is the one that won, and then the second car of the same variant came in. Did I put the link in there? I did. In that car, the second version with the second team came in third, which is still impressive. Rebellion R13. Rika. So was that Dodge? I feel like I gotta go back and forth between these different ones here. Rebellion. A lot of Orica 07 cars. GTE. So do they not call it? What is the GTE racing class? Okay, Grand Touring Endurance. So I'm curious. What I'm looking up right now is like, what's the difference between Grand Touring by Joe Le Corre? I believe that's how you pronounce that. And I'm checking this right now because I thought GT3 and GTE were one and the same. I didn't know that the endurance was different. Let's take a look for it. So it has 40.2K views. It's no secret that GT racing is some of the most exciting racing in the world. There really is nothing better than seeing modified supercars duking it out on the track with absolutely no mention of politics. However, like Formula racing, there are many classes to GT and the difference aren't plainly obvious. So I slapped together this handy guide. At the lower end of the GT pecking order lives GT4. These machines are based on road-going supercars and are sold to customer teams worldwide for them to use as they please. The main aspect that sets GT4 apart from 3 and E sisters is the aerodynamics. GT4s have significantly reduced wings, splitters, and diffusers compared to GT3 and GTE. Another difference is the power they produce. Obviously, having 500 plus horsepower in a race car that doesn't have the downforce to keep it glued to the track is a completely brainless idea. So the engines in GT4s are detuned to around the 400 plus or minus HP horsepower mark. That's roughly 100 horsepower difference to GT3 and a 250 horsepower deficit to GTE. GT3. A well-known fact is that GT3 is one of the most popular classes of race cars in the world. They compete in domestic and international series the world over and race on nearly every circuit you can name. Back to my GT pecking order now. GT3 sits slap bang in the middle and is the best of both worlds. You get to enjoy the aesthetic of silly wings and diffusers you can live under without having too much dirty air from the car ahead. On average, a GT3 car will have 500 horsepower and will utilize balance of performance to keep the field close. Balance of performance works by adding or removing ballast, I believe that's how you pronounce that, or changing the amount of power the engine can deliver. BOP often causes a stir amongst drivers as changes can be made after qualifying. This means a car that was extremely quick in quality can be altered to be slower in the race. Going back to the silly wings I mentioned earlier, GT cars develop significantly more downforce than their GT4 counterparts. The Nissan GT-R GT3 is claimed to reduce 1,000 kilograms of downforce above 200 kilometers per hour. Personally, I think this figure is a bit too high, but that is the figure Nissan claims. And then we have GTE, which is Grand Touring Endurance. Now, for the most potent GT racers around other than Super GT, Super GT is great too, by the way. GTE cars only race in 2 series currently, the WEC and IMSA. But what they lack in exposure, they make up for in awesomeness. By quite a margin, GTE cars are the most powerful of the 3. The Ferrari 488 GTE Evo produces a fairly handy 650 horsepower. In addition, GTE cars are extremely slippery in a straight line. As a result, at this year's Le Mans, GTE cars were easily surpassing the 300 kilometers per hour barrier, and some even going further beyond. Despite the highest tier of GT racing, GTEs don't produce as much downforce as GT3s purely so they can reach those stupidly high speeds at Le Mans. While I'm at it, GTEs also have less driver aids than GT3s and 4s. This is counterintuitive because GTE cars race for longer distances, so you think they have more driver aids, but they don't. GTEs have to do without ABS, unlike GT3 and 4 cars. At least they got traction control. That's interesting. Learning for the first time that there's GTE. I always thought GT3 was the one that participated in Le Mans, but I guess I'm incorrect on that. It's interesting. I think it's just more of a testament to be a driver. I feel like, because I feel like it's safe to have driver aids, but at the same time, I feel like you need to know how to, because I feel like you respect the car. It goes both ways. I feel like you respect the car a lot more if you know how fast you're going. Like, I feel like there's some type of respect had to be had when you're traveling hundreds to 200 miles an hour or 2 to 300 kilometers an hour. And, you need to like feel, in a sense, I feel like at least starting off, you need to feel the resistance of the wheel, feel the behavior of the car when you do ABS, which is like the anti-braking system. Um, if you don't have that on, like you have to let off the gas and start braking slowly, like and slowly press down until the point where they're fully engaged. Whereas ABS kind of it helps you, it helps the brakes from locking, so you don't like skid into the wall, for example. On the other flip side, TCS for traction control system, that prevents under or oversteer. But at the same time, like with the lack of that, depending on whether you have front engine, mid engine, and whether it's front engine, front drive, front engine, rear wheel drive, and mid engine, rear wheel drive, and the Porsche, a lot of the models are rear engine, rear wheel drive. So whether your car is going to under or oversteer depends on various factors such as horsepower, torque, and the drivetrain, which would be what I just talked about. So, I mean, it's just weird that Grand Touring Endurance doesn't really make an appearance much, whereas Grand Touring 3 makes an appearance more often, but it's not in Le Mans. You would think that GT and Endurance would be prevalent in the endurance races for the most part, because I mean, when you get to Le Mans, which is 24 hours, like it's split into 3 shifts of 8-hour shifts. If you go from GT3 to go into and I mean, I know they mostly have teams already, but if you go from driving GT3 to I'm trying to say Evolution Endurance, that's kind of quite a difference from having aids and like 100 and 50 less horsepower to no aids, no driving aids at all, and having more horsepower to boot. Which is like, I just feel that it's more, I've just seen more. It's, for example, the WRC, which is the World Rally Championship, and comparing that to, which was Group B, which was rally racing back in the day, the two different spectrums of drivers were different worlds. Because Group B, you were flying, So I mean, race car driving in general, error usually results in death. But back then, you didn't have driving aids like that. You just had to learn the behavior of the vehicle. And that's a different art too, in my opinion. Not to say like you don't have to be skilled to drive a LMP1, which is a Le Mans prototype, grade 1. They have a good amount of aids in their hybrids. So, I mean, you don't really have to pit in too much. There's a lot more going for you, which, I mean, when you're driving that long, you just need to focus. But I mean, there's something to be had about controlling a vehicle in that regard more so. That's just my opinion, not to judge any drivers there, but you learn something new every day. Let's see here. So in that case, let me see who was first in the GTE class in Le Mans then. I mean, I could just look. I posted the link here earlier. Let's see here. So I'm visiting the motorsport.com one, and it seems the Aston Martin Vantage AMR was the one. It's interesting. Like, it's interesting to see the difference in terms of, because I mean, if we look here at position 20, which is that Aston Martin AMR, and it seems to be a pretty close race between that and the Ferrari, but they both only pitted in 24 times. So I wonder what type of the different factors and why you would think an LMP2 or LMP1 would pit in a lot less, especially if they're hybrids. But then again, they are going a lot quicker too, and they're totally different for aerodynamics and whatnot. So, but it seems the Aston Martin Vantage AMR was 20th, and then the Ferrari 488 was after that, and it seems they went back and forth until you had the Porsche 911, Ferrari again. So it seems all there was really was for the GTE was Ferrari, Porsche, and Aston Martin, from what I can see here on the placing. And I wonder how that was for the drivers too, driving those events without. I mean, you're in a car, so I don't imagine it to be much different if you're mostly in a car versus, like, I know it's different playing basketball and you have, people in the stands a lot closer versus you're in a car. And I'm not saying you don't hear people yelling and things like that, but it's like with the car and the engine being as loud as it is, and you have a helmet on and you're usually talking to your pit crew and things of that nature, or and you have everything going on and you're focused on like the race. I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the people being there or not being there didn't make too much of a difference, versus I'm sure that it was a totally different experience for the NBA players playing in a little ball, like a little controlled environment with no players, and they're all blow up balls and blow up dolls. And so that's just my opinion. Let's see, is there any motorsport? I guess I could save motorsport.com and in general, because it seems like this is a good website to go to for like news related to racing. So I'm going to go ahead and add a bookmark to Google Chrome, racing news, and make a new folder for that. All right, cool. So if I'm at motorsport.com, so if you want to follow along, that's great. If you just want to listen, that's fine too. I'm still doing my thing regardless. So one story here for Formula One is Ferrari will use tokens to redo the rear of the car for 2021. And the article was released this morning at 3:06 a.m. by Jonathan Noble. And let's go ahead and go into that a little bit. Ferrari will spend its development tokens on a revamp of the rear end of its Formula One car next season in its bid to move up the grid. The Italian outfit has endured a challenging 2020 season, with its SF1000 suffering from too much drag, allied to a drop in performance from its engine. Work is already underway at Maranello, is that how you say that? Maranello, to develop a new power unit, while Ferrari's head of chassis engineering, Simone Resta, has revealed that the outfit's focus on improving the car for next year will revolve in one area. We will redo the rear of the car, said Resta in an interview with Italian publication Autosprint. We think that this is the area that will allow for more room for development between chassis and aerodynamics for 2021. Furthermore, the rear of the car will be affected by regulatory changes that the FIA are introducing to reduce the aerodynamic load in order to limit the stress on the tires. As a result of these floor changes, all teams will lose a number of points of downforce, and it will be essential to work to recover as much as possible. All of this makes us believe that the most important area in which to spend development tokens is the rear. As part of cost-cutting measures introduced in the wake of the coronavirus pandemic, F1 teams are strictly limited in terms of how much they can change their chassis for 2021. A token system has been introduced where teams effectively have to pick whether to upgrade one major area or choose two smaller elements. But despite the progress of the engine and the chance to redo the rear of its car, Resta is still cautious about the chances of Ferrari making a big leap forward in 2021. Freedom is not as total as it appears, he added. You can develop the engine freely over the winter, but it will be frozen from the first 2021 race onwards. Then you can't touch it anymore. The aerodynamics, even if free, are still limited and formed by what structure is underneath. You have to consider aerodynamics like a dress. It must be worn over a body, so in a certain sense, the dimensions of the body affect the final shape. So if the F1 nose structure remains the same, I may be able to design a new front wing, but my creative anatomy will still be limited. All these freezes and limitations lead us to think that we will find it difficult to reasonably recover in a single season the gap we now have to the leaders. Excuse me. So this is interesting. I was unaware that Ferrari was struggling that much with keeping up with the competition. And it's interesting to see the dynamic that COVID is playing, probably not only for just Formula One, but across the board for the different factions here. And I'm honestly excited because, I mean, I haven't really been able to keep up too much with everything with the different factions that it'll give me a chance to learn more as well. Because even though I'm a race car driver, you could always learn more. Same, for everything, could always learn more. So let's see here. See if there's anything. All right. And it seems that there's some news related to the Le Mans. Toyota drivers say that no handicaps for finale would be quote unquote unfair. So let's see. Toyota's FIA, and this is I'll go ahead and post a link here too. It's by Jamie Klein here. Go ahead and post this on the live stream. All right, so we have Toyota's FIA World Endurance. Excuse me, hold on, let me mute that real quick. I was just apologizing to Facebook because I muted it for YouTube, but wasn't able to do the same thing for Facebook in time. So here we go. So with this article, say it would be unfair if the system of success handicaps was scrapped for next month's Bahrain season finale, despite the lack of privateer LMP ones. The Japanese manufacturer's two driver crews head into the 8-hour decider on November 14th, separated by 7 points. After Sebastian Buemi, Kazuki Nakajima, and Brendan Hartley's Le Mans 24 Hours victory vaulted them to the head of the standings. Under the rules used throughout the 2019-20 campaign, except the Le Mans, the number 7 car of Mike Conway, Kamui Kobayashi, and Jose Maria Lopez would be given a lap time advantage of 0.47 seconds a lap at Bahrain over the sister number 8 Toyota TSO 50 hybrid. With 38 points on offer for victory and 27 for second, it means that whichever crew finishes ahead will win the title, regardless of which car takes pole. However, the fact that there are no other LMP1s besides the 2 Toyotas on the entry at Bahrain following Rebellion Racing's decision to withdraw from the race has raised the prospect of the success handicaps being removed altogether. A spokesperson for the WEC told motorsport.com earlier this month that there have been no decision yet on whether this will indeed be the case. But Kobayashi believes changing the rules that have been in operation all season just to make the title fight more interesting wouldn't be the correct thing to do. Still, they haven't decided yet what the EOT is going to be, he told motorsport.com. Hopefully, they keep the handicap, otherwise there's too much luck involved. Excuse me. I'll see that again just because I was yawning. Hopefully, they keep the handicap, otherwise there's too much luck involved. In the last race, if they go back to a normal EOT just because there's no rebellion, it doesn't make sense because this is how they have handicapped us all season. These are the rules and they shouldn't be changed during the season. On only one occasion this season has the Toyota carrying the larger handicap finished ahead, which was at Spa in August, partly thanks to the mixed weather conditions and a recurring electrical glitch that delayed the number 8 car, allowing the number 7 crew to take victory. Le Mans was the only third race of the campaign that the 2019-20 season in which the TSO 50 hybrids fought on level terms following the Silverstone curtain raiser in the third round at Shanghai, prior to which both cars had earned an identical number of points. Nakajima conceded that should the handicap rules remain in place for Bahrain, he, Buemi, and Hartley will go into the race with very little chance of taking the title. The way the handicap works, it's very difficult to make up for it because we're purely going to miss some power, Nakajima told motorsport.com. Every time we have had the handicap since the start of the season, it was difficult. We know it's going to be difficult to beat car number 7, but it's a long race, 8 hours, so we just need to do our job and see what happens. To be honest, I won't be too disappointed if we finish behind car number 7 because this is how it should be. Of course, for the championship, it would be more exciting with no handicaps, but in a way it's unfair because the rules are already there since the start of the season. From our side, I'd be happy, but if I was in the other car, I would feel like it is unfair, but I would be fine with whatever they decide. Contacted for comment on the situation by motorsport.com, a spokesperson for Toyota would only say we expect the success handicap system to be in place in Bahrain. To be honest, I'm not too familiar with the handicap system, which, I'm going to get better with, news in general. I kind of say this in my book series, but I love driving the car. I'm not really interested in the extra rules. I like having a car and then, let's just race and drive, you know what I'm saying? But, rules are important to study for everything. Let's see here. So there's that. Excuse me. I know we have the Los Angeles Lakers that just won the title, which congratulations, LeBron, on that victory. Regardless if people say it was, botched or not, that's, you won that. I feel like people always find excuses for LeBron to say that he won because of this and that or that. It's like, man, the dude is awesome. And he didn't do it alone, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to say that as he lost. In basketball in general, I play basketball, and it's like it takes 5 people to make a shot. It's not just one person. So let's see if I could find some articles on that. And I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm glad that it's kind of deja vu because I'm a Denver Nugget fan, besides following LeBron around. And though it was nice that the Denver Nuggets were able to make it into the playoffs, it was somewhat of a deja vu. Just seeing as we went against the Lakers back when, the late Kobe Bryant was alive back in, what was that, 2010, 2009, 2010. And we lost at that point too, just being so close, to the finals. And I feel like sports in Colorado, we got to figure it out. It's just like there's no reason we should have a higher elevation. Number one, just standard. We're already a mile above in most parts of the state over everyone else. So just by that advantage alone, we should be able to best, the competition, but we don't. And then moreover, we have the mountains to train on, and we don't. I mean, I'm not within the team. I'm just like kind of utilizing it from an external plane. Like I've played basketball. Sure, I haven't played on a professional level, but it's just interesting that across the board for the Avalanche, which is our hockey team, Denver Nuggets, our basketball team, the Rockies for our baseball, Rapids for soccer, and then I feel like I'm forgetting a team, the Broncos. It's just interesting that we have an advantage for all these sports, and we have the mountains, and it's like we're still losing. We have not brought home a title in a long time. And just to cut it, to be honest, the reason we won a Super Bowl even was because of Peyton and because of our defense. If it wasn't for those things, we wouldn't even won. Like our rears got saved because of defense. I don't know how many times. So we got to figure it out on that. I'm not too much of a hockey fan, but, if I get more exposure, and like, it's about the community at the end of the day. I'm not going to sit here and I prefer basketball. And I don't even I like participating in the sports more than watching. But if it comes down to it, you know what I'm saying? If the viewers if the community wants to talk about something, we could talk about it. I'm not going to not talk about it. It's just that my level of expertise in, let's say, hockey is not going to be high because I've never really played hockey like that. But again, it's like on the pedal sports, right? So I only could use, esports because, SS3 get Goku, me playing on Clash Royale and all my esports for Call of Duty. And racing falls underneath that when you're doing it online. And, all the other games I've played, I have personal experience with that. I have personal experience with basketball. I still play. And, I have personal experience with football, but I never like watching sports. I mean, I'd rather, even racing, I don't watch too much externally. I mostly like doing it, so that's why I would need more kind of fuel externally to talk about the stuff y'all want to talk about. Otherwise, it'd be mostly what, I do. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect at all, but yo, Brendan, I just saw your comment, dog. My bad. I just, I was kind of just in it, doing my thing, man. But I'm cool, man. How you doing, G? You know what I'm saying? What's been popping with you? Shoot, can I see like what time you said that? I feel like if I put that way later, man, my bad. My bad. I just now caught you. I don't know how long you've been there for. Oh, cool. Straight up, man. I hope everything's good. Hope the family's cool, man. I'm just, doing my thing on here, man. Shoot, I'm getting tired, honestly, but I'm just plugging through, talking about some sports, So if there's anything, you got some sports you want to talk about, we'll throw it up there and go look at an article or something, or just start we got about 12 minutes in this segment for the Untitled Sports. So anything you want to talk about, we could get into it, you know what I'm saying? Or if even if you want to call in, that's up to you. You don't have to, don't feel obligated. But you could keep chatting, or you could just, keep watching me do my thing. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. He's healing up slowly but surely. He's home now. He was at UC Health last week, and he just left. When did he go up in there? I think Tuesday is when he went up in there. Or no, it was Saturday because I was chilling outside. I cleaned up. Yeah, it was Saturday, last Saturday, not this past one, the one before that. And then he left. Um, when was that? I want to say Wednesday, or was it Tuesday? It was Tuesday. So about 2 days, 2 days. Nothing too bad, but I'm just glad he didn't fall on his head because, man, he had a gash on his arm, huge. Like, I'm surprised he didn't go to the bone. Stuff is crazy, man. But thank you, man. I appreciate that. He's just got scrapes, and we just went over there on his birthday last. Dang, time is flying, man. So the 16th was his birthday, and he got hurt the Saturday before that. So he went home that Tuesday, and then on the 16th is when we went over there for his birthday and, just played some Monopoly and chill back with him. So appreciate that, man. He's slowly coming to again. He's better than he was with when he was all hurt and everything. Just Aurora Medical did not take care of him. And at least when he went over to UC Health, they ran a ton of tests, and he talked to a lot of doctors and talked to teams from the diabetes team. And I guess, it's a slight review to them right now, but they took care of him a lot better than over there at Aurora Medical for sure. So he's just still healing up, man. So definitely appreciate that. How have you been, man? How's everything going? How's work going? I'm not sure if he's not by the screen, but while he's typing, or even if he doesn't want to answer that, that's fine. For the remaining 5 minutes, yeah, I'm excited for PlayStation 5. I'm saying, oh, there we go. Word up. That's what's up. That's what's up. Cool, man. Cool, man. What's the job, if you don't mind talking about that? That's real cool. Congratulations, by the way. I don't know if I said that all right. Or tired, but yeah, word up, man. Word up. Word up. Yeah, cannabis cultivation tech. Yeah. Yeah. Cool, man. Well, shoot, hey, not that you need it, but I'm sending blessings your way always, bro. You're gonna kill it always, and if you connect on the, the smoke, you know what I'm saying? Let me know. Unless you just do medical. I don't got my medical card, because even if I did, I wouldn't be able to, have this joint anymore. But if either way though, I'll come to you, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If you get some type of commission too on the sell, that'd be dope. Otherwise, if you just straight up, we just grow it, still, that's dope. I didn't want that to come across as like bettering my good, to take away from your news. Your news is great. You know what I'm saying? It was just more of a aside to, just supporting, local people, supporting the homies, the Brody, you know what I'm saying? I believe who else is on is KD, but this is Mystic Being, you know what I'm saying? This is a G right here. Mystic B's in the house. So, I haven't heard from West though, so I don't know if he's just waiting on me, but yeah, between this and all the other stuff, it's coming, but I've just been going back and forth. But no rush for you, my brother. Like I said, I got the I don't know if you saw my other videos, but I just don't. I'm glad he knows how to mix and master and all that, but I don't know how to mix and master yet. But that's the Warm Audio 47 right there. So if you don't have any other, anywhere else to record your stuff, just holler at me. And I know it's COVID times, but you could definitely come through and utilize that mic, bro, and get it done. But yeah, man. That's good to hear. I'm glad everything's going cool for you, G. I see anybody on the Facebook side? Nobody on the Facebook side. Cool. All right. And on the Facebook side, I know I'm doing StreamYard. I didn't have the resources. Ideally, I was trying to link everything together and stream at the same time, but you need a premium account for that. There's no worries on that, but I mean, I'm doing it fine right here. So, all right. Let's see what we have here. I haven't heard from Habanero in a minute. I'm about to let's see what she's doing. She might be just knocked out. But I opened the door a minute ago. Let's see. The next segment is, what's it, 3 o'clock? Okay, no, 2 o'clock. It's going to be traffic education. So we're about to talk about more of the crazies. Dang, you knocked out, huh? Okay. All right, but yeah, traffic education is the next segment. And that sounds good, bro. But yeah, if you got any issues, I mean, even I don't know if that's still UK, Dean, but if y'all got any issues where you're located with some traffic issues, if you want to talk about some, stuff going on in the city, if there's a intersection that sucks, or you just want to vent about some some stuff going on with, traffic. I know, Brandon, you where I'm at, but I mean, I know you live over there, more west side. So there might be stuff going on because I haven't been over there in a little bit, but I mean, I guess technically Westminster is the west side, but you're more south than I am. So I don't know what's going on that way traffic wise, but maybe some issues you've had, or with drivers tripping, any crazy stories you've had. If you want to talk about that, you're more than welcome. Otherwise, I'm just going to fill in the blanks, and it can range from, it's traffic in general. So you could talk about potholes. You could talk about, people driving, period. You could talk about if you're frustrated with, people getting licenses, or if there's something, about, if you want to talk about CDOT or your experience driving on the highways, anything like that, this is that time to talk about that. So anything that tickles your fancy, man, it's up to you. While we're working on that, I'm gonna pull up Google Maps here. I don't know if I should pull up Google Maps or maybe Waze or something, but let's see if there's any, using Google Maps and going to traffic right now. See if there's any crazy things going on in the city. Got a live feed right now of what's going on. Can we teach people how to merge properly? Hella. Hella, that's a big one. I talked a little bit about it yesterday, but I mean, I feel like it's a topic until we could really get it, hammered, that we need to discuss that. So from what I'm aware, before, as I'm, typing it up, from my experience and what I've, learned, we're supposed to zipper merge, versus just getting over half a mile or a mile early. So let's see what we have here in terms of, we could look at the Wikipedia first, and then we could try to go and see what some states have, because I'm interested to see. I don't see anything on the search list for Colorado talking about it, but I'm gonna go ahead and link the wiki that I have in here on merging here, and I'm gonna just talk about that a little bit. And then we could go into, if you have a link you want me to look at too, it's like a community thing, man. I don't want it to be like I'm driving, if you have some links you find that you want to discuss, and I'll go ahead and read it and throw it on there. And, it's a conversation versus like, me just talking the whole time. It's just, for the other segments and stuff, it's just like nobody really else is there, or they just want to listen. So, but yeah, man, since you're here, as long as you want to stay here, man, do what you want to do, man, and we'll hop into it. So at this Wikipedia link for merge traffic, parentheses on that, in traffic engineering, which I was going to go to school for traffic engineering, but, again, I don't like being controlled over what I can and can't do and what I can and can't talk about. And I don't think I need a degree to really place my valid opinion. And just because, I'm a race car driver doesn't make me any more validated than my boy Mystic being here, but or anyone else for that matter. So in traffic engineering, the late merge or zipper method is a convention for merging traffic into a reduced number of lanes. Drivers in merging lanes are expected to use both lanes to advance to the lane reduction point and merge at that location, alternating turns. That's already something people don't do anyway. But before I get into it, like, I'm gonna just finish reading. Let me check back, make sure to say, okay, cool. So the late merge method contrasts with the early merge method. A related scheme is the dynamic late merge. The late merge method has not been found to increase throughput. Throughput is the number of vehicles that pass through a point in a given period of time. However, it considerably reduces queue backup length because drivers use the ending lane until its end and reduces speed differences between the two lanes, increasing safety. In the case of Interstate 77 in North Carolina, where signs directed people to use the zipper merge, the length of the backup was reduced from 8 miles to 2. That's 6 miles. Governments hold campaigns to promote the late merge method because irritation and aggression are common among drivers who are not educated about the benefits of the technique, sometimes including straddling lanes to block late mergers. Often drivers who change lanes too early do not like to see other drivers continue into the end of the drop-away lane, even though this late merging is encouraged by the authorities. In most countries, a driver can be penalized for not using the late merge method, but in some countries, only where a traffic sign so indicates. Most states in the United States require merging traffic to yield to through traffic, which already exists in the lane they wish to enter. This further complicates the common understanding of the proper merging protocol, as even though zipper merging is widely encouraged, those doing so are still legally required to yield, and those who choose not to let them merge are not doing anything wrong from a legal standpoint. Traffic already in the lane being merged into has the right of way over the merging traffic from the lane that will disappear. Let's see here. So, I mean, I know this is wiki, and I mean, we could check more reputable sources. Anyone can really edit a Wikipedia page. I think the first point is that I'm noticing is that the late merge method, I didn't even know it was called late merge alternatively, has not been found to increase throughput. So I would like to research that further, because to me that doesn't make sense, because if it does reduce backup and if people are legitimately doing one at a time, then that is a constant system. Whereas if you have people that early merge, and then you have people that do it late, and then you have some people that won't let the people late merge. They might go 2 or 3 cars, for example, before they let them in. And you have multiple factors that we're not thinking about. Like, and I mean, they do talk about, you know, if people get angry that someone passed, you know, perhaps they might do something to either alleviate, you know, by maybe chasing the car, or you could have them, you know, back up the car some more behind them. We're not talking about, you know, and I mean, we could keep going down the line of people being distracted in traffic and things of that nature. But if we're just going to go on a consistent, constant basis, it's hard for me not to believe that throughput isn't going to be increased with a system if we all were to follow zipper merging. That's my opinion. I don't know what you two would think about that, or anyone else that is watching at the moment, but I feel like with such different laws across not only the state, but you know, it seems like they take kind of a hands-off approach, that you're supposed to yield, but I mean, it's not legal for anybody to cut you off. But from what I've noticed driving, is that yeah, people do get mad. It's not too much if sometimes I don't force my way in terms of an accident, but if there's enough room to where I could just slide in there, it doesn't really back up traffic much. But if we're on the point where we're both here, you know, I notice more times I won't get let in. But when I do get let in, it's better than, like, I've noticed people stop like a mile to two before, and then you're causing traffic to back up way back there, which is causing the other lanes of traffic to back up way sooner than the construction site or the accident, or even just the regular lane that's ending. Yeah. And I mean, even here, I've just noticed drivers get way more lackadaisical with just offering more car lengths behind people. And some don't even put on a blinker. They just stop and try to get over. I mean, there's a lot of craziness out there with that. I'm interested to see, when I look up zipper merge, there is a link from, I believe, Minnesota, which I'm interested in to see. Yeah, the 2020 Minnesota Department of Transportation. After this one, I'll go ahead and look up. I'm interested to see. I'm not impressed with CDOT so far in our state when it comes to traffic education, but I don't want to say that before I verify. So let's see. We have the Minnesota Department of Transportation construction zone. A zipper merge occurs when motorists use both lanes of traffic into reaching the defined merge area, and then alternate in zipper fashion into the open lane. Zipper merge versus early merge. When most drivers see the first lane closed ahead sign in the work zone, they slow too quickly and move to the lane that will continue through the construction area. This driving behavior can lead to unexpected and dangerous lane switching, serious crashes, and road rage. Zipper merging, however, benefits individual drivers as well as the public at large. Research shows that these dangers decrease when motorists use both lanes into reaching the defined merge area and then alternate in zipper fashion into the open lane. And then apparently they have a video too, which is pretty cool, which is a YouTube video. Oh, excuse me if kind of blew your ear off there. I'll just throw the link on here. I'm not going to watch with the volume on, but just looking at the video itself. I mean, yeah, I'm at like 25 seconds, and that's what most people do. Like, there's nobody zipper. It's like everybody's in the right lane way before it comes. I mean, my last experience with that on a highway basis in a similar fashion was like I-25 when I was headed north. And where was the construction at? It was around where Budweiser, there we go. And there was hella people. It was hella backed up. And when I got to the point of construction, nobody was, everybody was getting over way too soon. But yeah, as you go on later in the video, it's like, Of course, everyone's got to get over in the right lane anyway, but it's like it keeps traffic moving, which is the point of, traffic engineering. Right. I agree, bro. I agree. And that's what causes that road rage too, because they think that, the person up that's in the other lane is just trying to cut them off. And that, they're just trying to get ahead of everybody. And it's like, it's understandable. Like, I could understand why people would think that. Like, if you're not educated about it, I definitely could understand why you think someone is cutting you off from going all the way, to the end and then merging over. And then you might be mad at the person up there for letting them in, and they're just looking at just trying to be in their shoes on that. But in the same breath, it's like, I mean, if all these places you're saying that the research aligns, at least with that, it reduces overall traffic in terms of like the queue, then why isn't this just a law? I don't like, you would think something that's more efficient, that is overall a better experience. I think for a lot of parties involved, you would think that would be a law and that should be something that's encouraged. And even like, it's kind of harder to do that in a construction zone, but yet you notice in every construction zone that they're ready to ticket you, double for speeding in the work zone. So I think if you could sign that you're gonna penalize somebody for speeding in the work zone, then you should probably have another sign that says, hey, you should probably zipper merge later, or with areas that is more concrete and permanent where the lane just naturally ends later, you go ahead and just have that sign that you put there that says, or you have a few signs even, or maybe that's when you use one of the big signs, even though that's like electricity, which I don't think you need all that, but maybe you just have a physical sign that doesn't change, just a standard caution yellow, or maybe even make another paint for it. And then you have, lane ends in 500 feet, start merging at, 450 or something like that, or 475, or like merge at the end versus doing it back here. Which, I mean, it's kind of, one could debate like that. What would that do? Because there's like a video, I'm kind of digressing a little bit, but I don't know if you've ever seen a video of the truck that goes, all these trucks that run into, like, there's this like railroad bridge, and they keep running into the bridge despite there being signs all over the place, like to turn right so you don't hit the bridge. But I mean, right now we don't have any communication about zipper merging, and I don't see that enforced. It's a second merge lane if traffic is congested. Most people don't read those signs. I mean, true. And that goes with driving 101, I feel like. And that's where my frustration comes in with our education system for driving and just traffic in general, just because most people don't even know how to work a four-way stop sign. Most people, like, I experience it a lot where I stop at a stop sign and the other person doesn't know how it operates. They're there first, but they look at me like I'm supposed to go. I'm like, you got here first, you're supposed to go. Like, and even the other signs, a lot of people don't even know the lines on the road. Like, if it's a solid yellow line, you're not supposed to cross it. I mean, even or even a white line, or the difference between yellow and white lines, and even how that correlates on like a 2-lane highway going each direction. So, I have to blame the government for that. I've already looked at them a lot for the situation. That's another thing too, is navigation, bro. Like, beautiful points. They don't even teach us, like, I could be wrong, but when I took my driver's license test, I didn't see anything on how to navigate a map properly. It's just my love for maps when I was a little kid is the reason why, I didn't have an issue doing that. But I feel like a lot of people rely on GPS so much. And I mean, personally, I don't utilize GPS in the sense of like having Siri or whatever voice they have saying like turn at this part, because it's annoying to me. I know how to navigate, but for other people, you know, if, you know, I notice them on their phones a lot too. And so it's like, I feel like if you don't know how to navigate, then there has to be a middle line somewhere in terms of, because I'm sure the voice annoys some other people too, but it's like at the end of the day, you need something so you're not looking down at your phone, you know, like if you have music playing, and I'm guilty sometimes too. I look at my phone and, you know, play a track or something like that. And I'm not going to sit here and act perfect like that doesn't distract me. But if you're looking at your phone 24/7, especially on the highway or a major street, you know, like, oh, where do I turn at? Like, you're going to get into an accident. And you, like you said, you can't read the street signs when your face is all up in the phone, you know? And I mean, beautifully put, man. Beautifully put. It's frustrating. I've noticed the quality of drivers over the years just deteriorate. Like, and to be honest, COVID's not making it any better because we're all spending time indoors, and the people that already couldn't drive are not practicing driving. So I wonder, like, I'm curious on a survey on how many people actually have driven long distances, like who's driven longer than just 30 minutes from work to home or from school to home, who's actually like traveled via vehicle to another city 2 hours away, or who's, you know, driven to another state or even longer. Like, I'm curious to do a survey on that to see. But or even like if you could use both, it makes it great though. Yeah, COVID made people forget how to drive straight, man. Straight, like statewide too. I noticed, like, at first I used to be able to go to different areas of the city, and I could tell you like what type of drivers you would run into. So like when I used to go to Loveland, I used to be like, well, it's older people, so they're just slower. Or certain parts of Aurora by like Dem East and West. And I could tell you like the more urban parts of towns like Commerce City or certain parts of Denver, even East Aurora, people would just be more like, you know, no blinkers, you know, road rage would be a little more prominent. But now it's just like across the board, man. I feel like people don't use blinkers. Nobody uses gestures, man. People just wilding out, bro. Seen some wild instances of road rage, man. But not to sideswipe your comment earlier about using both, you know, like, yeah, you know, I feel like if you could read a map, and let me know if I'm misunderstanding, but if you could read a map efficiently and you could have it on the phone, you know what I'm saying, or you could just have it verbally, and you could use that and keep your focus, and great. Like if you could do both, great. But I feel like most people, it's just skip to doing makeup on the road, or just skip to eating and driving, or just skip to doing, you know, multitasking. It's like you can't even drive normally in the first place, but you're going to skip to all these distractions, like being on your phone texting. You're going to eat, you're going to do makeup, you're going to do all this crazy stuff. Now, I ain't saying you should just do it in general, even if you are a good driver, because you're distracted. But I was like, it's you're skipping steps. There's levels to it. You know, you just don't see. You got to learn how to dribble before you could like cross somebody. You feel me? You gotta, you gotta learn how to jab before you could perform a combination. So, you know, that's just common sense. But you know, common sense ain't common no more. So that's why I feel like I need to be out here doing this stuff, man, and talking about that. And even, I mean, I just even talking about our ticketing system for cops, I feel like I don't see cops. Yeah, I agree, man. Read street signs and utilize your phone. Yeah, but who could read, man, these days? I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's like people could barely. I just don't know if literacy in general is common. It's getting less and less common. Straight. She does talk to us. She hella does. And lets us know stuff. I'm both like, I haven't utilized. I stopped using Apple Maps when I always use Google Maps for the most part. Waze is cool too. I've used Waze a couple times. Nothing against Waze. Like, I mean, I think Waze is pretty efficient, but I've just mostly, utilize Google Maps and I turn their voice off. But whenever, like, I've rode in the car with someone else that utilizes it, or they, have it connected to their GPS system. Yeah, she's pretty specific, like in 200 feet, go ahead and turn right here. I've mostly been frustrated with her if which go figure, like once you get to the mountains, it's interesting, but I get frustrated around there. It's kind of like, oh, make a right here. Then it's like, it's not right here, but which goes back to the point you should know how to navigate in the first place. But I mean, even, street numbers, a lot of people don't know, like odds on one side, evens on another side, or like the division between east and west and north and south and stuff like that. But, I just wish our city would do a better job with all this stuff, man. Let me see here. I did not check for zipper merge on, see if Colorado has anything on that. I doubt it, but I'm interested to see. Oh, and Mystic Being, thanks for the subscription, man. I appreciate that, bro. Real talk. All right. I guess we do have a couple things. We got one from Colorado.gov, and then we have Colorado traffic from a Coloradan.com type of thing. So that's 2001. Dang. That's back in the day. So we have, when did they post this article? Let me see what I found here. Oh, passing lanes, and oh my gosh. Yeah, I'll get into the passing lanes and slow lanes too, man. Oh my gosh. Yeah, for sure. So there's a link for the last little bit of the zipper merge. Let's see what they say. Merge points are specifically set up for vehicles to merge from 2 lanes into 1 lane in a zipper fashion. This keeps traffic flowing. Each car should alternate zipper fashion into the remaining open lane just before the point of closure. Here's how the zipper merge works. When there is a lane closure ahead, drivers should continue to drive in both lanes equally. Just before the lane ends, cars should take turns filling in the open lane carefully and resume full speed. In the zipper merge, please be respectful of those who wait to merge until just before the lane ends. They are doing it correctly. Check out this short CDOT video. If they have it there, why is it not in the textbook to do your license? I haven't seen that in the textbook for the license stuff, or when I took the written test, I did not see that. I did not see that. Let's go ahead and go into the passing lane and the slow, because yeah, that's a big one. I feel like that alone causes a lot of issues, man. Especially, that's honestly what's almost got me into a lot of road rage incidents myself, is people that don't get over after they're not even passing anyone. To be honest, most cases, they're not even passing anybody and refuse to get over, let alone like if they pass someone. But like for me personally, I don't care if I'm going 100 miles an hour in a 95. If someone's going 110, I'm going to get over, because that's what I should be over in the first place. It's not my job to be the cop either. Like, that's the cop's job to pull somebody over. Straight up, bro. Straight up. But I mean, gosh, I'll get into more of my stories personally, like in a minute, man. So we have, I'm going to post this. I start with Wiki because it's interesting to see what, the general population has to say on it. And so we have passing lane, a passing lane, North American English, or overtaking lane, English outside of North America, is a lane on a multi-lane highway or motorway closest to the median of the road, which is the central reservation. In some countries, lanes are described as being on the inside or the outside of a road, and the location of the passing lanes will vary. In modern traffic planning, passing lanes on freeways are usually designed for through express traffic, while the lanes furthest from the median of the road have entry/exit ramps. However, due to routing constraints, some freeways may have ramps exiting from the passing lane. These are known as left exits in America. A passing lane is commonly referred to as a fast lane because it is often used for extended periods of time for through traffic or fast traffic. In theory, a passing lane should be used only for passing, thus allowing, even on a road with only 2 lanes in each direction, motorists to travel at their own pace. A 2+1 road has a passing lane only in one direction, usually alternating each few kilometers. In practice, they are more like upgraded highways and motorways. Dang. Right, let me see here. Let's go into the misuse and common practice in the United States. Common practice in most law on United States highways is that the left lane is reserved for passing and faster moving traffic, and that traffic using the left lane must yield to traffic wishing to overtake. The United States Uniform Vehicle Code states, upon all roadways, any vehicle proceeding at less than the normal speed of traffic at the time and place and under the conditions then existing shall be driven in the right-hand lane and available for traffic. It is also illegal in many states in the United States to use the far left or passing lane on a major highway as a traveling lane as opposed to passing, or to fail to yield to faster moving traffic that is attempting to overtake in that lane. For example, Colorado's left lane law states, I like that they shout out Colorado's law, even though I haven't seen it enforced. I can't speak for you, Mystic Being, but you know what I'm saying? I haven't seen no cop pull somebody over for not getting over. But you know, that's just me though. A person shall not drive a motor vehicle in a passing lane of a highway if the speed limit is 65 miles per hour or more, unless such person is passing other motor vehicles that are in a non-passing lane. Let's see here. Yeah, cool. It's nice to see I ain't tripping, man, because sometimes, you know, I'm human, so sometimes I might form a narrative to make it seem like I'm right. I don't do that much these days, but you know, it happens. So appreciate you. In some states such as Maine, Massachusetts, Missouri, Montana, New Jersey, and Washington, the center lanes on highways with 3 or more lanes in each direction are also passing lanes. In those states, no matter how many lanes there are on the highway, drivers must not leave the right-hand lane unless they are overtaking slower vehicles, making a left turn or exit, or obeying the move over law. In California, at least, there is no prohibition against cruising in the left lane. However, similar to the states below, slow traffic must stay right. Okay. In other states such as Massachusetts, New Jersey, Illinois, Pennsylvania, and others, it is illegal to fail to yield to traffic that seeks to overtake in the left lane, or to create any other obstruction in the passing lane that hinders the flow of traffic. As a result, heavy trucks are often prohibited from using the passing lane. Honestly, in certain areas here, I feel like that should be a thing because, I mean, I-25 is, everywhere. I've seen it on all the interstates, but especially I-25 when it gets to 2 lanes, seeing 18-wheeler like slowly pass, if at all, another 18-wheeler, and then everyone's backed up. The left lane is commonly referred to as the fast lane, but that is not an accurate description of the lane's purpose. The left lane is the designated passing lane. However, vehicles in the left lane must obey the posted speed limits. A common problem arising from misuse of the left lane is speeding and tailgating. These actions create road rage and increase overall danger. I feel like this little excerpt that just happened is, I feel like that's opinion. Because I mean, how come isn't universal traffic laws? I feel like that's why the driving is so crazy. I agree. I mean, and it's like, even though our system's not full and complete, I mean, I don't know if you've ever looked at some videos of like the Asia community or even Russia. It's crazy, man. Like, especially China. I've seen some videos of like they don't even have it's just like it's just not a system. It's just like you just go and like it bottlenecks, and like I can't even explain it to you verbatim. But I feel like it would be better at least if there was a universal traffic law that was like, for sure, no matter where you're at, like the lane that's on the other side of the outs. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. The lane closest to the median should be the passing lane. And you know, if you're going slow in the lane, yeah, straight up, bro, it is a free for all, man. And it's like, I feel like that's a good one that's universal. Like, I feel like a lot of more places should model after the Autobahn, in that, you know, like they get hella ticketed for going slow in the fast lane, hella ticketed. Like, that's what the cops are there for, amongst, you know, other safety concerns. But, you know, they see someone going slow in the fast, well, as they say, there's not a fast lane. I think it's synonymous, you know, in my opinion, which was what I was saying on the on that last excerpt, is like, in order to pass, you have to go fast. And I mean, but at the same time, I mean, you're supposed to kind of stay out of the lane. But I mean, if sometimes I understand you don't want to get over all the time, like, because sometimes I'll be in this, you know, lane on the right side and I'm going fast. So I get over, then get back over, then there's a car on the next one, then I get over, get back over again. And I'm like, if you're just going a constant speed that's faster and you're going faster than other cars, then I mean, isn't it technically a fast lane too? That, I mean, that's just a thought. I could be incorrect, but either way, I feel like regardless, you know, that at least should be a bare minimum, is whether they want to call it a passing lane or a fast lane. There should be a lane where people could utilize, because I mean, sometimes, you know, there could be an emergency where somebody needs to fly, and it's like, that's not our decision to sit there and block the lane and sit there and be like, oh, because some people do that too. They like sitting there because they feel like they are controlling traffic. They feel like, you know, my worth is defined by me preventing people from speeding, because I'm not speeding. And I've seen that a few times, and that shit annoys me. And then like they get mad at you when you try to pass. And I'm not gonna justify me cutting across lanes and things of that nature, but I notice if people follow the law and move over, I don't shoot across lanes. I literally do what I'm supposed to do. But if everyone's going slow in the fast lanes, it's like, well, I don't want to sit. I got places to be. I'm not going to sit here all day. So yes, I'm more apt to put on my blinker and go all the way over to the right, because someone in the right lane is going quicker, and then go back to the left side, which I mean makes it more liable for an accident in the first place. Because I mean, me moving around everybody is way worse than, you know, just, you know, you just get out the way. Because I the same thing I critique, I know I'm next in line for. So I mean, again, like I've been on I-25, and there's times I was flying, like I'm up north, and you know the speed limit goes. Yeah, yeah. It's you know, I do that too, man. I do that too, you know, and we could debate like not the best thing to do, but it's like sometimes I'll be pissed. I'm like, cause you know what you're doing, especially if they speed. I think the worst thing that pisses me off is like they're going slow in the fast lane, and then you try to pass them, they speed up, so the car that's upcoming, you can't pass them in time. Yeah, yeah. Right, right. And some of them are so daft they don't even get the signal that you're sending. Like with that, they're just kind of like, oh, this person's a, you know, an asshole or something like that for doing that. And it's like, no, you need to get out the way, you know. Another thing I personally do is like, I put on my I flash my lights a few times to see if they get the memo. And if they don't get the memo, I just throw on my brights, you know, and that's honestly, that gets road rage going hard. Like because my brights are light, they're bright, so I'll throw them on, and then like people brake check me and slow me down. Like I was on I-25 going south, like underneath the 225 bridge, that heads into Aurora. And I put on, this truck was going, speed limits at that point, what, 60, 65? Dude was going 50, and I'm in the fast lane. So I like put on my brights. This dude slows down to 40 miles an hour in the fast lane. I'm just staying right there because I'm like, I'm not going to sit there. I'm not playing your game. You need to move over. So then we have hella cars passing us in the middle lane and just honking at us and stuff like that. And, some of the bigger, SUVs or trucks see like who's at fault. Eventually the car, and he has someone else in the vehicle. It's bad enough if you can't drive by yourself, but don't put other people in the vehicle at risk because you can't do what you need to do. So then the guy finally moves over. His wife's in the passenger seat. They have the nerve to look at me. I'm looking right back at them. As soon as I pass them, they get back in the fast lane. I look back in my rear view after, I'm around county line, and they have everything just held up. Like, and I'm just like, crazy, And I was like, that's where the cops need to be at. Like, that's malicious. Like, and we could have gotten a big accident from going 40 on the interstate in the left lane, man, in the passing lane. So, stuff is wild, man. Stuff is wild. You got any crazy stories of getting cut off, bro? Yeah, man. I think most of my road rage, to be honest, has been with motorcycles. And I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm, exempt, but it's been choppers. I've never got into it with a crotch rocket motorcycle. It's mostly been with like choppers, like more of the biker gang type of dudes. But it's mostly, I've gotten into it mostly off of the passing lane. That's mostly all my road rage incidents right there, besides a blinker. But if you got a story you want to shout out to, you could type that. If while you're typing that, if you want me to look up something else, that's cool too. I mean, shoot, man. I honestly want to do blinkers next. But I didn't finish reading this article either, so I might just finish this out real quick before I jump there. Oh, you had a biker guy road rage you did the other week? Dang, man. What happened? I wonder if it's like similar to my stories, man. My stories have been because allegedly I turned into the other lane that they were in. And I'm not saying that I didn't do it. I'm not saying that I didn't do it, but I try to be more spacious and courteous of it. And, it's like I might have gone over a little bit, but it's like to how it blew up. I'm a better driver than that. I don't recall going knee deep into the lane where it's like I'm in between both lanes, pushing them outside to the other lane or in a situation where they need to crash. But that's how most of these situations I think have turned out. And I mean, I've only been in like 2 incidences with the bikers like that, but I wonder if yours is similar, if that's another situation, but it's interesting. It's interesting. Oh man, so let's see here. And okay, if that's still you, appreciate your time, and whoever watches this in the future, appreciate you watching. I know this is a lot, these streams this week is a lot of material, but it's to prove a point to people, as well as I know USPTO's lurking, and as well as like YouTube was concerned I was just trying to reuse content that I'm not who I say I am. But it ain't about me, it's about the community. That's why I'm out here doing this stuff. So let's see. I finished reading this article while you're typing that out, if you decide to type it out. Let's see. A driver hoping to pass the slow motorist in the fast lane can be stuck in an awkward situation. One strategy is to signal a lane change towards the center median. Another is to flash headlights. A third, which is dangerous illegal, is to drive very close to the fast lane driver's bumper. This is known as tailgating. I've tailgated. I can't even front. I like will tailgate for like 3 seconds if they don't get it, and then I'll back off and pass and cut them off and some crazy stuff. But oh, let's see if you type something on. And let's see. In some areas such as I skipped the sentence there. Most commonly, motorists will attempt to overtake the outer car on the inner lane, either to continue at a fast pace or to pass a car that is going too slowly in the passing lane. On high-capacity multi-lane freeways, 3 or more lanes per direction, many motorists often pass in the inner lane, largely in response to misuse of the passing lane by slower traffic. In some areas, such as the United States of Kentucky, in Colorado, vehicles in the left lane are required to yield to faster traffic only if the speed limit is above 60 miles an hour. In other areas like Alaska, there is no law requiring slower traffic to move over for faster traffic. Of course, Alaska, I get it over there. I mean, I still agree with you, homie, that it should be universal, in my opinion, no matter what. Oh, did my phone not go on? I mean, yeah, feel free to call. If it's not coming through, let me know. But feel free to call if you want to, bro. That's up to you. The use of passing lanes for faster traffic is sometimes acknowledged, with sometimes using phrases as slower traffic keep right. In Canada, where the passing lane is to the left, in a study by the AASHTO, which is the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials. I don't know that. I just kind of hovered over that, hoping it would tell me. Subcommittee on Traffic Engineering. All 24 U.S. states involved use some form of passing line courtesy signage, 9 of which only use those signs for steep graded roads. Proper use, many areas which make it illegal to fail to yield to faster traffic also have exceptions to those rules. Some of those exceptions include preparing to make a left turn, turning an exit located on the left side of the roadway. Did I say turning or taking? Taking an exit located on the left side of the roadway, avoiding traffic merging onto the highway, or overtaking and passing another vehicle. In the province of Quebec, it is illegal to travel in a left lane when not passing when the speed limit is over 80 kilometers an hour, which is 50 miles an hour. In the province of in the province of Ontario, unless otherwise posted, the left lane on a multi-lane highway is not reserved for passing or to give motorists a special lane to violate the speed limit. Only vehicles traveling less than the posted speed limit are to stay in the rightmost lane. Passing on the right is perfectly legal in Ontario multi-lane highways. Oh yeah, you could call my cell phone, bro. Yep, if you don't have the number, I could go ahead and throw it on here for you. But yeah, if you're cool with being on a speaker, so anyone in the future could hear, or even our current guest inside your stuff. And let's see here. Truckers often use the passing lane in moderate traffic where legal to do so to reduce travel times. However, in many areas, tractor trailers are banned from using the passing lane for safety reasons. I didn't even know tractor trailers used to do that. That's crazy. Restrictions are normally found along urban, often congested highways with multiple lanes, e.g. Interstate 40 west of Raleigh, North Carolina, or on rural freeways with 6 or more lanes, 3 in each direction. Hammer lane. The hammer lane is another term for the passing lane. Its etymology originated with truckers in North America in reference to slamming the accelerator with a foot-like hammer. HOV lanes are not usually considered hammer lanes, but are also used for express travel by commuters. in hilly terrain for climate lanes. Some undivided highways are built with 3 lanes with extra added. Mystic Dean, what's up, bro?
Yo, what's up?
How you doing, G?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Appreciate you for calling in, bro.
Yeah, of course, no doubt.
Yeah, man. Tell us about your crazy story, man.
Man, it wasn't anything crazy, but it's just one of those little road rage things that like I didn't do anything wrong personally, but the dude on the chopper repping his little vest, and he had his chubby ass girlfriend on the back. And I was going home from work. It was probably like 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And my work's over in like the Rhino Art District, like the 5 Points area. And I was going from I don't remember what street it was. Because there's the bus station, the RTD light rail right there.
Yeah.
And like going to this bridge, and there's a light right before that. I think it's like Walnut and like Blake, like around that area.
Okay. Yeah.
Or not, I don't remember. And so there's this light where I was going east, and I'm turning left. The light was red, so I'm sitting at the light, and then it turns green, so the cars drive by through the intersection on the other side. And this dude is like, I had my windows down, and he was like, I could hear him like kind of, he was talking pretty loud, but like his bike was loud too, you know what I mean? He's like telling me to hurry up, and like, he's like, go, come on, go. And like, he, at the next light, he like zooms past me and cuts me off. And then a couple more lights down, he turns left. So he got off, and I was driving past him, and my windows were down. And like, I just stuck my head out the window, and I yelled, "I love you." And his girl on the back flipped me off and shit. It was so funny.
Wow.
Like, dude, you don't gotta be calling me an asshole and telling me to hurry up and shit just because you're on a chopper and I'm in a little Honda Accord. Like, I can only go so fast. I'm not on a motorcycle. Sorry.
Right. That's crazy, man. And I feel like maybe he was trying to show off for his lady too. Well, I don't know if I could call her a lady if she's flipping people off. Maybe she's a woman, but I don't know if she's a lady. Yeah. Dang.
She's a tomboy.
Yeah, bro.
With like the little leather like cap on, like biker cap, you know what I mean? With like the leather jacket and the gloves and shit. Yeah, she was a tomboy.
Dang, that's wild. And I give you props for saying I love you, because I mean, you're better than me on that, man. I wish I have yelled like I love you to somebody outside of a car before. So props to you on that.
I just don't let it take away from mine. I'm not gonna let that affect how because if I react negative to it, then they technically have like won. You know what I mean? They brought me down to their level. But it's like, if you stay neutral and do nothing, or you rise above it, that's how you can kind of like, I don't know. Sometimes I like giving people a taste of their own medicine, and that's why I made the comment about like, I'll cut people. Like, if you're driving slow as shit, if you're going like 15 miles under the speed limit in the passing lane, like, I'm gonna get in front of your ass and cut you off and like make it a point, because you're actually doing other people on the road a disservice and making it less efficient for everybody to get where they need to go. And then and it's just weird how people sometimes take it personal, and they're like, why is this dude cutting me off? Like, why is he tailgating me? And it's like, maybe you should take a second and be like, okay, maybe I'm doing something wrong, that, I'm from Texas, or I'm from California, or something like that. Like, if you are from Colorado, like, I've heard we have very like weird like setup on roads and speed limit. Like, it's not the same as driving in other places, I've heard. So it just takes a minute to get used to, and we're all really nice here. Like, I'm a native, so I'm not out here trying to fight people on the side of the road, and you know what I mean? It's like, if you just gotta put yourself outside yourself and like, maybe they did that for a reason. Or if you're stopped with somebody in traffic and you guys just had a confrontation or whatever, ask them if you did something wrong, or if like they're just having a shitty day. Like, you never know. So
That's what's up.
It's weird, man.
Yeah, it's that is definitely weird, bro. That is definitely weird. But I appreciate you calling in and saying the story. And you know, again, like it's still props to you, bro, for you know, utilizing. It took me a while to be able to utilize my discernment for other negative drivers in the right way, because I honestly let it get to me a lot of the times, and I would often, you know, like almost get into it with them, like to the point, like there was one incident I felt, you know, I always had a golf club and and a bat in my car, man, like in all three that I've had. And, you know, I would just be like, and there's a reason I didn't have my pistol, like once I got that, because I just know, like before I ran, like now I could do it, I'm fine. But when I just got my gun, I was not good. I was not in a position where I felt like I could take that in the car and drive and then encounter a crazy road rage situation and feel like I'm gonna not use it. And it doesn't even call it, you know, honestly. I feel like it's speaking it out in the universe at the end of the day. I like what you said earlier, you know, with going to their level. And I feel like if you match their level, then it becomes like a pissing contest, and it could go to something else real quick, you know?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And then what you said earlier about, you know, cutting people off, I've done it too, you know, like if they're going hella slow and you know, and I've done it I haven't done it like dangerously, but I've done it close a few times, and then, you know, I've flipped off some people, and yeah, I've been petty sometimes too, where I haven't done that commonly, but in the older days, I used to like cut them off and then just go slow right in front of them to really, like, you know, pay it to them. But I mean, I realized I stopped doing that pretty quick. But
For sure.
yeah, man.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, man. I'm not perfect either. Like, I've had my situations where it's just like were seriously born in a barn. Your cousin's probably hooked up, and that's where you're like, it's all jokes, but like, I'm just saying, some people are just like, seriously, what are you doing? Like, do you have any recollection of what's going on right now, or where you need to be going, or who, like, you know, like you're in a motor vehicle, you're a person, you're going like 50 to 60, 65 miles on the interstate, and literally that's what I think a lot of people overlook too, is every time you accelerate on the gas, there's literally an explosion in the engine that makes you move forward. So just imagine if you're being an idiot on the weekend, having fun with your friends, and somebody has to drive home or whatever, or you feel like you're in that situation and you make that choice. It's like, it's not you. You're just putting yourself and everybody else at risk, and it's totally just one of those things that. And even getting in airplanes, man, like all this stuff is literally ludicrous, and we do this stuff every day, and you really have to. When I get in the car, I always tell myself, like, we all got places to be. We all need to get there safe too.
Right. Beautiful. Beautifully put. Yeah, I feel I can relate to that. And
go ahead.
You're good. I'm just I hear my cat like messing around, so I'm about to check on her real quick. All right, cool. I think she has diarrhea, so but yeah, she likes eating a lot of stuff off the floor. I had to check on my cat. I talked to the live real quick. But yeah, what you were saying, man, is, you know, I talked about it in the cat, you know, I-87 I did, as well as just in general, that you know, we often take for granted, you know, just to make it home safe. You know what I mean? Like, we used to be on horses back in the day. We used to have to just go on foot, and be blessed that we make it home. And it's like now we have, these solid forms of transportation, excuse me. And, I feel like with how safe they make everything, or, the illusion of us being really consider that, like, we all have somewhere to go, like you said, and like it could easily just like that be over, and then our family members don't have someone, or even someone else, like if we were to kill somebody else and then they don't have a family member, we're just both in a hospital, or just we don't I feel like we don't take it seriously enough, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things too, like I could just imagine back in the day when you were owning your horse and you were riding around in the city, and this dude drives by in this stinky automobile, and you're like, what is this thing? I hope these things. And now look what's going on. Like nobody understands like where we are, or where we were and where we are right now. And before you switch it up to the next topic, I wanted to say something about the coming from I-25 north, getting off on 6th Ave, and going around that. So what is this? 6th Ave West? Yeah, 6th Ave West. And you go around that loop.
Yeah.
And you come up to like where the federal exit is, and you go into that bridge. They switched up all that lane merges and stuff right there.
Yeah.
Dude, people will literally, it won't even be backed up, man. And there'll just be people waiting till the last second in that lane. Because they're like, oh, they made it so the people in that left lane can merge on into like technically the middle lane. So that, I thought that was pretty, and like I still see people that just wait till and literally it says merge for like a quarter mile on that whole strip right there. It's like this lane ends in this many feet, well, and all that stuff, and people still wait till the last second to get over, and then they'll cut me off. Like, oh, you gotta let me in, and it's like, nah, dude, like you knew that lane ended, like get behind me.
It's straight, man. That whole area is blasphemous. They should have like just honestly, they should have just like closed 6 for a minute. I know that would have messed things up, but it's already been messed up. But I just personally can't justify what they did for all those years for them to mess up like that whole area. Because I mean, it's for me personally, it's already weird when you come off of I-25 and then it's going right. You have to go right to go left, and then you got to go straight to go into downtown. That's already weird. And then when you get on that, like 6 is separated, for the to get onto Federal, or if you wanted to get onto that other street that you're talking about where they wait until the last second to cut somebody off. It's like all that traffic coming from I-25, like southbound, going to 6 West. And then you have all the traffic that I was talking about from the loop. And then you have even just the other traffic that's on 6 already that is going to get on Federal and that other exit, which I think is Knox or something like that. And it's just a giant catastrophe. Like, I don't know who organized that and who sanctioned it off, that like that's what we're doing with 6th Avenue westbound. But it's just absolute, it's trash. I can't be nice about it, bro. Like it's horrible.
They need to make it like those Hot Wheel loops and like have each one like loop into like everyone, and then they all go on to 6th Ave West. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, it's easier said than done, but
yeah, and it agree. It's but something's got to give. It's kind of like, in my opinion, that is like 270. Like, that's something that has to happen. Like, you could try to put it off all you want to, but eventually, with all the people that are still moving here, it's only going to continue to get worse. And it's like, there's nothing else they could do. Like, I'm glad they added the extra lane or whatever, but I mean, it's still an issue. It's still, I can't really speak too much because I ain't over there that much, but when I go through there, it's still backed up, and it's still people, like you said, waiting into the last minute. or on top of the zipper merge issue we already talked about earlier, where people don't move over when they should. You know what I mean?
Yep. And then they just don't even use their blinker. They don't signal. And then sometimes they pretend that the line and the paint like on the road isn't even there. And they'll just merge over and cut somebody off in that lane. And it's like, yo, you're just setting everything back. Like you're just making the whole situation worse. If you just have some patience and let it all go and let it all just flow and let traffic go, it's going to make it better for everybody else.
Agreed. But it's most people in general anyway. Like most people aren't thinking beyond themselves. They're just trying to get where they want to get to at their own convenience. And honestly, I wonder how many drivers are even sober. You wonder how many drivers are high going to where they're going, on top of them not being able to drive already.
True. And also, like what you were saying earlier, we have all these people from other states that have been driving on roads from where they're from pretty much from when they were 15, 16, maybe a little earlier, if you're 40 or 50 years old or whatever. And then you move to another state or even here, and it's like you got to learn what's going on with the it's almost a community with the driving culture, I guess. The driving culture here is different. The driving in Texas is different. The driving in California, New York, it's all different. And we have people from the whole United States coming here, and it's not the same when you have that kind of influx of people, and it makes it very interesting. And I totally you just gotta have respect for other people on the road, and that's where it's like, my car is literally worth like a couple $1,000s, and some of these people are driving like 40 and 50, 60, $100,000 cars out here, and I'm really not trying to fuck with nobody's car. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Right. You're right. That's a beautiful statement, just because, like that's a lot of money. And on top of that's if they have insurance, and it's a headache regardless getting into an accident. And at the end of the day, there's lives inside the cars regardless. Which, amount to even hundreds of thousands of dollars if someone goes to the hospital, not to mention the ambulance and everything like that on top of the car expenses.
Yeah, in this country too, it's just one of those things where our medical expenses are so high too. Like they charge thousands of dollars just for the ambulance ride and all this stuff. And it's like, really? You think people in America, everybody in America just has money coming out their ears and their butt? Like, what's going on? Like, not everybody can afford that stuff. But then you're in debt to all your medical bills. It's like, come on, that's not how this works.
Yeah, we have it butt backwards on essential human rights, I feel like. And I was talking about a little bit earlier with just how illnesses in general, as well as other ailments, and just that's a beautiful point you made about that's their profit. If like cancer was cured tomorrow, if AIDS was cured tomorrow, then like where's their those people that work for those nonprofit or even the organizations, like their money's gone. So there's money in the temporary fix or the medication portion, or just like the technicalities. Not to say that nothing's expensive, but at the end of the day, I agree with you. You shouldn't have to. A lot of people I find try to avoid taking the ambulance because, like you said, that's thousands of dollars just for a ride, and it could be up the street, and you're still paying thousands of dollars for that.
Exactly.
Yeah, man, that stuff is wild, man. But yeah, we're going to head into the next segment, so you're free to stay on the phone if you want to. If not, it's all good too. We're getting into some record label talk. You feel me?
Oh man.
Yeah, man. So it sounds like you passionate, bro. You got some stuff you want to talk about? This encompasses the whole music industry, honestly, like record labels, artists, producers, whatever, man. If you want to talk about music, we could talk about that. Whatever you want to talk about, bro.
Yeah, first off, I just want to say go check out the one of the Half of Audio Push's new album. His name is Price. He just put out an album called Colored. Definitely go peep that. It's one for the eternity, one for the infinite, and it's just like it's his solo album. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know if he produced most of it or if it's like in a community, because he's homies with like My Guy Mars and Hit Boy and he's been in rooms with Jill Scott and Kirk. Is it Kirk Franklin?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, like he's been in room with legends, and he's definitely been producing his own beats and stuff like that. So I'm sure some of that is his production and accumulation of his little circle too. So definitely go peep that. But I'm just honestly, man, I love what's going on in hip hop right now. I love just everything that's happening, like with Big Sean's new album. Nas just put out a new album. Vic Mensa just put out a new album. It's super, super great. Dude, like I just can't. And you know, I feel like you know my flavor of hip hop. You know my taste in hip hop, and I'm starting to understand like where all the pieces to the puzzle fit in, and like how everybody's kind of like behind the scenes, like so and so owns this record label and they're signed to them, and I see how everything is kind of linked together, and like who put who on and how the game is going. And I just really I just love the culture of it and how it's going, because at this point it's an art form, and you can't knock, like if somebody wants to be the Michael Jordan of hip hop, like no matter how it's done, you can't hate it. You got to respect it. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things that, like, I think it wouldn't be at this point right now if it wasn't for, like, I just saw this compilation video on my Facebook watch the other day of like when they first started actually like emceeing just over like break beats, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just that repetitive little break that they were just like freestyling, and they had a little written to or whatever. So like I would say the late 70s, early 80s, and it just had it was like a little snippet of just like artists who push the culture. And it's just cool to see where it's really came from, and how technology and social media can really just elevate what you're doing. Like, I just found this other, I always fuck up his name. He was on the Steve Harvey show. I want to say his name's like Tawina. He's from Nigeria, but I can never pronounce his name. And he has this super, like one of his songs, but Toby, I don't know how to say it. It's NWIGWE.
Oh, okay.
TOBE, Toby, NWIGWE. But he has a song like called Try Jesus, and he has all these other super dope songs that like, and he's from Texas, and like he just has that kind of like soulful gospel like type feel. And I found him the other day, and I've been nerding out on all his videos. But it's just cool to see that like you can make your own record label now. Like you can be there. And somebody's lighting off fireworks over here.
Oh wow.
All these little hoodlums over here in the Belmar Shopping Center.
Oh man, I guess I guess.
Yeah, just and that's the thing too. There's so much underground music nowadays that like nobody's still even heard of. So that's why when I find artists like Toby, like I just try to tell people about it, because that's what hip hop needs to be. It doesn't need to be this, my girls are prettier than you, I do cooler drugs or better drugs than you, and all that. Like, I just feel like all that stuff's going to be, it's like Kid Cudi said, all that stuff's going to be obsolete. Like, it's not even going to matter. You got to find some other way to express who you are and what your music really stands for. So, and that's what Nipsey was all about. It's like, yeah, he can rap all that gangster shit, but at the end of the day, it's like his brand was Nipsey Hussle. That was his shit. Like that's it doesn't matter if you sell club bangers or what. It's what your value is and what your brand's worth and how you're impacting people in your community and just all that shit, man. So I just love, like, it's almost getting with like sports. Like I feel like professional sports back in the day, they weren't really involved in the community, and I swear, like early 2000s, like 2005, 2010, they like really started making them. And I'm sure there's people, some athletes doing it behind the scenes and volunteering and stuff like that, but they just really publicized it back in the day when they would do community work and stuff. And I feel like that's how it's going with rappers nowadays. I mean, Akon, however many years ago, put all those solar panels in Africa, and it's just that's just how it is. And it's just getting more. You gotta let people. And like I saw this video of Lil Uzi Vert paying for some kid he ran into him at the mall, and he like asked Lil Uzi Vert to pay for his tuition, and it was like $60K or something like that. And Lil Uzi Vert was like, I want to know what school you're going to. Like, I want to see your transcripts. I want to see proof and all this stuff. And he's like, I'll send you the money. And it's just like, that's like, I personally am not really a fan of Lil Uzi Vert's music, but that right there just makes me respect him as a person. Like seeing, like if I walk by him and saw him on the streets or whatever, like that's just what it is. It's being an artist, but being a real person and showing love to the people who make you be able to live that lifestyle, pretty much. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's my 2 cents on what's going on right now. So
yeah, word up, man. A lot of positivity from you on that, man. Like you just spit a lot of crazy game in just like maybe not even 10 minutes. But yeah, I put, to people that see it now or later, I put the playlist for Colored by Price. I gotta check that out after today after I hop off and see what's up. And then for Toby, I don't know how to pronounce the last name either. Nwigwe, I believe. Nwigwe. I want to say that's like African or something, but yep. I put his profile there as well, his artist channel on that. And I mean, the first video that comes up is Sway in the Morning, and I'm not gonna act like I knew about it because I didn't know he even went on the cipher for Sway in the Morning. And it's real cool. He has that as his first, the first video when you come through, and it goes to what you said earlier, is that and it's not necessarily anyone's fault on the ground level. It's what the record labels that up top and a lot of the corporate chains are pushing in terms of what hip hop is. And there's so many different factions and genres, and this clutter that a lot of these record labels and corporations are pushing. It's taken away from people that are actually part of the art. It's taken away from the different genres of hip hop and rap, and it's hip hop's just a giant mess right now because of that. In my opinion, I feel that for hip hop, it's more hip hop now, and you have to be able. You said what, G?
No, I was just like, yep.
Yeah.
I feel you.
Yeah, and it's if you can't hit 3 different octave ranges on top of laying a solid 8 or 16 down, on top of having like crazy production, you're not going to make it out here. And it's like that's not how the culture started, and that's not what it should be like. I mean, not everybody has to be a Tech Nine, not everybody has to be a Drake, not everybody has to be a Hobson, not everybody has to be a Nipsey Hussle. Like, but in the sense of what Nipsey did, in terms of branding yourself, and I mean, even Childish Gambino and Mac Miller, like rebranding who you are, and we have Action Bronson and people that yeah, man. It's like I be paying attention to it. I'm not, and you put me on to. I wouldn't have not known about Price's new album if it wasn't for you, and Toby, like, and And I feel like that's what we need again, is just word of mouth. I feel like that's always been the driving force, not only for any product period, but for just getting real talent out there.
Right.
You know, because right now,
that's what the culture's talking about. That's what the streets are talking about. Like, you can put all those advertisements and pay for your sponsored stuff, and yeah, that works in today's culture. But that's where it really started. That's where it really originated, word of mouth, and who was talking about it on the streets. That's how you found out about shit.
Yeah.
And I don't consider myself an old head. Like, I was born in '95, but I know what both sides of the coin, like, I can put myself between both of it, because I really was in between both of it. So that's kind of my perspective.
Yeah, I feel all of us, from our generation, because I feel like in general we're in the middle between where a lot of different generations, especially in general, like when we could even talk about, I know it's like more about music, but just in general, from food to like cartoons to shows to music to the whole nine. I feel like we were part of that generation that got to experience what it's like to have an outside life, to see what quality looks like. And our current young generation never got that. They were just birthed into social media raising them, and birthed into what lesser qualities like, and you have to have the right connections, and I mean, it's always been connections to a point, but I mean, that's all it is now. If you don't have the link, if you don't have enough money and the connections to push the right ad to the right people, you're not making it. Versus, like you said, back in the day, it's on the streets, so if you're a people of the streets and people of the culture, it doesn't matter if like somebody across the ways, pushing out ads or whatever. It's like true quality is going to stand this test of time always.
Facts, dude. For real.
Yeah, man. And, and just like, it's all cultures, like hip hop accepts all cultures, I'm tired of the race, baiting that is, and we haven't really started it. I'm not saying people don't influence it to a point, but I mean, on the overall majority of our culture doesn't push for race baiting within hip hop. It's open to everyone.
Well, and that's what's weird too, is there's a dynamic where it's pushed to a certain, like, marketed to a certain group too. Like, I feel like there's more people that listen to hip hop nowadays than there ever has been in history, because now all these little white kids that are in, like, I mean, I was one of those kids though, but you got to understand, like, from my perspective, I was in like 3rd or 4th, 5th grade, probably around like 3rd, 4th grade. And I remember my dad listening to Eminem, Snoop Dogg, and Ice Cube, and all that stuff, West Side Connection. And so it's like, that's when it's in your house, you're kind of like, I wonder what that, you're curious, so you listen to it. And then it's just different nowadays, because it's like what's quote unquote cool, and like everybody wants to be cool. They want to have the J's, and they want to be wearing the Dickie pants or the True Religions, or you know what I mean. And it's all just like about quote unquote fitting in. And I know it was similar. Like, I mean, and that's why I think it's important too. Like, I want to, like, if I find a new artist, I want to tell people like you about it, so you can analyze it for yourself and get your own opinion and your own perspective about it, so that we can be like, yeah, this is what's up. Like, this is super soulful. Like, this is some real shit. Or if it's like you want somebody real to tell you if it's corny or not. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's where I've come to the point where if it's like, yo, if I think this is corny, like, I'm gonna tell somebody, and it doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, man. And that's why I value your input. I've always have, because I feel like it's one thing to have a yes man or somebody that's just like falling into that narrative of popularity, versus somebody that's actually spitting the real stuff. You know, somebody is actually singing about the struggles and you know, relating to what's going on the streets, not, you know, what's going to be a hit record for, you know, the scene that, because I feel like what happens is, like, you know, hip hop generally, I mean, yeah, there's nothing, like Eminem said, even there's nothing that's brought more people of different cultures together than hip hop. And with that being said, it's like when we all come together, you know, if we put, and I mean, we got to use it. We have to bring the real's coming back, but, and I mean, it never left, but it's just been shrouded by a lot of the BS. But we put a lot of brands on. I mean, what if, like, for example, nobody was talking about Versace really. Somebody made a song named Versace. Shoot, Versace's popping now, and it,
Dude,
like
that was Migos' first big hit. That's what brought like put Migos on the map right there.
yeah. Yeah. And just the power of that, you know, you had back in the day, you know, Cristal, you know what I'm saying? And it's like we've misused that power too, because there's a lot of companies that we funded that don't really care about people as a whole. Like, I could just go above, like, not even just Black people, but I mean, even not, they don't care.
General too.
Just in general, they don't care about the person that's pushing their stuff. I mean, young MA talked about that she pushed Henny hardcore, and like Hennessy didn't really give him anything back in return. It was just like, thanks, free publicity, you know, but you know, we don't really care, you know what I mean? Versus, you know, like you got, I mean, people should be pushing effing, you know, Vodka, you know, by 50 Cent, or like, you know, just like we should help scratch each other's back. Like, I feel like that's the opportunity to, like, you know, like you said, if somebody has a brand, you know, push the brand, you know, push somebody else that's in the culture versus somebody else that's like not a part of it or doesn't want to be associated, or they just want to get in when they're fit in per se, but they don't want to offer anything of value. You know what I mean?
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So you know, it's just always, and I agree with what you said earlier too about just hearing that real from somebody like you have. Especially, I feel like the whole dynamic with how people review albums and projects needs to change, because I feel like there's so many people that have never made a track before, that have never made any piece of music before, that are judging and critiquing albums and projects. And people that, and they have like voices, so they're on these platforms and people believe it because, you know, for example, Pitchfork, I'm not saying Pitchfork sucks, I'm just saying that they haven't always had review, you know, like people that know what they're talking about writing reviews. And if somebody writes a review that doesn't know the culture, you know, that turns a lot of people off that just, you know, trust the credibility of Pitchfork to make you know, a credible review. You know what I mean?
Totally. And that's where I think it's us as, I mean, I don't know, I guess I kind of consider myself not really like a hip hop head, but I definitely like I'm not a nerd about it. Like, I'm not all about my facts, but I know a good amount of stuff. And I just think that's where people like us really need to be like, nah, this is the credible people. Like, they actually produce music or like engineer music, and you know what I mean? And that's where it's up to those people to, I think, really not really like step it up, but like kind of make themselves more known, and like for us to really spread the word about them too, because we need to spread the real, or at least you have your certain radio like LA Leakers or Hot 97 in New York, like you have, and what's Ebro and what's his name's radio station too? I can't remember it right now.
Let me see.
But like you have people that are about the culture, you know what I mean? And like that's where you really gotta get your legitimate critiques about, oh, nah, this is whack, or like this wasn't a good album, or like, oh, I like this song, or whatever, you know what I mean? So I just think, and that's really kind of the issue, I guess, with with our kind of social media dynamic too is you can have people on YouTube that just kind of, oh, I've listened to hip hop for 5 years and I know everything that there is to know about it kind of thing. Like they don't have really that coachable or like beginner's mindset thing to where like, oh no, there's stuff in hip hop that I can learn or whatever. And nobody really, and I think some of that too is just clickbait. Some of it is just for the views. Like they just want to say some absurd stuff so people watch it and be like, oh dude, you'll never think or you'll never guess what so and so was saying about Meg Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez and yada yada yada. You know what I mean? They just do it to get views, I guess.
Agreed. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of clickbait and just stuff that takes us down from the culture at the end of the day. Like when we're all this like petty beef, like it's one thing to actually have a beef, which I mean, I don't, necessarily condone like beef, but it's like, it's one thing if it's actually off of value systems and like, somebody did something out of character, out of line, and they go back and forth and it's more defending someone's honor. And I mean, that should be handled because beef is war. It should be tried to like handled behind closed doors before it gets out there. But I mean, just this petty stuff about, like you said, like I'm not going to sit here and say, and I talk about it a few times already, but I'll talk about it as many times as I need to about the Megan and Tory situation. It's just, we don't have a court verdict yet on what happened. And it's all this hearsay information. And it's just like, I hate to say it, Megan Thee Stallion, but as much as you're a dope artist, you're not a bad rapper for sure. But it's like where you're signed to and who you're underneath. They want to push the narrative that a black woman is all she is a sex icon. Like she right now you're talking about busting it open, which I mean it is what it is. If you actually, and that's where I mean you're talking to a dude that like, yes, I'm interested in the adult entertainment community, but at the same time, it's like right now is not what they're using hip hop for. And I mean, to be honest, not a lot of female MCs have been able to be where they need to be without, busting it in a video. Like you have Lil Kim, and I mean, that was the balance, but not a lot of people talk about Foxy Brown or talk about Ciroc or talk about, Left Eye. In my opinion, she was the female Tupac, and not a lot of people give her flowers on that. And yeah, a lot. And there's Rhapsody, you know what I'm saying? Like you have so many really dope, you have Snow the Product. Yeah, bro. What were you saying, my brother? I didn't catch you.
Well, they're just like good lyricists. Like I feel like some of these bigger girl artists nowadays, they're almost like you were saying earlier, like hip hop stars. Like they're not hip hop stars. Like those girls, like Rhapsody and Snow the Product, and even what's her name on Wild 'N Out, the redheaded chick.
Shoot, man. I forgot her name, but
Justina Valentine, Justina Valentine. She can spit, dude, and I feel like it's people like that, and like if you're actually like not really showing some skin or like being sexy or whatever, and you're just rapping. Dude, I remember watching MTV Jams back in the day, and Lauryn Hill was rocking like a snapback, and like she looked like she like went to the thrift store before she went there, and threw on like a baggy tee. And I know that was kind of more like 90s style, but like you ain't gotta be. And even Erykah Badu, like she's got a crazy style, and like she's amazing, but like she's not being sexy or slutty and showing like all this with all the butt injections and fake tits, and you know what I mean? It's just like you ain't got to do that to be a dope artist. So that's what's cool in the pop world and the Hollywood world, I guess, and with all this Kylie Jenner stuff going on, and you know what I mean? I just think it's kind of that wave, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. It's and I just wanted, like, that has a time and a place, and that's why I feel like the priority on top of getting the whack corporations and record labels out of true music is, especially for hip hop, separating everything again. Like, let's get some R&B back, like in the different factions of R&B, and then like let's get hip hop and get the different genres and factions of hip hop, and then rap, like have different factions and stuff of rap. Because I mean, they're similar, but they're all different, and they don't need to be all the same. Because then that dilutes the community. Because people feel like, and like I said a little bit earlier, you have to do all three to be successful, and that's not how it was, and that's not how it should be either. And that also takes away from, if somebody just raps and they're good at spitting like a 66 bar verse, and they want to, and they're cool with the metaphors, they're crazy lyricists like Lupe Fiasco, Rakim type stuff, like just crazy wordsmiths, Black Thought. And then, or somebody like that shouldn't feel like they can't succeed, you know, because they're not doing a hip hop track, like that has, you feel like you need to have somebody to sing on that. Like you have to have a Chris Brown on there. You have to have a, what's his name, man? Young Thug. Like you have to have a secure feature in order to get your stuff off the ground. Or for R&B, you shouldn't have to feel the need anymore. Like, I mean, you have to really partner with somebody that raps to make it pop, when it shouldn't be like that. I mean, not that you can't do it, but back in the day, like for example, one example would be Donnell Jones, and when he did his cut with Left Eye, you know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of other examples of that, but when it does happen, it's a big thing, because it's like you don't need, those R&B artists don't need somebody rapping to blow up, and somebody rapping doesn't need an R&B artist or somebody that can sing in order to pop with a record. Like I just feel like there's a place and time for place for everything, and we need to get everything separated and real talent back up that way, and let the fans decide. Let the fans and the artists and the people decide like what is going to be pertinent to that genre and that just that area of music. And then just you have those people, and not to say they can't intermix and match, but at the same time, it shouldn't be up to Billy Bob up the chain saying like, hey, like this isn't hot because that's not what the label wants, and that's not going to keep the lights on. That's not who's buying all the product anyway. It's us, the people that buy the albums, that stream the EPs and all the tracks. That's who it should be on,
Totally. There needs to be like a hip hop committee.
Straight up.
Hip hop regulator community.
For real, the regulators. You know what I'm saying? Like on some real talk, man. And it has to be. And honestly, like it's kind of a touchy topic, but I feel like a lot of the OGs because it did better, honestly. Because I mean, Ice Cube's been doing everything he could, but you have some people like, I feel like LL Cool J speaking up now, but in the same breath, you have the same OGs that oversaw the growth of hip hop are the same ones that kind of sat back when things were getting to the point where they like there was a shift that took place. And I feel like a lot of our artists that we're used to, such as, Nipsey, J. Cole, Drake, Kendrick Lamar, all of Black Hippie, really. But you have a lot of the people that blew up around our time in the 2000 area. I feel like they didn't have a lot of support from the OGs. It was just kind of like, well, we're not necessarily Soulja Boy and all that, but we're not, we're not Soulja Boy. We're not sitting here making a new dance and just, performing for slave masters or whatever. But we're not Rakim either, but we have our own torch that we're holding. And I feel like, honestly, I was mad for J. Cole. Like he doesn't need, validation, but it's just like, it would have been nice to have an OG before, you know, they died or whatnot, you know, get to acknowledge him beforehand. And because I feel like there was such a rift between the old heads and the young heads at that time. And I mean, even now, I feel like there's such a rift between hip hop, and it's like we're on a mass mission to seize back from all the whack, you know, artists and all the little whatevers, you know what I'm saying? Like, no disrespect to Lil Baby or anything like that, but just the ones that are pushing that BS forth, you know what I mean?
Right. The material rap.
Right.
It's just a difference of being an MC and really being about, like, I don't know, I think a lot of people get it mixed up. Because anybody can go in there and make a song about yada yada yada, drink lean, pop Zans, and anybody can do that. You know what I mean? But if you are truly connected to who you are and your individual self, that's where it really can elevate your music, and not only that, but your fans and who you bring along with it. Because if you're and Nipsey and T.I. and there's a bunch of people in hip hop that talk about this being authentic with your art. Because if you aren't authentic with your art, you're trying to create that kind of culture, that kind of persona, and people see that, and then whenever you go to your shows or a meet and greet or whatever, you kind of have to play along with that. So then if you're not really an artist that makes true club bangers or gangbanger music and selling drugs and stuff like that, like, people can sense that. People, it's part of your sixth sense, I think, that if you aren't truly authentic, and like, really, it's just an intuition thing too. Like, you can't go out there and make a bunch of phony music and expect to, like, be successful and feel fulfilled in a way, feel successful in a way, you know, because everything you're doing is to create money and to create hits, and you're doing it for the wrong intention, basically. You have to be in a authentic intention in order to be able to make, I think, because that's why I think Big Sean is, like, his music to me right now, like his last two albums that he put out, like, if you listen to Finally Famous and to, like, his newest album, it seems like a whole different person is, like, living inside him now. Like, it's a totally different dynamic. And I think when you're actually making music from, like, your heart, and you're actually putting your emotion and your perspective into it, you're going to draw that type of crowd to you. And I think that's where it really starts to build. And it's going to be, it might seem like a slower journey or whatever, but that's where you bring in the real quality people that are actually meant to be listening to your music or meeting you or whatever and stuff like that. So that's why I think it's kind of, there's just, like, this merge with the old culture of hip hop and the new one. And that's why I think J. Cole, when he made that Middle Child song, he really speaks on that, because he's, like, talking about how he went to lunch with Lil Yachty or whatever, and now he's going to meet with Jay-Z, with Ye or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's just, like, how it is. And somebody's got to kind of, like, link that connection and build that bridge and that ladder to the new age of hip hop, because it's one of those things, like, Triple X was really big. What's his name that just passed away was really big. Juice World.
Mm-hmm.
And that you can tell, and even, like, Mac Miller kind of started that trend in a way where it's, like, this kind of depressed, like, internal confliction type music, to where you're like, I know I'm a good person, but I hate myself, and just, like, that weird, like, emo type rap, I guess. I don't know how else to describe it. And that's why I think a lot of those artists are so big, and the old heads didn't really understand it because they were like, what's all this like whining, complaining type depressing music? Like, we don't want to hear this kind of stuff, you know what I mean? So that's where I think it's just kind of, they have to understand that it's adding another layer to hip hop. It's not trying to mess up the foundation that they put in. It's just adding another layer, because that's like what Ice Cube said in NWA. Like, that's what they grew up around. That was what was going on in the streets and in their homes and with their families and everything. That's the kind of music that you're going to get from that. And I think that the music going on now is just really a reflection of what's going on in our society, with all this controlled chaos, I guess, if you want to call it, and all this making drugs look cool, and I'm in the strip club every weekend, and you know what I mean? And it's like, nah, there's only a certain group of people that can do that shit. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
So, all right, I'm done rambling.
Oh, you good, bro? It's here for y'all, man. It's here for y'all, bro. Like, I could talk to myself in front of the camera all day, but it's nice to hear different perspective. And I mean, we've both been very much alike with our taste, as well as, like, you know, what we look from in music. And I couldn't put it any better than you on that, you know, like, yeah, not everybody's definitely gonna, we're not all out here popping bottles and, you know, throwing racks at strippers and stuff like that. Like, that's most like, I mean, shoot, must be nice, you know, in a sense, if that's what you want. But I mean, that's not that's not mostly everyone. And additionally, that's just like, it's more distractions of what's going on right now, like with what you said with society as a whole, and even just depression and anxiety. You know, like Joel Ortiz's album Monday that came out last year was heavily slept on. And I mean, he talked about a song called Anxiety, and I mean, that didn't really get any play, you know what I mean? Like, even hearing one of the OGs talk about that, usually, you know, like you said, Mac Miller, or you hear that from like Kid Cudi, or one of the people, especially artists from our generation, talk about that. But you don't hear many OGs saying like, hey, like, I'm gonna talk about my anxiety. Or he even talked about the fact that one of his baby moms kept one of his kids away, and he didn't make the best decisions on that, but in terms of what he should have done. But, you know, like, if he hears it, you know, thank you, you know. Or you have Royce the 5'9" talking about his development from sobriety, and you have you know, Eminem has been transparent with that. And you know, that's not what's pushed though. And it's sad to see. It's sad to see that, like, especially these days, where like it's really more pertinent than ever that we focus on like uplifting each other and paying attention to who's making music as a cry for help, versus like who's making it is just like, oh, I'm depressed and that's the wave right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that's what I really think people need to, like, be introspective about this stuff. Like, if you're listening to that type of music, like, you have to realize that there's other people out there that are having these same exact thoughts. I've had these same exact thoughts, and I've been there too. So it's like, that's where I think it's so important to have these. And even like an old head like Joel Ortiz speaking about that stuff, I think they're starting to understand that, like, yo, this is actually like, this is really happening in like everyday people, I guess. And it's just one of those things that music is one of those. I mean, I don't like calling it a drug, but I think it is just one of those things that it's like, it's just necessary to life almost, in a sense. Just like that expression of playing an instrument, or just singing, or saying some poetry, or whatever it is. I think that's just like, it's so close to like our true nature, that if we don't have people like XXX and Juice World and Mac Miller, and I mean, even, dude, I could name so many artists that talk about depression and anxiety and addiction and all different kinds of things like that. You know what I mean? Family problems, like, how they grew up and what they went through. And that's what it's really all about. And so many people, I think, they're like, oh, this is just that person. Like they don't feel how I feel. Like they kind of like make it too personal. And it's like, no, dude, we're in an existence right now where this is the first time that we've been able to just chill on our computers and FaceTime people and talk to people on the phone and connect with people. And I think it makes us kind of, we just have this super ancient primitive brain that's trying to cope and deal with what's going on and adapt to our current society. And we've never really had to deal with this before. So we have all this extra adrenaline and testosterone and fear and anxiety and sad emotions all built up, and like we don't know how to deal with it. And it's like that's where I think it's so important to find a hobby like making music or just making beats or painting or drawing or making jewelry or something where you can just get your mind off of that stuff and just really just create and just let go of all of it. Because even if it's painting pottery, for crying out loud, just something, you know what I mean?
Yeah, straight up, man. And I think that's where that's a beautiful point, because I can't speak for yourself, but for me, because like you said, it's beautifully put that we're primitive, we're animals, and it's like there's always been such a divide, even before YouTube and all this stuff really blew up in the late thousands, well, mid to late thousands. You had a lot of most of society was anti-online, anti-internet, like anti-video game. It was like either you had to do it in person, or it was just like you didn't really exist. And it's like now everyone's attention is towards, like you said, phone conversations. Because I mean, I used to be on the phone for hours with like girls I met online, and that's how we made it work. And I used to I had to rely on text messages. I had to rely on online or video games to stay sane, especially from going postal on all the issues, and even music, and since everybody's attention is now, like, we're forced to look into a telephone conversation, we're forced to go into Zoom, we're forced to really analyze our own sense of well-being when not being able to be social with other people. And it's like we're being forced to find ourselves. Those that already found ourselves, like yourself and me, like I feel like we've already done it. And I mean, to the other person on this conversation, I mean, Kay Dean, I feel like for you to, I think you're the person that was on yesterday. I feel like for you to be listening, you have to find yourself too. But if you didn't find yourself before the switch, it's really hard to know who you are, especially with the documentary, The Social Dilemma, where they talk about each person really sees a totally different version of social media that's catered to their own personal experience, on top of the narrative that you have people that are fighting for your ads and your money. So you could be seeing a whole different side of YouTube, or a whole different side of Twitter, a whole different side of everything in general, versus the person right next to you. And with that being said, it's like, if especially now, like, I feel for our youth that like just grew up on social media completely, and like they look to TikTok because their parents just give them a phone and they're just like, go play. And it's like, well, you don't realize that that's a whole nother world too. And I talk about that a lot, that I feel a lot of people called online and all that, or stuff on the phone, online or texting, fake. And I'm like, it's not fake. It's not, is sure, being in person is a whole different experience, and I much rather be in person doing this stuff. But at the same time, that doesn't make it any less valid and any less real, because it's still a transfer of energy. When you type out a text message, it's still a transfer of energy. Talking on the phone, it's a transfer of energy. Video chatting,
Right. And it's I think that's why it's important to realize that, like they said in The Social Dilemma, like there's only two markets that call their whatever he says, users, and it's drugs and social media. So it's just one of those things where, like, okay, cool. If you're gonna have social media, at least use the tool to have good input. Like, you can't be sitting there looking at dog puppy videos or kitten videos and memes all the day, because that's what you want to keep showing you. So it's just one of those things where you do kind of have to hack your system and really just discipline yourself to be like, okay, I'm only going to be on social media for an hour today, or I'm only going to look at motivational and inspirational videos. Like, I went through a purge on my Instagram because I was just following a bunch of like glass shops and smoke shops and glass artists and all this, because I was just a super freak and a super nerd about glass. And I was like, dude, I got to get rid of this distraction. So I unfollowed like probably almost 1,000 people and now I'm following like Gary Vee and Tony Robbins and David Goggins and just super motivational people that and like Ben Greenfield, if anybody's into fitness, and there's this chick called the Food Babe. Her name's Bonnie. I don't know how to say her last name either. But she actually, I know I'm totally butchering your topic right now.
It's all good, G.
But she actually petitioned to get Kraft mac and cheese, Chick-fil-A, Subway. She got people to petition to get certain ingredients in fast food taken off out of their ingredients and out of their products, because it was like literally like linked to causing cancer, or it was like dude, for instance, Subway, they used this ingredient in their bread that was actually used to make yoga mats.
Ooh.
So it was pretty much like they were putting plastic in your bread.
Thanks for confirming that, because I heard it's something, them putting some stuff in the bread. I didn't know if it was cardboard or plastic or whatnot, but thanks for confirming that.
Yep. So this girl, Bonnie Hari, she has a book if anybody wants to get the book, but I honestly just follow her Instagram, and it's really cool just to be educated on that kind of company. American companies, like American made, and their products are made here, all their employees, like, you know what I mean? If they send their product over to Europe, they have to completely do their ingredients and all that stuff, because there's certain food dyes and preservatives and additives that for them in America it's okay to use, but when they ship it over to Europe, most of them are banned. But over here, it's like all these American companies just want to use the cheapest product to make the most amount of money. Is basically what they're doing, and they don't care if it's the cost of our lives.
Right.
And I think that kind of links into why we have so many people that are anxious and depressed and have all this trauma and just certain things like that, is because we're putting processed foods in our bodies, so everything else is just going to be pretty much processed at that point.
Right. And that's a beautiful point. It reminds me of King Los's RAS song, Real Ass Shit, where he talks about, put life inside your body, get life out it. And for anything, if we're putting, processed garbage, and it's kind of hard. I feel like a lot of people, and I underplayed it for a long time on how hard it is if you're eating fast food, or if you're eating a lot of junk food, to really get off of that. I remember you had your period of time, and you're still on it, I believe, but where, you talked to me about, you removed your fast food and all the bad stuff, and you started eating nothing but home cooked meals and real hearty meals. And you talked about how you felt like real good. And not only do I want to edify you on that, but I can relate to that too. I've gone in and out of, I've gone in and out, but besides that, I've gone back and forth between eating good and then the I used to just eat fast food every day and like multiple times a day. And there's been times I like would get off of it and then I get back on it. But each time it's been like less and less. But there's one time I just started eating really good and I went back to like fast food and I just noticed how bad I felt. It felt as if I could feel all the chemicals inside of me. I could feel all the preservatives and all the different energies of people making the food that aren't happy either. And I could just feel all that. But I speak for me personally, when I'm on that fast food diet and I'm eating the sweets all the time, and that's what I'm used to, I'm not going to really feel any different. But when I notice I try to get off of it, or if I'm off of it and I come back, I notice like how bad and groggy I really feel. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, and it's just weird because don't get me wrong, I'm not perfect. I'm no saint and all. Like I'll indulge every once in a while too, but like for me, it's not really like quote unquote fast food. Like the last time I ate out was just on Sunday. My sister's birthday was last Thursday, and she had a little celebration on Sunday, so we went to brunch right over here in Belmar T Street, and I had a nice little short rib breakfast burrito.
Yeah,
it was forking delicious. So it's just one of those things where as long as you're 75 to 85% on point with like what you're putting in your body, and you want to mess around and have some ice cream or some cookies and that's what I really try to let people know too, is we all have choices, but you just have to understand. And that's what Vani Hari really like pointed out for me too, is you just have to look for certain preservative and ingredients and like really hydrogenated oils that are processed in a certain way that pretty much spoils the oil, and that's what they're making the food with, and that's what is making you feel super moody and super lethargic and just not. For me, I just didn't feel to my full potential. Like I was like, there. I know there's more.
Right.
You know what I mean? And when you're like referring back to King Los, and he really helped me. He really helped me, inspire me, just to let me know it was like it doesn't matter if people think. Like some people joke with me at work, and they're like, oh, is this hippie food? And like all this stuff, you know what I mean? Just because I'm watching what I eat and I'm healthy, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's hippie food. Why? Because I'm a stoner. Like, what are you trying to say here? You know what I mean? So I just think it's okay. You gotta like tell yourself it's okay to. It's really investing in your health, man. Like, and I think that's the greatest investment you can make, because if you aren't investing in what you're putting in your body, then how are you supposed to invest quality and invest wisely on other things that you're doing in your life too? So
right, beautifully put. Yeah, and it starts on that. If you don't mind me, like just on a beautiful point, just kind of putting some icing on that. Yeah, like for me, I was the person that like I only focused on my physical, like in what that looked like and what I put into my body on my body on a physical level versus spiritual. Like for me, I'm better than I've ever been now because I worked on myself spiritually for so long. And from that point, I'm not saying like everyone has their own starting point, and I feel like some people can start on different points and wrap it up better. But for me, if I didn't work on my spirituality, like, and work on how I felt mentally, then emotionally and physically, I could eat right and I could work out all I want to, but if I'm not right spiritually, it's a matter of time before I go back to weighing 240 and I gain hella weight and I'm sitting here staring at a screen, beating off all day, or I'm sitting here drinking and smoking a ton of stuff as a form of destroying, versus using it as a pastime or just chilling out. I used it as a way to destroy myself. And I would keep going back into that cycle versus like, you know, for me, the root problem was I wasn't putting that good spiritual aspect inside of me and that good energy and frequency and vibrations. And then from that point, you know, that's when I was able to, sure, I might have been fatter, but when I focused on the spiritual side, I noticed I could, okay, now I could work on the mental side, and now I could work on the emotional side. And then then it started to extend into the physical side. Then I could lose weight because that's like a physical representation of where I'm at versus the opposite. You know what I mean?
Totally. Yep. And I think a lot of people, like with our times in our society going on right now too, they think that, oh, I worked out for 2 weeks straight, like I'm fit now, or I'm athletic or whatever. And it's like, no, dude, they say you have to put in 10,000 hours at something to be an expert. So it's like, you can't say that you're a bodybuilder or an Olympic lifter or anything like that until you put in that 10,000 hours or something. Like, you get the respect and the credibility from other people too. You know what I mean? And I think that's why it's so important to really just be consistent and be persistent about goals like that too, because it's not about on the daily basis what the scale says or what you see in the mirror. It's about that end vision and that end goal that you're striving towards and that you're aiming at.
Yeah, beautifully put, bro. Beautifully put. Yeah, it's I've learned from, I could say, from the negative aspect. I mean, it's all one and the same. I don't mean negative is like a bad thing, just more so of the non-progressive side. That's a better way I could put it, is that for me, like yeah, that wasn't me. That definitely wasn't something I did. I did it in other things, but it wasn't until I realized that what I did wasn't for naught. Like, for example, for video games, I turned it into esports. You know, I didn't know that at the time though. And I mostly used it as an escape versus like, okay, like rather than just, and I've honestly had to question everything that Lay on the Pedal is. Every segment I'm doing is just part of the brand, but I've had to question every single part of it. I've had to question my love for traffic lights and my want to, you know, help out with traffic education because I thought I needed a degree for that. I had to question video games because most of society's like, well, video games don't do anything. And it wasn't a while until esports came to, you know, that I was able to kind of go in that direction. And same with like reviews and testing and all the other stuff. And just me in general, there's a lot of stuff where I had to look to really question, like, am I going to go all the way with it? And should I continue with Lay on the Pedal or not? Shoot, man, Stuart, freestyle real quick. What you want? You want off the dome or you want a written? Because they're different. I feel like a lot of people don't understand that those are different, and free of style could be both. Okay. So subject matter, I'm not fatter. My brain scatters when I'm talking. I feel like everything doesn't matter because we're all one and the same. I'm feeling plain. Remember talking to Jane. She was on my brain. Okay, when I storm, I rain. When it pours, I'm sane. I'm insane in the membrane. I copied that, but you know, I'm far from that point in time when I was out of my mind and talking suicide. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's just, you know, it's and I think there was an interview with Logic too, where thanks, bro. Thanks. It's I came up. I used to suck. Like, I used to suck off the dome. And like a lot of people think you have to be this like lyrical master. It's super crazy, bro. Like you have to be you have to be like a lyrical it's all good, even if you were, man. If you are, even who cares, man? I was laughing, shit. I don't care. But yeah, a lot of people feel you got to be like a lyrical mastermind. Like, I ain't Eminem, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, I feel like we put so much emphasis on you have to go crazy hard off the dome in order to be considered like decent. And it's like, there's this interview with Logic where he just freestyles too. And it's not like crazy, but it's just, he's just flowing, and you just kind of find a way to flow. And even if you fall off, you just find a way to keep going. If you mess up, just keep going. And, you know, I used to suck hardcore, like across the board, man. So I appreciate it, Stuart. But
I rarely freestyle, yo. I've only freestyled like a couple times.
Oh yeah, like off the dome or just in general?
Yeah.
You wanna give it a pop right now?
Nah, I'm straight.
It's
I'm actually gonna hang up with you and go make a smoothie and eat some dinner real quick.
Bet, word up, bro. Well, if I don't holler at you before I get off of here, man, I appreciate, you know, I didn't even expect you to stay on the phone this long. So I appreciate, you know, the time you gave on being on the phone with us and, you know, providing that lovely insight, my man. And Mystic Being, give it up for Mystic Being, you know what I'm saying? And appreciate it, man. And you have a great rest of your night, Brody. Thanks for the time.
You too, homie. Let's link up soon. I'll get at you.
All right, bro. Yep, no doubt. All right, love, man.
Deuces.
Cool, man. So, Stuart, thanks for your time, bro. Thanks for the round of applause too, man. Thanks for your time on the channel, bro. If you feel it, you know, thumb it up. If you don't, thumb it down. Either way, I appreciate your input. You know, you can subscribe so you can, you know, see when Lay on the Pedal Radio is going on. And, you know, it's going to be the rest of the week. We got the same segments going on that you see in the description. My website is the layonthepedal.com. So if you got any questions, go ahead and, you know, chat it up right now. We're in the Life Doctor and Coaching segment. And, you know, what that's about, I mean, I just kind of talk a little bit about, you know, I mean, we were kind of already talking about mental well-being and health and everything like that. But if you have any questions you want to ask or throw in the chat, you definitely can. Otherwise, I'm just going to kind of do my own thing and talk about what's going on in the world right now with, you know, why I feel obligated to be a life doctor and coach. So as and also if you want to go to my page too on a community portion, I mean, you can see it on my website too, but, you know, my social security, it's 521-959664. I'm not ashamed to say what that is just because I have nothing to hide. Like no one can steal my identity because I am who I am. You know what I'm saying? I've built what I've built. And regardless of whether or not people want to support that or not, that's up to them. But at the end of the day, I can no longer hide for who I am. You know, as somebody that's had my name changed 3 times now. Well, actually, if we're going to count all the times I was born as Deontay Leon Robinson, but my mother changed my name to Devontae Robinson, then I had to change it back to, in an Americanized way to pronounce it was Deontay Leon Robinson. So there's already that, you know, kind of loss of identity there. And, you know, I changed it back, you know, to Deontay. And I mean, even before I got my permit, you know, I had to legally change my social security with the help of my pops. And then I got tired of mispronouncing it because, you know, yeah, I mean, shoot, I'll just type it out. But shoot, it's like, there you go. But I mean, shoot, I'll type it out for you, homie. Like, shit, I don't care, man. Like, it's like you can, I mean, shoot. But yeah, it's just, you know, I had to change my name right back to where it was before. And it just like, you know, because it's Dr. Leon now, I also go by DJ Smoothie Blue. And that's what, you know, why I put that on the website as well. Whoever tuned in, thanks for your time. I appreciate that. But yeah, you know, I mean, I had to find out who I was. You know, I was calling myself incorrectly Dr. Leon, and that's kind of a play off of, so my name, you know, I'll type it, it's on the website, but I'll type it here too. That's what I was born as, you know what I'm saying? And then how to write it out, that's the correct way to pronounce it written out, you know, like Deontay Leon Robinson. Oop, I forgot the second E, so let me type that again. But that's how you pronounce that. But most people aren't going to pronounce it. It's America, so they're just like Deontay, and they call me Beyonce, they call me Deani, they call me I can't even tell you, man. Beyonce was the worst one because I was like, look, you ain't even pronouncing my name right to begin with, and then you're gonna call me Beyonce, you know what I'm saying? But I guess I'm Destiny's Child, you feel me? So I'm gonna see myself. Oh man. Sure, like I mean, I don't know what you're gonna get off of my credit, homie, because my credit's been shot since COVID, bro. But shoot, man, you give it a shot. That's why I don't even care, man. I was like, I'm like 30K in debt. I'm trying to get rent for next month. Shit. Um, shoot, like they closed my business account and all that, but it's all gravy, baby. They can't stop my shine, you know what I'm saying? So shoot, if everybody could use the social and go get you some financial aid, homie, get you some financial aid. But yeah, man, but as you can see from the former first and last name I had, I made the doctor, and then my middle name for the Leon is how that came about. So that's why you find, that's the reason why I got changed and why I changed it, and that's why doctor's my legit first name. Of course, on the Social Security, and all that, they took away the period, but I put back the period. I was like, I don't give a fuck. All my emails is doctor with the period. All right, like straight up. But yeah, man, I mean, I use my fight with myself as like the catalyst for why I try to help other people find who they are, you know what I'm saying? And not to say any of y'all don't know who you are, or whoever watches this at a later time. It's not that you don't know who you are already, but it's like in a society where so many people try to turn you off from who you are and try to you got to be like this celebrity. You got to have a 6-pack, 8-pack, 12-pack, a 200-pack, you know what I'm saying, to be seen as like accepted in society as a man. Or you got to be black, you got to be brown, you got to be white, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you don't have to be any of that. It's whoever you are, and you have your own superpower. I know some people might be like, that's corny. It's not corny, because what you have, I can't replicate. You can't replicate what I have. I can't replicate like Idris Elba. You think I don't want to be Idris Elba in a sense? Like I used to, but I don't want to be anything other than me right now. Call me, what's the dude's name from One Tree Hill? That is the intro song for that, man. But on a serious level, like, all right, cool. Yup. I mean, shoot, whatever works, you know what I'm saying? Whatever works. No doubt, bro. Whatever works, man. I don't give a fuck no more, man. Because I'm here for everybody else. It's like what's mine is not for me. You know what I'm saying? What's mine is not mine. It's everybody's, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like what can you can't steal my identity. You can't take what's for me. You can't stop what's meant for me. And that's my current fight with society now. It's like, you can't stop what's meant for me. I can't stop what's meant for you. You can't stop what's meant for somebody else. So like, get out the way. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't stop my shine. You know what I'm saying? I'm out here anyway. Stu, are you good, homie? Like, don't lose your sense of humor, bro. Cause a lot of people try to take that away, bro. Like, do stand up, bro. If you want, man. Shoot, bro. Like, see your subscribe. If you do some stand up or something, bro, I'm supporting you, man. You know what I'm saying? And it takes it to notice it. I'm gonna just flip that compliment right back on you, homie. But I appreciate that. Like, I don't want it to seem like I don't appreciate the compliments or anything I get. But it's just like, I really want you to understand, like, what you get, what you give, you get, especially in general. But you're gonna get that from me real quick. There's a lot of BS out here, man, and I'm definitely not trying to add to that. Like, no one's got any time for BS no more, man. But for real, I ain't even lying. If you do go, I recommend, if because you love cracking jokes and stuff. And I mean, I've laughed and stuff. Shoot, you want to go for stand up, man? Make yourself a YouTube, make some videos. I'll push it straight up. I just feel like we don't do that enough. And I mean, the people that do push each other, it's like they get taken down by all these corporations. And me and the homie Mystic Being were talking about that the other day with how, like, you know, word of mouth is, I mean, it's still, even to this day, the strongest thing. You know, me personally, I went to see, what movie was that? I mean, it doesn't really matter if somebody comes up to me and is like, hey man, this movie's hot. Like, I know I don't know you, but you need to go see that. Like, I mean, I went to see it 3 times. You're gonna be like, dang, shoot, like, hey, what you doing tonight? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to go to the movies. And you know, it's, or you hear a track and it's like, this track is hot, and it's like word of mouth, like all the time, you know. And you're talking to somebody that, I mean, I had to pay for views to try to, like, because when I had my mixtape, nobody was listening to it. And I mean, of course, you got the general stereotype, right? Like, of, you know, you would work at McDonald's, which I've worked at McDonald's, dropping my mixtape into bags and shit. I ain't done that, but I mean, you got the stereotype, or you got people going around like, listen to my mixtape, bro. Listen to my mixtape, bro. And it's like, at the same time, as much as that's a meme, you are your best advertisement. But at the same time, you know, if you don't have anybody pushing you in that sense, like, yeah, if you're quality product and you have something you're pushing out and nobody's supporting you, because sometimes you're gonna have to tell the people in your circle no. You're gonna have to tell, you know, your I've had to tell my pops no. Like, I wouldn't be able to do what I've done with Lay on the Pedal if, you know, I listened to him. I wouldn't be able to be where I'm at today. And that's no disrespect against the man, but it's just, you know, that goes with telling certain people no. To say yes to yourself, you got to tell everything else no. And it's a lonely path, you know, to get to where you actually know who you are, and even to get people to respect what you've become and to break out of the shell of what they used to see you as is a very difficult thing to do. And I mean, some role models talk about, you know, Mac Miller, and even Childish Gambino talked about it in Yaphet Kotto. You know, I could throw the link up in there, but that's like one of my favorite songs, because I mean, Childish Gambino is just dope in general, because I mean, he doesn't fit the status quo, but he talks so much about what it's like to, you know, have to break out of what people expect you to be. And I've had to do a lot of that. And I'm not saying nobody else has had to, but it's a hard path for anybody. But definitely check out that track, man. I don't think it's even on a project or anything, but not that it really needs to have that validation, but it's a cold song there. So what we looking at, 4:15, we got about 45 minutes. So I'm gonna just keep kind of rolling on, man. But if you got any questions, if you got any topics you want to talk about, I'll be happy to answer those for you, G. And who else is in here? You know what it is. Thanks for your time. I'm gonna keep rolling unless I get some questions, or even some statements or anything you're noticing about what's going on out here today with COVID-19. By the way, I hope your family's safe and everybody's doing good. Not generically, but my pops had COVID-19 and I almost lost him a few times in the hospital. So I get it. You know what I'm saying? I definitely get it. So I don't say that lightly, like for real. If, you know, I hope everybody's cool regardless, even if COVID wasn't out here, you know, hopefully everybody that you care about is safe. So yeah, man, what else have I gone through? You know, I talk a bit about it in my music and everything, but with going through all this trademark stuff and all this, you know, trying to change my name with the government and all that, I mean, it's kind of hard, especially I'm not the typical black dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not, you know, like what the society deems as a typical black dude. I love manga and anime, which I need to read that Boruto and DBZ that Dragon Ball chapter today too. I still haven't done that, but I mean, I love stuff like that, you know, race car driver, artist, DJ. Like, I mean, I can't really fit into a specific genre because I stand out of all of them. You know what I'm saying? It's just like I've developed who I am as a person. And it's like, that's what I want to do. That's why Lay on the Pedal exists. Is like, you're not your job. Wherever you work, you're not just your job. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was tired of being told, like, hey, I'm only an associate support engineer at Twilio because that's what I got hired as. I'm only supposed to support somebody. Or when I worked at King Supers, which is a retail store, I'm only supposed to be a courtesy clerk. I'm not supposed to be anything more than that. Or working in fast food at McDonald's, I'm only supposed to be a fast food clerk. I'm not supposed to try to be anything else than that. And that's what society wants us to be, is just, we're already working for someone else's dream in the first place. But besides that, it's like we can't have a voice. We can't have, hobbies. And they want to try to lace it as if they give a damn about your hobbies. No, they don't. They don't care. The thing that we are is numbers, like in statistics. If we don't perform a certain way, or if we don't serve people a certain way, even though we're all human and that's always a dynamic and changing topic, then we're not going to succeed in the overall scheme of things. And, that's wrong. You know what I'm saying? And, you're talking to somebody that's gone in and out with human resources and companies and things like that. And, even working at Dish Network was one of the most hardest experience for me, because it was, I talked to a lot of different people on the phone daily. I would talk to women, I would talk to men, I would talk to older people, I'll talk to younger people, I'll talk to people that had special needs. I would talk to people that were cussing at me and were pissed. I would talk to, you name it, and I heard different stories. When Hurricane Harvey came around, there was Irma. I had to talk to people that were affected by that. Some people were in Costa Rica. BB came here and said that stuff yesterday, bro. What's up, man? You little rascal. But I did that yesterday, and you said the exact same thing yesterday. My dude. What's up, man? Thanks for your time again, bro. But yeah, man, I talked to people from Costa Rica, and I had to sit there and put stuff off of their, like, turn off their stuff and like make sure they didn't have to continue paying. Just stuff like that, or older people that don't have anything but TV. And it's like I had to make the decision: am I going to extend their stuff, or like, what am I going to do? Or I had to make the decision to, like, I was judged off of metrics. So like when you're on a phone call with somebody, it's like you're judged off of what you could sell them. You're judged off of how quick you get off the phone call. You're judged off of like, and that's the customer service part. And then when you get to the tech field, you're still judged on how long you're on a phone call. You're judged on if you solve, like, if, satisfaction to a point. And if you could like send a tech out there, if you sent a tech out to any location, you often got docked for that. You always got docked for it, unless it was like a super emergency, or if they got transferred to one of the, what was that department called? It was like Dr. Dish or something like that. And they were working with an advisor that was directly responsible, and a case had to get escalated. I believe, like, escalations too. If you escalated that hit, that was another metric they judged you on. So I've never been good with metrics, because I was like, I'm a person and I'm here to support people. I'm not going to sit here. And yes, could you do it? And you would have been loved for it. If you got on a phone call, you hurried up and said, you had a little flow chart of like what to click for, like, is it this or no, yes or no questions. And then you're supposed to do what it ends up as, regardless if they're satisfied or not. That's the system. So it's like, it's not all of the time, like, it's not going to work all the time. There's sometimes where I could try to fix it myself, because that's what we're trained to do anyway. And it's like, but when I try to fix it myself, I'm going against the time metric. If I don't try to fix it myself, I got to send a technician out there, and I still get dinged on that. So it's like, okay. And then if I don't know what the solution is, I have to send it up, which is also a doc for an escalation. So it's like you're caught in this trifecta of like, okay, do I just hurry up and bust it and get them off the phone, and just like, it doesn't matter if they call back later. It really doesn't. Like, that doesn't hurt your metrics. You could literally just get them off the phone. You don't send a tech. You don't escalate it. You temporarily fix the problem. They get pissed. They call back. Your metrics are good. It's now on the next person to deal with. And if that next person gets it and is like, oh, I got kicked out and booted, you know, like this problem is bad, then, you know, you have to escalate it. You have to do what you have to do. Another thing was they weren't actively doing equipment. So if you have some older equipment, for example, there's like a 723, you know what I'm saying? And that came out in like, I want to say 90s, but, or maybe late 80s, but, you know, they would have some older equipment and they would try to like upgrade you to the hopper and stuff like that. And they would have to pay money. And I'm just like, you know what, just catch them up to like slightly current times for free. And, you know, that was the way I avoided like metrics, as well as satisfying the other person. Like, hey, you got a free thing, I'm gonna just bump you up anyway, if you're cool with that. But anywho, you know, it's just like, and it's like that in tech. It's like that in a lot of places where it's like you're on a phone call. And I mean, it wasn't as bad when I was working at Floor and Decor as a pro services representative, because that's more of a personal experience. It's not like I didn't take anything on the phone or anything like that, but it was a lot more personable. And it's like, I know you. When I'm taking an inbound phone call, I don't really know you. And I only have that phone call to make it an impressionable type of transaction. So if I can't give you that extension that you need because you just need more time, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. If you're calling me at Dish Network to get there's some people that called and talked to me and was like, hey, I haven't paid my electric, or I haven't gotten any food this month because I prefer TV. I'm like, priorities, yo. Like, you should probably make sure you got food on the table. You should probably make sure you got your utilities and clothes before you call in the Dish Network asking for an extension or even to pay your Dish stuff. Like, I get it. Like, I much rather would hear you call me and say like, hey, I'm struggling and I got food and everything like that, but I just need a little bit more time. Can you give me some more time? Bet, you know what I'm saying? But you got some people that waited until way after they didn't pay their stuff. We shut them off. And they're like, well, I've been paying all this time to keep my TV on rather than pay my phone bill or whatever. And I'm just like, I don't know what to tell you. But on the flip side, you know, there's times where it was a legitimate older person or as a legitimate person that just couldn't, you know, they just couldn't make ends meet, but I couldn't, you know, do the promise to pay, which is what it was called. And there was that, or there's times like I just couldn't fix their problem because, you know, there's some technical stuff going on. You know, so I've dealt with a lot of people and, you know, some experiences with like Twilio even. I talked about it earlier, but there's times where if you have a trend, if you've ever noticed like the bigger tech companies, if you have an issue and you have a free account, like if you're a free account, you may as well just like make a new account or go somewhere else because it's attached to not only the money, it's also attached to your money and how many people are affected. So if not enough people are affected, you know what I'm saying? And you're not paying them a lot of money, it's not going to get fixed, especially if you're the only one that's experiencing the problem. Like if you're the only one experiencing it and you're not like a super expert customer spending thousands of dollars, like it's most likely never going to get fixed. So you may as well find a workaround to get it solved. The only times I saw, and there's a lot of times even for free accounts where there was a lot of people affected and it still didn't get fixed. Like it needed to be more money involved. And it's just how it is. And I understand both sides. Like, don't get me wrong. I understand you need a system. Don't get me wrong. I understand that you have to keep a certain level of efficiency when it comes to not only taking in customers, but also making sure that the workers do what they need to do. But at the same time, we are all human, internal and external. And it's like, if you got people on the internal portion of a company that are struggling because they can't make rent, they're not getting paid enough, or because they don't get vacation, not saying this is Twilio, this is just an overall statement, but they never get vacation or they don't even have sick days. So it's like, they have to come to work and get everybody sick in order to pay the rent. But you expect that person to go all out. You know, you expect that person give 100% on your job just so you could sit there and fight another person, another peer on your team for the position up. That's going to be what, a dollar to $2 raise, not to mention the extra time you have to spend away from your family to make ends meet. Because a lot of people, sure, you could be time rich, and it's how it is these days is you're time rich and money broke, or you're money rich and time broke. You know, a lot of doctors and people that have, climbed the corporate ladder, it's like, cool. You're doed, you're stacked, but it's like you don't even see your family. You're flying everywhere in which way because you're on their time. And you also have a bigger target on your back, not only from the people you stepped on, but from other individuals as well. Excuse me, I'm gonna see if this call is pertinent. Lay on the pedal.
Hi, Dr. Leon. My name is Jim, and I'm calling from the Wilderness Society. How are you doing today?
Hi, Jim. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for asking. The reason for my call is we're just reaching out to all of our members and supporters of the Wilderness Society to make sure everybody's prepared for the election and has got a plan to either mail their ballot back or get it dropped off at one of the local election sites.
Cool. I appreciate your time. Me personally, I ripped up my ballot, and no disrespect to the Wilderness Society. On the personal level, on the Wilderness Society, I represent Leon Pedo. So if Wilderness Society is interested in partnership, sponsorship, or collaboration, I'd be more than happy to talk about that. But in terms of the overall election we have coming up, I'm not voting just because of a lot of different issues that I'm happy to get into. But I just overall, the overarching thing is the system is broken, and until the system is fixed, I'd rather not participate, with all due respect.
Sure, yeah, and I totally respect and appreciate your position, and definitely appreciate your support of the Wilderness Society, and we're thankful for that. But yeah, I can totally respect it. It's your right as an individual to exercise your right how you choose to do so.
All right. I appreciate you respecting that, sir. And it was Jim, was it?
Yeah.
All right, Jim. Thank you for your time. I hope you and your family stay safe, and best of wishes. Don't work too hard, sir.
Thanks so much. And I hope good wishes to you and your family as well.
All right. Thank you, my man. Take care.
All right. Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Cool. Apologies for the intrusion there. Yeah. So, I mean, just to kind of cover that, I'll talk to y'all about the issues again. But, the reason why I'm not voting is like, let's get my people out of ICE, getting trafficked. Let's get my people out of the penitentiary that are locked off of marijuana possession. Like, let's get equality. Let's fix the system. I have no interest in choosing, other people that don't put it on the line like myself. I'd rather vote for myself. I'm just being honest. That's just where I'm at, And personally, I'm one of the best leaders I've ever seen, And that's homage to the OGs before me, like Malcolm X, MLK, JFK. Dr. MLK, excuse me, JFK, like you name it. There's a lot of OGs that paved the way, a lot of real crazy activists, female and male, that have paved the way for someone like me to do what I need to do. And as who I am, I'm not voting for a crazy system. Sorry. Like, it's just not me. But I appreciate this gentleman. Shout out to the Wilderness Society, and even Jim, give him his flowers on that. That's beautiful. I'm glad, because a lot of people try to shove things down people's throats and just aren't respectful of people's time. So that's definitely a change of pace from how those conversations usually go. So appreciate that. And, I just put all myself out there, Like, I have nothing to hide, never have, in the sense of the only thing I've hidden is stuff that I know that people couldn't handle. Like, a lot of the time some people ask me, like, what is it like to be Black? And it's like, well, I can't tell you what it's like to be Black in like 10 minutes. But what I'm not going to do is use that as an excuse not to build who I am, especially with the blessings I have. And I definitely could have it worse. I could complain about the fact I got to wear glasses, but I could still see, right? I could complain that I got sensitive teeth, but I still have teeth, right? I could complain that I got to do dishes, but I still have dishes to do, right? there's so many ways you could turn bad things or grievances into blessings, you know, because they are for the most part. They all are. I mean, it is what it is out here. And that's what I want to capitalize on. And I'm not perfect. There's sometimes I complain too. I mean, the segment I had earlier, we talked about, you know, road rage and incidents like that. And I'm just glad to make it home. You know, like I chill out now. I used to be real crazy and had a crazy temperament with drivers. And I still do some way. If you have a total disregard for other humans and life out there, then yeah, I'm not happy at you. And that's kind of me in general. I love justice. I love just people being able to have a voice no matter where they're from, you know, and to be respected. And that's all I've ever wanted working as a support agent. Like, I didn't care that, you know, and in my honest opinion, I feel every support agent, every person, every janitor, every person serving humanity, they should be paid up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're the face of a company. Think about it. It's like when I was in McDonald's, right? And I'm taking your order. Hello, sir. My name is Billy Bob Rogers. How are you doing? Like, if Billy Bob Rogers is a dick to you, then you're gonna think McDonald's is you know, isn't the best, because it's like I'm representing that. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if the CEO is a genuine nice person, but if the person down on the chain is bad, that reflects the company. It's association. It is what it is. And it's association is so powerful. And it's, you know, they say if you're in the barbershop, you're eventually going to get a haircut. And I mean, that goes to all the people that you're around, even family. If they don't support you and support your dreams, there's one thing for Banner, which I mean, like I said, Stuart, I'd have no problem with that, because I know it's in good spirit. But there's a lot of people I've been around that make a jest or make a joke that it's not to, you know, lighten the mood. It's not to provide good, positive reinforcement. It's to take you down. It's to make you feel less than, or you shouldn't feel the way you feel in a good manner. You know, I don't have a lot of eyebrows because I singe my stuff off. Like, it's one thing to, you know, I pop shit about it. I don't know what the hell I did to take my eyebrows off. And I'm doing it from a place of confidence. Like, that doesn't make me any less of a person, right? But, you know, when I'm seeing some real stuff, like, for example, I was on Facebook and, you know, somebody talked about my eyebrows, which it's fine. It is what it is. But I'm sitting here talking about our planet challenge. I'm talking about picking up trash off the street. I'm talking about calling out people that want to try to, like, comment a certain thing on social media. And but, you know, I handled it the best way I could. But I mean, there's a time and place for everything. It's a different experience to have a legitimate friend that is just giving you shit versus somebody that you barely know, or you think they're close to you, cutting you down at every other step. You know what I'm saying? And if you're around people like that, it's, you know, the lobster mentality where they're just bringing you down. You know, I've been judged a lot just because, I mean, you know, my grandpa always told me, you know, you lucky to, not told me, excuse me, told my pops, and my pops told me, but I mean, I guess that is telling me in a spiritual way. But, you know, you'll be lucky to walk off this earth with one true friend. And I mean, I find that to be true. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to find people that are in your corner, and it's not impossible. I don't want to sit there and make it sound like, because a lot of people could turn that into that everybody's bad, everybody's out to get me. And I mean, no, I feel like we're all representative of the human race, right? I feel like what we could say bad about one person, it could be said about us. And I feel like us to talk bad about someone means that that's in us somewhere, whether we're expressing that in the same way or not. Whereas, like, for example, a good example is I used to get made fun of because I couldn't, you know, kiss well with women, right? And I mean, whether you do that with men or women or multiple people, that's none of my business. But, you know, I was in a lot of relationships that I wasn't really popular with. And it was like, rather than help me come up and to, you know, teach me what's up. And I mean, this extends to everything. I feel like we're so quick to tear each other down. And it's one thing, like, if you see me bust my ass on some ice, like, cool, laugh. Like, if it's funny, go ahead and laugh. I'm laughing probably too. See if I'm okay at the same time. You know what I'm saying? If I suck at something, tell me I suck. You know what I'm saying? Don't sit there and kiss my ass and tell me like, hey, it's good when it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, tell me it sucks, but offer me a hand at how to get better. You know what I'm saying? Offer me a hand at how to do something the right way. Don't just tear me down. And I feel like that's a lost art these days. I feel like everybody's trying to like tear each other down, and everyone's trying to say like you can't do something just because you're not good at it. It's like, no, you need the support. You know what I'm saying? A person like, if what I experienced a lot, I played basketball. What I experienced a lot, even personally, was no one really worked with me to dribble, right? And I played since I was a younger kid. So before I went through my growth spurt and didn't play for like a year and lost it because I got uncoordinated, I used to be able to dribble real good. I'm decent now, but I could work on it a lot. But when I lost my coordination, rather than people working with me, it was just like, no, you can't hold the ball, like pass the ball, like. And it's like, I honestly lost the ball more times keeping it than if I had enough confidence and enough support to be like, dribble out of there and just pass it to us later. Right. Or like if somebody's a shooter and that's all they do is shoot, but people tell them like, don't shoot, or you don't pass them the ball because they missed. It's like, how many times do you have to miss to make a shot? You know what I'm saying? How many times do you have to fail to get up and do it right? So, and it's at the end of the day, you got to have that type of belief in yourself where it doesn't matter who's watching. You could look at my YouTube and there's some training videos I have of me racing. I've raced since I was a younger, kid, both online and in person. And I mean, I don't have it on a video on how many times I failed a license test. I don't have it on video how many times, I crashed into different cars or couldn't figure it out, or lost certain events. Like, there's a lot of times I got my ass beat, like that it just didn't happen. Or for these dating coaches, you don't see a lot of coaches where it's like you see the video of them talking to a woman and getting curved like hard. You don't see that out in the field. You don't see certain situations about that too much. And if they are out there, it's not what's televised. It's, like it's all or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, either you see the Mac Daddy that can get everyone, or you see you just see it's a beta dude. It's someone that can't get anyone. You know what I'm saying? And I've bought too many courses, man, where it's like, well, how do you get enough nuts to cold approach? Well, how do you cold approach? What do you say? How do you say it? It's like, I mean, all of that took away from who I was. I was being somebody else. And honestly, most people were white, you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to be a white person. No disrespect if you're white, but it's like, I'm a black dude. I can't sit there and try to be a white man and especially from his environment, talking to certain women. I mean, just the bottom line is inauthenticity is going to get recognized. And my homie talked about that earlier. It's just, if you're being fake, so anyone with a good sense of intuition is going to feel that. So of course I didn't do good with anyone really, but I was in kind of a rock and a hard place, because it's like, okay, I can't be the tall black dude that's supposed to play basketball, but in the same breath, I can't be the person I'm fronting and be too, right? So it's an interesting conversation. So be who you be at the end of the day, no matter who has to say about it. Just be who you meant to be. You know what I'm saying? And it's corny. You could call it corny. You could call it whatever you want to call it. It is what it is. Yeah, I'm seeing some things on Twitter right now. This guy named Kojo Ebro, he said that there's some Nigerian authorities that have shut the power off and have shot more protesters, which I don't really like seeing. That's crazy. It's just, but I don't know what to call it. Oh, I'm looking at Ebro in the mornings channel. My bad. Shit. But shout out on that, man. It sucks. Like, it sucks we got to go through this right now. But that's why I'm trying to be a voice right now for everybody, man. whether you want to hear it or not. Like I said, I'm here until, I'm here till Saturday, I'm always here. But I mean, in terms of like Lay on the Pedal Radio daily, I'm here till, if there's 0 people watching, I'm gonna still be here talking, and it's like, I appreciate anyone that sees it right now or in the future. I always appreciate your time nonetheless. And, this is free, man. It's free in terms of money. Like, I ain't asking for no money, man. It's just take this knowledge, and this is just the foundation aspect. It's just the principle of the matter. Let's see here. But, I wasn't spiritual overnight. I didn't just start being like this overnight. It took time. It just like everything, it takes time. It's going to happen in its divine time when it's supposed to happen. Like, you can't force anything, and you could play your part. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could definitely make situations a lot worse if you don't believe in yourself versus than if you do, or if you speak out negativity. I talked about it a little bit yesterday. That's what you're going to get in return. You put out negative energy, you're going to get negative energy. Be careful of the energy you put out. And I mean, that's why I could talk for 8 hours, because it's like, or 7 hours, whatever it is, because I check myself constantly. It's a constant thing. It's they talk about a missile. I don't know. I usually say missile, but either way, potato, missile. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't know that it's continuing to correct itself over and over and over again. It's not a regular process. And the fact that, it goes from start and then it gets to finish without any error. It constantly makes errors over and over, but it's about what happens after it makes that error. It it corrects itself. It's like, it doesn't matter what it was at previously for coordinates. It doesn't matter where it's going to be next. It's about the step by step. Like, okay, I didn't make the right step. What step do I need to make to be in the right direction? So, I can't sit here and say that I've always said the right things. I can't say I've always said the wrong things, but what I've always done is found the balance to make the proper decision, that if I say something quote unquote bad, then I'm going to say something good to counteract that. If I say something good, I might say something bad. It depends. It's all one and the same. I feel like there is no bad. There is no good. It's all the same. There is no difference. Like, it is what it is. Am I going to look at a cloud in the sky and say it's bad? Like, I mean, it's perspective, but I mean, the shade it provides to someone could be the, shadow to someone else, in the sense of like, it provides comfort for someone. It might provide discomfort for another, but it's all subjective. And I mean, we get to the point where, and I mean, shout out Anna Brown, she's big on it. And I mean, Muji, but just we are what we are already. We don't need to, and I've struggled with that a lot. I felt like I had to go, well, it's day 100. I should be fixed. You know what I'm saying? Or I would put a countdown timer on it. Like, by this day, I'm going to be this person. And it's like, I mean, if you want to keep chasing the ego, sure. But if you just relax, you already are what you want to be. You already that, it's like, but there is programming that you have to reverse though. And I am perfect, but there is programming that has to be reversed at times to become back to who you want to, like, who you already are. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel that's why they say children are so pure, right? Because they already are, they just are. And then, but through the constant programming from peers, friends, enemies, parents, teachers, society, it changes what it actually is, and you become somebody else, and some people never find out that there's someone else. Some people don't ever find out that they already are themselves. Some people stay stuck in like knowing that they aren't themselves, and they continue to put labels. I mean, I was so close for my life being destroyed because I felt like I had to constantly, and that's not to say that you can't make goals. That's not to say that you can't make progression, that you can't make those conscious steps to go to where you want to grow as who you already are. That's not to say you can't do that, but to associate who you already are with a completion type of level that, hey, look, I'm not who I am because I don't have six-pack abs. I'm not who I am because my teeth aren't white. I'm not who I am because my hair isn't, longer. Once it gets longer, I could be who I want to be. Once I lose more weight, I can be who I want to be. Once I get big again, I could be who I want to be. Once I get 2 or 3, 4 different women, I could be who I want to be. Once I get, a mansion, I could be who I want to be. And then like it starts like where you're at. Like you have to visualize whatever you want, number one, and you have to really believe that you are what you are, because it happens negatively if you believe what you are negatively and you believe what you are negatively about your situation. You will find that that's what's going to reflect in your personal life, and that will come. That's happened to me too many times. I've even just on a simple level of being sick, right? Every time I said I'm sick, I ended up being sick. Every time I was like, I'm probably gonna I'm gonna probably have surgery one day, or I'm gonna almost die. I got in situations, it might not have been immediately, it might have been in the next 5 minutes, but you put it out there and you believe it, it's coming back. And that's why I stress to different, it's mysterious at the end of the day. I can't even say I fully know. I don't know anything, right? The stuff that I believe I know, though, is certain people that have died, they put it out there. You put it in your songs and you put it that like you're gonna get shot enough. Eventually, you find that the people that talked about getting shot enough, they die, or the people that talk about killing themselves, they end up doing it. You know what I'm saying? But in the same token, people that constantly believe, hey, I'm gonna go get that. I'm gonna go get that. I got it. It's mine. That's who ends up getting it. Because they believed it, even when no one else said it, even if they didn't have physical evidence of it showing up, they still made the wishes. They still plowed through. And it's not to say that you're not going to feel discouraged, or you're not going to feel embarrassed that you don't have the results that you want. It's not easy to continue to be positive thinking in a negative, quote unquote, world. But if you continue to remain, positive thinking in terms of getting what you want, that's aligned with your purpose, of course, that's what's going to happen. So, that takes a lot of trial and error, and that's why I'm here, is to save people 25 years of your life, man. To save you 25 years. So you don't have to go through what I went through to have this wisdom. You could just take it and apply it in your life immediately, and you'll see crazy results. It's because why I could do that is I built something that needs no external validation. It needs no external validation. It is what it is, right? And to be honest, I didn't have to build it either. I could have just let it be, and I am what I am. You know what I mean? I don't need lay on the pedal to exist. I don't need the name change of doctor to be a doctor, you know, of myself. So I mean, shoot. I'm trying to figure out what to. We got about a few minutes left. Trying to figure out what to say. I mean, we could just be too. I mean, we could just be silent. I mean, I got this candle lit on the table, and it's funny, you know. Like, I mean, we have a tool now that could create a fire. When we used to it used to be life or death to create a fire. You had to just hope you could create a fire to have some heat for the night. And it's like now we just press it down, click, and fire. Same life or death for light, but we could just go cut it on. You know what I'm saying? We used to have to wait till daytime. I mean, even for a mirror, like a lot of people, I'm sure there's people that never even knew what they look like. They didn't have a mirror. They probably never stared into it. I mean, even people that have it, do they even know what they look like? I mean, how many times do we actually just look in the mirror and see what is staring back at us? Like, how many times do we do that? You know what I mean? I mean, it took me a while. I didn't just start doing it until like last year, maybe the year before that, where I was like, I pointed in the mirror and I was like, oh shoot, I'm responsible. I'm responsible for the way I'm living right now. I'm responsible for what's happening. How many people could do that? We all can, but how many people do it though? You know? And I mean, it's not that difficult to do, but it is at the same time. It's funny how the most simplest things are the most difficult to do. I mean, I feel better, honestly. I mean, sure, it might have been different, you know, getting up on here for 7, 8 hours, but I feel better, you know. It just confirms to me, like, the money won't ever change me. Nothing will ever change me. It doesn't matter who's watching me, you know. I'm always be who I am. There could be like a million people watching me and I'll be the same, you know. I'm just talking to myself in front of you, you feel me? And that's how it always will be. But it took a while to get there. I mean, that's how it should be in general. And I'm not to say that like different people aren't gonna like boost your self-esteem to make you feel good and to have riveting conversations with people. That's not to say that can't happen or won't happen, and you might act a certain different way, but it's still you. Versus like you're around the wrong group of people, and if they don't agree with what you say, you know, or you know they don't like who you really are, you feel like you have to hold yourself back. And I felt like I've had to hold myself back most of my life, and whether that was self-inflicted or not, I say it's a combination of both. I'd say it's a combination of I always have a choice to make whether I'm going to stay around a certain crowd or not, whether I'm going to open myself up enough to the right crowd. If, you know, I run into the right crowd, am I going to open myself up enough for that opportunity to, you know, to be a riveting experience? Or am I just going to be mad at the last time I opened up and got shunned for it? You know, I feel we all always have a choice to make no matter what. Like every moment's a choice. And it's like we got to live with the choice we make. We got to live with the choices we make. And I mean, we die with them at the end of the day, end of the night, whatever. Oh, excuse me. But you look at, you know, fire, water, wind, it just is, you know. Honestly, I can't wait to just spend time in nature, you know, like over a fire. I could be high or drunk or whatever, or just on life. I don't even need it, but just being around good people and good vibes and just having fun, you know? And I mean, this is that, you know what I'm saying? And I appreciate you being here. But I can't wait till it's like, you know, can meet the people in person and just be like, hey, man, we're just here. We're appreciating each other for who we are. You know, good, bad, or indifferent. I mean, there is no different. So, I mean, we got a couple more minutes, some closing stuff. I mean, day 2 of Man of Pedal is this stuff a radio. I mean, as more as this goes on, you know, is the more interactive. Like I'm proud of it today because, you know, I was able to interact, you know. Sure, I could talk to myself the whole time, but it's nice to have somebody else to feed off of. It's nice to have, you know, to listen to what they want to talk about. It's nice to hear how they feel, how they can contribute. And whether that's banter, whether that's discussion, whatever, you know, I feel like we all play our own part, and there's nothing wrong with that. So again, whether you see this now or later, I appreciate your time. I don't care if you hopped on again for like a fraction of a second or if you've been on here the whole time. Again, there's more of a spot in my heart for you if you've been here for a longer period of time than if you weren't. But regardless, I still appreciate your time because you could have been anywhere else, you know, but you decided to be here. You know what I'm saying? So that means a lot, and I really appreciate that. And again, you know, continue to be safe. You control your own destiny. Nobody else does. And you know, I'll catch y'all tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? We'll just keep doing it. Like I said, I'm gonna cut off the introduction. I don't need to keep saying who I am over and over. I'll probably cut off. What else would I cut off? The COVID stuff. I mean, I would interlace that in just regular talk if I hear some news. But I mean, there's not too much more I could say that isn't being covered. So. So tomorrow we'll still start at 9 o'clock, but they'll probably end at 3 versus 5, just because that's a couple hours cut off from the introduction and the COVID review. So it'll go from 9 to 3, and tomorrow's Wednesday, so Thursday, Friday. And then again, Saturday's edition is just going to be from 1 to 3, covering Drake's birthday. You know, so, all right. But yeah, we're looking at 5 o'clock. Be your own doctor. You got enough gas in the tank, courtesy of Lay on the Pedal LLC, Social Security number 521959664. I'm Dr. Leon, DJ Smoothie Blue. A pleasure to do business with you on a personal level. You know what I'm saying? All right. Y'all have a great one.